two boys in this chapter, friend, and neither of them yet has the life he is going to have. One of them is sleeping in an alley in the largest slum of the largest city in a kingdom that has not been invented yet. He is perhaps 4, he is perhaps 5. No one has told him, and he will never be sure. He does not know the name of his mother. He does not know the name of his father. He does not, if we are being honest, know his own name, only that the older boys in his gang call him Dunk, and that the name has stuck the way names stick to small creatures who cannot defend themselves against being called things. The other boy is in a small town in the west of Ireland, in a house with a garden, in a country where the rain comes sideways, and the people speak softly when they speak at all. He has parents. He has a brother. He has a name his family chose for him, and a birthday written in a book somewhere. He was born on the 28th of July in 1996 in a hurling town called Portumna in County Galway. His name is Peter. The two boys do not know about each other. They never will, in the way you and I would mean knowing. But one of them is going to grow up to wear the face of the other. And tonight, friend, we will sit with them while they are still only themselves. Let us begin in the slum. Flea Bottom is the part of King's Landing the kings do not visit. It sits below the great hill, where the Red Keep watches the city. In the lower ground, where the smell of the black water meets the smell of everything the city throws away. The streets there are narrow and cobbled, where they are cobbled at all, and most of them are not. There are no gardens. There are no soft places. The houses lean against each other as if to keep each other up, and the people in them do the same. The boy we will come to know as Dunk has been in Flea Bottom for as long as he can remember, and his memory does not go very far. His earliest pictures of his own life are of sleeping in alleys, of waking in alleys, of running from one alley to another with his arms wrapped around something a man might want back. Bread, sometimes, a coin, an apple, once, that he had to eat before anyone could catch him, which he did in 3 bites, while still running. He has friends of a kind. There is a boy called Rafe, who is smaller than Dunk but quicker, and who knows where in the city you can sleep without being kicked. There is a boy called Pudding, who got his name because he was once given a pudding, which was the most extraordinary thing that had ever happened in their lives. And there is a boy called Ferret, who looks like a ferret and steals like one, and who is, in his small, mean way, devoted to the others. Together, the 4 of them do what children in slums have always done. They scrape, they run, they sell what they can, and they steal what they cannot. The pot shops of Flea Bottom make a stew the city has long since named the Bowl of Brown. A stew of meat that arrives in the shop without anyone asking what kind of meat it was when it had a name. And the boys sometimes find scraps that the pot shop keepers will buy without asking too many questions either. It is not a clean life. It is not even really a life. It is the part of a life that comes before a life, the part you survive in order to have the next part. Dunk does not know if he will have the next part. He does not know, in fact, that there is one. He has been told, by older boys, by the cook in the pot shop, by no one and everyone, that his father was probably a thief. He has no other information about his father. He has none at all about his mother. The name Dunk is the only thing he is sure he owns. He is large, even at this age, the way some boys are simply larger than the world expected. He bumps into things. He outgrows shirts in a season. The other boys tease him for his size when they are not relying on it, and he takes the teasing the way he takes everything else, with a slow blink and a half shrug. Years from now, a hedge knight will look at this boy and say of him that he is thick as a castle wall and slow as an aurochs, and Dunk will believe it and live by it and turn it gently against itself until it is not an insult anymore. But that is later. That is much later. For now, he is only a tall, slow-blinking boy in a slum, and the world has not yet decided what to do with him. It is, friend, in this part of his life that the first great wound of his story is laid down. The wound has nothing to do with him personally. It is a public wound, and it falls on everyone in the city. A war comes. It is called the First Blackfire Rebellion, though that is the kind of phrase that means nothing to a boy in Flea Bottom. What it means to him is that men ride away in armor and many of them do not come back. What it means is that on a long red afternoon, far away on a field called Redgrass, brothers fight brothers, and the rebellion is broken there, and the dead are laid out in their thousands by the side of a river that the singers will keep singing about for 100 years. What it means to a boy with no parents in a city with no work is that the dead are there and the living are there, and on the body of a dead man you can sometimes find a coin, and a coin can buy you a bowl of brown. He goes with his friend Rafe to scavenge. This is not a brave thing. They are not robbing the dead with anger or with greed. They are children, and they are hungry, and the dead are no longer using their pockets. What Dunk and Rafe are dreaming of, in the small breathless way that only children can dream, is a passage to Essos, the great wide cities across the narrow sea where the slums are someone else's slums, and where two thieving boys might begin again. But the fares to Essos are higher than the boys' pockets, and the pockets of the dead are not generous enough, and the city, in its way, is watching. A gold cloak finds them. The gold cloaks are the city watch of King's Landing, and they are not, in those years, men of much honour. The one who finds Rafe and Dunk is named Alistair, and he does not, when he sees the two boys with their hands still inside the pockets of the dead, do what a kinder man would do. He does not, friend, send them home. He kills Rafe. He kills Rafe in front of Dunk, and he does it the way men who are used to killing the small and the helpless tend to do it, without ceremony and without the slightest doubt that it is correct. And then, because the boy who is still alive has seen it, he turns to Dunk. He raises his blade. Dunk does not, friend, is too tall and too slow and too small inside himself to run. He simply stands there and waits to be killed. And here, in this exact moment, in the worst moment a small boy has ever had, the thing that will change his life walks out of a tavern. Let us leave Dunk where he is, friend. Let us hold him there for a little while, suspended in the alley with the blade above him, and the only friend he had lying, still on the cobbles. We will come back to him. The other boy in our story is, in his own way, also being held suspended. His town is called Portumna. It sits on the eastern shore of Lough Derg, the great long lake that runs through the middle of Ireland, and the lake matters to the town the way the river matters to a river town. It gives the place its weather and half its mood. The streets of Portumna are quiet streets. The forest park outside the town belongs to the deer and the herons. There is a castle, ruined, on the edge of the water, and there are several pubs, and there are several churches, and on most days there is a soft grey sky overhead that is either about to rain or has just stopped. Peter Claffey is born into this town on the 28th of July, in 1996, into a family that the town already knows. His father is a man named Pat. Pat plays many sports, in the easy lifelong way that men in small Irish towns play many sports, the way other men in other places might collect stamps or drink coffee. His grandfather is a man named Peadar, and Peadar is involved in hurling, that ancient Gaelic game played with a wooden stick and a small leather ball, the game that Portumna is famous for, the game that the town has won all Ireland titles in. Hurling is in the family the way blue eyes are in the family. It is not chosen. It is simply there. Peter is a younger child for some of his life, and an older child for the rest. His brother is called John. John, when he grows, will play rugby for his clubs. And one day the two brothers will play on the same team, and a coach will say of them that having the two of them on one side is like having a machine, because they never stop. But that, again, is later. That is much later. For now, John is a small fact in Peter's life. The two boys grow together, they play together, they are loved. This is a different kind of story, friend, from Dunk's story. It is the kind of story you are allowed to have when you have parents who are still living, and a roof that is still your roof, and a town that knows your name. There is no gold cloak in Peter's alley. There is no alley. And yet, the boy is wobbly. He himself, when he is grown, will use that word, wobbly. He grows quickly, the way a sapling grows when it is given good soil and bad weather. Fast and crooked, with limbs that he does not quite know what to do with. His feet seem far away from him. His arms get into things. He bumps into door frames the way Dunk, in another life, will bump into door frames at Ashford. He is a tall boy in a town that is used to its boys being short and quick. The other children, in the way other children always do, find the joke. They call him uncoordinated. He is teased. He is bullied. Years later, in an interview given to a newspaper called The Independent, on the 19th of January, 2026, he will say of his own childhood that he was a nerd and that he was bullied for being uncoordinated and wobbly. And the words will land softly because the man saying them is by then an enormous man on a famous television set. And the words sound coming out of him like an apology to the boy he used to be. He grows up in a place, he will say, where he had two ways to be a boy. He will put it like this: you were either cool by getting loads of women or by being really good at sports. There was no third option. There was no acting club. There was no anyone doing acting without being laughed at. Drama in his small Irish town was something other people did in cities. He chose, he will say, the second of the two options. He turned to sport. He decided to be useful with the body that the world had given him too much of. Hurling came first. He was pushed into it around the age of 11 or 12 in the way Portumna boys are pushed into hurling. Not unkindly, but firmly, because that was what Portumna boys did. His grandfather had played. His father had played. There was a path. He walked it for a while, but Portumna had no underage rugby. And rugby, the larger, more chaotic, more obviously physical game, was beginning somewhere inside the boy to call. To play it, he had to travel. His family put him in the car. They drove him, week after week, the short road north to Ballinasloe, the bigger town in the east of Galway, where the rugby club had an under-11 team and a room full of boys his size, all of them learning what to do with the bodies that nobody had asked them if they wanted. This is, friend, the first quiet decision of Peter Claffey's life, to leave the inherited game and travel for the chosen one. He is a small boy when he makes it, but he makes it, and his family makes it with him, and the decision will run through everything that comes next. Years later, he will leave rugby itself for acting, and the leaving will feel familiar, because it will be the same kind of leaving, done quietly, in a car, because the calling is a little louder than the inheritance. For now, though, he is still only a child. He is large, he is wobbly, he is laughed at, and he is being driven on Saturday mornings through the Galway countryside to a club in another town where he will learn what his own body is for. Two boys, friend, one in an alley with a blade above him, one in the back of a car with his rugby boots beside him on the seat. It is worth pausing for a moment to look at them. They have, on the surface, nothing in common. One of them is in a city that has never been built. The other is in a town that has been there for centuries. One is about to die. The other is being driven to practice. But there is something the two boys share, and it is the thing the rest of this story will be built on. Both of them are, at this moment in their lives, too large for the place that has them. Dunk is too large for Flea Bottom. The slum cannot decide if he is a child or a labourer, and so it is failing him on both counts. Peter is too large for Portumna. The town has hurling-sized boys and football-sized boys, and his own size has no game in it. Each of them, in his own way, is going to have to leave the place he started. Each of them is going to have to be carried somewhere else, by someone who sees in him what he cannot yet see in himself. For Dunk, that someone is about to walk out of the tavern. For Peter, that someone is the family that keeps putting him in the car week after week, and the body that keeps getting taller, and a sport, and then another sport, and then a craft, and then, finally, a giant in a book that is waiting for him to grow up and arrive. We will hear about both of those journeys, friend. We have time. The night is long. You do not need to hurry. But before we go any further, let us go back to the alley. Let us hear what happens when the blade comes down. Or rather, let us hear what happens when the blade does not. The man who walks out of the tavern is drunk. This will become important to the story, because in a fairer world, the man would have been sober and slower. And a sober and slower man might have stopped to think about how many gold cloaks were in the alley, and how he was only one knight, and how knights who killed members of the city watch did not have long lives afterwards. A drunk man does not stop to think about any of this. A drunk man does what his heart tells him to do, which is sometimes a foolish thing, and sometimes a magnificent thing, and sometimes, every once in a great while, both. His name is Sir Arlan. He is from a small village in the Riverlands called Pennytree, though no one in Flea Bottom has ever heard of it, and no one ever will, except by way of the story we are telling now. He is a hedge knight, which is to say a knight without a lord, a man who wanders, who serves, who is paid in food and shelter and occasionally in coin, and who carries his own armor on his own horse to whatever lord will have him. He is closer to 60 than 50. He is small, he is slim. He has lost his squire at the same battle of Redgrass that killed Rafe's chance of ever growing up, and the squire was his sister's son, and the loss has unmoored him, and the unmooring is why he is in the tavern at all. He hears the noise from the alley. He hears, specifically, the sound of a child being killed. Arlan of Pennytree is, friend, in the final years of his life, doing something he probably should not be doing. He is, in his cups, picking the harder fight. He shoulders open the door. He kills the first gold cloak in the doorway. He kills the second in the alley. He kills them quickly, because he is drunk, and because drunk men are sometimes faster than sober ones, and because something inside him has decided that he is not going to lose another boy this year. He looks down at the boy standing in the alley. The boy is taller than he should be, and slower than he should be, and he has not run, even though there has been a moment to run. Arlan does not know what to do with him. He does not adopt him on the spot. He does not say a great speech. He turns, and he walks back into the night, and he leaves the boy in the alley with the dead gold cloaks and the dead Rafe, and the rest of his life starting now. But the boy follows him for days. The boy follows him across the city, out of the city, onto the road that runs west toward the Riverlands, the long dusty road where Arlan rides slowly, because Arlan has nowhere in particular to be. The boy follows on foot. He sleeps in ditches at the road's edge. He does not call out. He does not introduce himself. He simply will not be lost. One morning on the road, Arlan looks back and sees that the boy has finally collapsed. He has walked himself into the dirt. He is lying in the road like a bundle of clothes that someone has dropped. Arlan, who has been pretending not to notice the boy for several days, turns his horse around. He rides back. He looks down. He offers the boy a drink from his own water skin. He says, in a voice he will use for the rest of the years they will have, "Get up." The boy gets up. That, friend, is the moment Dunk's life begins. He does not know it yet, and Arlan does not know it yet, and certainly the world does not know it yet. But somewhere in the long, great distance of time, in a small Irish town that will not exist for another 1200 years, another boy is also beginning his life, and he too does not know it. He is being driven to rugby. He is being carried by people who love him toward a body that he will eventually be ready to live inside. Two boys, friend. One picked up off a road in the Riverlands, one driven down a road in the west of Ireland, each of them in his own way. being lifted by someone who can see further than he can. We will sit with them as they grow. We have time. The night is long, but for now, let us let them rest. Dunk is asleep in the saddle of an old man's horse, his head on the old man's shoulder. The old man is humming a song about going to a town called Gulltown to see a fair maid, except that he is changing the words in the way old men do when they are pleased with the road. And in another century, on another road, a small Irish boy is asleep in the back seat of a car, a small pair of rugby boots on the seat beside him, the soft Galway rain beginning gently on the windshield. Both of them, friend, dreaming of nothing in particular. Both of them exactly where they need to be. There is a thing, friend, that happens to a boy when an older man takes him on. It does not happen all at once. There is no single morning when the boy wakes up and finds himself made. The making is slow. It is 1,000 small lessons, given over 1,000 small days, none of which feel like lessons at the time. The boy learns by being taken places. He learns by being asked to hold the reins. He learns by being teased gently when he gets it wrong. He learns by watching the older man do what the older man does, and by being trusted, eventually, to do some of it himself. This is the kind of making, friend, that does not look like making. It looks like ordinary life. It looks like a man and a boy on a road. It looks like a small Irish boy in a school uniform walking the long corridor of a building that has been preparing boys for rugby since before his grandfather was born. And yet, by the time it is over, the boy has been made. Tonight, in this chapter, we will sit with both of our boys while they are being made. One of them is on a horse with an old hedge knight, riding the dust roads of the Reach and the Stormlands and Dawn. The other one is in a school in the east of Galway, in a place called Galway College, learning the second great love of his life. Neither of them knows yet what he is being made for. Let us begin with Dunk on the road. The years between the alley and the tourney are, for Dunk, the longest he will ever know. Sir Arlan of Pennytree does not adopt him formally. There is no ceremony. There is, in the way the world worked then, no need. The old hedge knight simply lets the boy walk beside his horse one day and ride behind him on the horse the next day, and somewhere in between the two of them, stop being two people and become one travelling pair. The boy carries the lance. The boy holds the bridle. The boy fetches the water. The old man teaches. Arlan teaches him, first, how to be of service. When you accept a lord's meat and mead, he says, and Dunk is small enough that he has to look up to hear him. All you do reflects on him. Always do more than he expects of you. Never less. Never flinch at any task or hardship. The boy, who is still a boy from Flea Bottom, who has never accepted any lord's meat or mead, because no lord has ever given him any, hears this the way a child hears the rules of a game he has not yet been allowed to play. He memorizes it. He repeats it to himself in the dark. He does not yet understand it, but he will. Arlan teaches him, second, how to be a knight. This part is more practical. Arlan was never a great knight, and he knows this, and he says it freely, and the saying of it is itself a lesson, that a man can know his own size and still hold his ground. He shows Dunk the long sword. He shows Dunk the 8-foot ash war lance, the dented iron half-helm, the chainmail hauberk that smells of every old battle it has ever seen. He shows Dunk the dagger. He has Dunk swing the sword until the boy's arms fall off, and then he has Dunk swing it again the next morning. He laughs at Dunk when Dunk is bad, which Dunk is for years, and he does not stop laughing until Dunk is good, which takes longer than either of them expected. He calls the boy Dunk the Lunk. He calls him thick as a castle wall. He calls him slow as an aurochs. The boy receives these names the way the boy receives everything, with a slow blink and a half shrug, but the names are not unkind. They are the names of a man who is fond of the boy he is naming. Years later, Dunk will repeat them to himself in moments when he is afraid, and the repeating will not break him. It will steady him, because the names are also a memory of being loved. Together they ride the kingdoms. They go to Highgarden, the great green seat of House Tyrell in the Reach, and serve Lord Leo Tyrell for a stretch. And the boy who has only ever known the smell of a slum smells, for the first time, the smell of a garden. They go to King's Landing in the year that comes to be called 205, after the founding of the kingdom, and Dunk passes within a few streets of the alley where Arlan first found him, and does not say so, and does not need to. They serve a lord called Florin for half a year. They join a hunt in the year 206 for a man called the Vulture King, a bandit chief who has been hiding in the Red Mountains of Dawn, and who is causing enough harm that a storm lord called Manfred Dondarrion has decided to ride against him. Dunk and Arlan ride with the Dondarrion banners. They cross into Dawn, the dry kingdom in the south, where the sun is white and the wells are deep, and the people have a different word for almost everything. They sleep on hard ground. They eat hard bread. They live, for those weeks, the life that Dunk's father, whoever his father was, could not have imagined for him. In the year 208, they ride to Lannisport, the great port of the Western Kingdoms, and the boy who once did not know the sea sees the sea. He stands at the docks. He watches the ships come in. He does not, you will perhaps not be surprised to hear, dream of fares to Essos any longer. He has not forgotten Rafe, but he no longer needs the boat that Rafe needed. They never go to Pennytree. Pennytree is the village Arlan was born in, a small place on the border between two great Riverlands houses, the Blackwoods and the Brackens. Arlan does not, in their full decade together, take Dunk there. He does not even, the boy notices, speak of it often. There is something Arlan has left in Pennytree that he does not wish to return to, and Dunk, in the way a boy learns the silences of an older man, does not ask. Years later, Dunk will not even know exactly where Pennytree is on the map. He will know the man, but not the place that made him. That is a kind of intimacy too. What Dunk learns in those years is not only how to swing a sword. He learns the rhythms of the Seven Kingdoms. He learns which lord is at war with which other lord, which septon is to be trusted, which inn will let a hedge knight sleep in the stable for nothing if he agrees to chop the wood in the morning. He learns the road. He learns, more than anything, that a man can be poor and still be a knight, and that a man can be rich and still not be one. He learns the difference between the two. He grows. By the time he is 15 or 16, neither he nor Arlan are certain. He is taller than his master and broader through the shoulders. The old man pretends to be annoyed by this. The boy pretends not to notice. The horses, who have seen more, pretend nothing. What Dunk does not yet know, friend, is that the road is going to take Arlan from him before the road is done with the two of them. But that, again, is for another chapter. Let us leave the boy where he is happiest, on a road, in a saddle, with the old man riding ahead of him, humming about a town called Gulltown, and a fair maid he has perhaps never met. Let us go to the other road. Garberley College stands in the town of Ballinasloe, in the east of County Galway, about 30 miles northeast of Portumna. It is an old school. It has been there long enough to have its own way of doing things, and the chief of those ways, the way that matters to our story, is rugby. Garberley is what Irish people call a rugby school. That is not a small phrase. In Ireland, for a school to be a rugby school is to mean that the school's identity is built around the game, that boys are sent there to play it, that fathers send their sons there because they themselves were sent, that the corridors are lined with photographs of teams in striped jerseys, reaching back further than the boys can imagine. Barristers are made at universities. Doctors are made at medical schools. Rugby players in the west of Ireland are made at Garberley. When Peter Claffey is sent there, he is being sent into a tradition. He arrives, friend, no longer the wobbly child of Portumna. The body that once embarrassed him has by now agreed to be on his side. He is growing into it. He is still tall, but he is no longer awkward in his height, or rather, when he is, the awkwardness now reads less as wobble and more as power. And on a rugby pitch, power is what they were looking for. He is a lock. That is the position. In the loose, cheerful way the British and Irish name their rugby positions, a lock is a second row forward, one of the two tallest men in the team, whose job in the scrum is to pack down behind the front row and add weight, and whose job in the line out is to be lifted into the air by his teammates so that he can catch the ball. It is a position for tall men. It is, in fact, almost the only thing tall men are useful for in rugby. And Peter, who has spent his whole childhood being told he is too tall for everything, is now in a place where being too tall is the entire point. His coach in those years, in the academy he will join later, will describe him as a big, gangly fellow, and will say of him, with great affection, that his rugby skills probably weren't his strength at the time. The man's name is Nigel Carolan. He will become important. We will hear his name again. For now, take this from the man, what Peter did have. Carolan will say years later in an interview with The Athletic, he was a big man, and we knew he was going to be a big man. He had a drive and determination to make it, and worked really hard. The drive matters, friend. The drive is the thing. A boy with Peter's height could have been, in a gentler world, a comfortable boy. A boy who relied on his height and did the rest with a half shrug. Peter is not that boy. He is, in his own quiet way, hungry. He works. He builds himself up in the gym. He becomes athletic where he was once gangly, puts on muscle where there was once only length. By the time he is in his late teens, the body is no longer a problem to be apologized for. The body is a tool, and Peter is learning to use it. He plays for several clubs in those years. He plays for Ballinasloe RFC, the local club at his school's town. He plays for Galwegians in the city of Galway. He plays, when he is older, for Galway Corinthians, where his brother John will also play, and where the two of them will line up together in green and black hoops. And a coach will say of them what we already heard him say, that having both Claffeys on the field at once is like having a machine, because they never stop. He represents Ireland. This is the thing, friend, that rugby boys in Ireland dream of from the time they are old enough to pull on a green shirt. He plays for the Ireland under-20 team in the year 2016 in a competition called the Six Nations Under-20s Championship. He runs out at the international level against France. He runs out against England. The squad around him is full of names that have since become very famous in Irish rugby. Boys called James Ryan, Jacob Stockdale, Hugo Keenan, Andrew Porter, all of whom will go on to be capped for the senior Ireland team. Peter is in their company. He is, by every reasonable measure, going to be one of them. He picks up, during that Six Nations, a knock to the head. This is the small detail, friend, that the rugby world remembers and the acting world does not. Carolan, his coach, will mention it years later, quietly in the way men mention things that mattered. He picked up a head knock during that Six Nations campaign, Carolan will say, and that curtailed his involvement for the rest of that season. The boy comes back from it. He keeps playing, but the moment is the first crack in the dream. The first time his body has done something he did not authorize. He is recruited into the Connacht Rugby Academy, the development pathway for the Western Province of Ireland. This is the place a boy goes when a real career in rugby is becoming possible, when the gap between schoolboy rugby and professional rugby is small enough to step across. He joins the academy, friend, in the year 2015. He is 19. He is full of a thing he has never quite let himself feel before, which is hope. For the next 2 years, he works, he trains, he grows. He learns the older trade of professional rugby, which is not the same trade as schoolboy rugby. It is harder and quieter and far more lonely. The boys in the academy are not, by and large, his friends in the way the boys at Galway were his friends. They are competitors. They are all chasing the same small number of contracts. The province in those years is on the rise. It has won the Pro 12 Championship in 2016. The year Peter is at the academy and the squad is filling with internationals and men with international ambitions. The competition for places at Peter's position is, in those years, brutal. The men ahead of him in the queue are men he himself will later name: Alton Delane, Quinn Rue, Gavin Thornbury. All of them, by his own admission, very fine players. I couldn't have lost out to better men, he will say of them, with the generosity of a man who has done his grieving. But the contract, when it comes, is real. In March of 2018, Connacht Rugby announces that 3 academy players have been signed to senior professional contracts for the coming season. The announcement is shared with the local newspaper. The names are Cillian Gallagher, Conan O'Donnell, Peter Claffey. The coach, a man called Kieran Keane, says of the 3 of them that they have been integrating into the senior squad training this season, and we have been impressed with the progress they have made. It is, on paper, the moment Peter has been working toward since he was 11 years old in the back of his parents' car on the road to Ballinasloe. He is 21. He is a professional rugby player. The dream has, in the technical sense, come true. You and I both know, friend, that it has not, because dreams, when they come true, are often not the size we expected them to be. We grow up to find that the dream we have arrived at has rooms in it we did not know to dream of, and one of those rooms can be loneliness, and one can be doubt, and one can be the slow, unhappy realization that what we wanted is not what we want. Peter walks into all 3 of those rooms, but before he does, friend, before we sit with him on the year that is going to break his heart, we must go back to the other road. We must look in on Dunk, because something is about to happen on Dunk's road too. Something far quieter than the trial of 7 that everyone remembers, but in its own way more important. The old man on the horse is getting older. The boy he has been making, slowly, for 10 long years, is almost made, and the kingdom is about to call them both to a meadow called Ashford. It is spring, friend, in the year 209. The rains have come, and the ground has softened. Dunk is, by this point, 16 or 17. He is still not exactly sure, and Arlan is not exactly sure either. And the 2 of them have stopped trying to be exactly sure, because what does an exact age give a hedge knight that he does not already have? He is taller than any man they have met on the road for over a year. He is broader too. The chainmail Arlan once owned does not quite close at the shoulders any longer, and they have sewn extra rings into it. The ash-war lance Arlan once carried sits more comfortably in Dunk's grip than in Arlan's. The horses know it. Even the horses tilt their ears toward the boy now when there is a question of who is in charge. They are riding to a tourney. A tourney, friend, is a great gathering of knights, a kind of festival of war where men in armour ride against each other for sport, and where the small folk crowd the fences to watch, and where the lords of the surrounding lands set up pavilions in their family colours and feast, and trade and gossip for a week. It is not a battle. Men die in tourneys, but they die by accident, not by purpose. And for a hedge knight, a knight without a lord, a tourney is the one place where the size of his sword and the size of his name might be made to match. Arlan has decided to ride to one called the Tourney at Ashford Meadow. Ashford Meadow is in the southern part of the Reach, at a castle held by a lord called Ashford, whose daughter has come of age, and is therefore, by tradition, to be honoured at the tourney. 5 champions will defend her honour, and any knight may challenge them, and there will be a melee, and there will be a feast, and the prize purse will be large enough that even a hedge knight might come home from it, with enough silver to live a year on. They take the long road south. Days pass, the rain does not stop. Arlan begins to cough. The first day Dunk hears it, he does not think much of it. Old men cough. The road is wet. The boy is, in his own way, still a boy. The second day the cough deepens. The third day Arlen does not sing his song about Gulltown. He simply rides in silence, his hands looser on the reins than they should be. And the boy, who has been riding behind a humming old man for a decade, hears the silence the way another man might hear a scream. By the fourth day, Arlan cannot ride. They make camp on the western slope of a low hill. Dunk, who has done many things by now, has not done this one. He builds a fire. He wraps Arlan in his own cloak. He brings water. He brings broth when there is broth. He listens to Arlan's breathing in the dark and counts the long pauses between one and the next. Arlan, on the last night, talks not very much, not very long. He says, not to Dunk, but to the stars above the camp, another day done, and who knows what the morrow will bring us. Eh, Dunk? It is the same line he has said every evening for 10 years, and the boy who has heard it 10,000 times hears it now for what it is, a benediction given backwards to a life. He says other things too. He says, mostly, that the boy is to go on to the tourney, that the boy has earned it, that the boy is. And here the old man, who has called him Dunk the Lunk for 10 years, does him the great kindness of using a different name. A night. He dies before morning. Dunk buries him on the western slope of the hill, the slope that faces the sunset. Because Arlan loved sunsets, and the boy who has been his squire for 10 years knows this the way a son knows his father's favourite chair. He digs the grave himself. The ground is wet, which makes it easier. He places Arlan inside, he says, in a voice that is not yet a man's voice, but is no longer a boy's. The only words he can think of. The gods keep you, sir. And then he fills the grave in, and he does not look at the thing at the bottom of it while he does, because to look at it would be to know that it is true, and the boy is not ready, just yet, to know that it is true. He stands by the grave for a long time. He looks at the 3 horses Arlan has left him. Thunder the warhorse, the swayback chestnut, the palfrey Sweetfoot. He looks at the chainmail and the ash lance, and the dented half-helm. He looks at the road, which goes south to Ashford, and north to nowhere in particular. And then, friend, he does the thing that the old man has spent 10 years preparing him to do. He gets back on the horse. He rides to the tourney. We will leave him riding, friend. 2 roads. 2 boys becoming, by inches, 2 men. One of them has just buried the man who made him, and is riding, with 3 horses and a borrowed name, toward a meadow that is going to change the shape of the kingdom. The other is in a training ground in the west of Ireland, signing the contract he has been chasing since he was a child, and walking, without yet knowing it, into a year of his life that will hurt more than any contract should ever hurt. Both of them are about to be tested. Both of them are about to learn, in their different ways, what it is to want a thing very badly and have the world ask you whether you are quite sure. But the night, friend, is still long. We have time. Let us let them rest before we let them be tested. Dunk is asleep beside a small fire on the road south, his hand resting on Thunder's neck, the 3 horses breathing soft and slow around him. Peter is asleep in a room in Galway, the contract folded on a desk, the rain coming down on the city outside. Both of them, friend, dreaming of nothing in particular. Both of them, exactly where they need to be. There is a moment, friend, in every life that is going to mean something. A moment when the world asks the man if he is sure. It does not always look like a test. Sometimes it looks like a closed gate. Sometimes it looks like a quiet morning in a training session that no one important is watching. Sometimes it looks like a man with a clipboard saying, gently, that there is no place for you on this team this week. The world rarely asks its hard questions with a trumpet. The world usually asks them with paperwork, or with silence, or with a man at a gate who needs you to prove that you are who you say you are, and who has no reason to believe you when you say it. Tonight, both of our boys are about to be asked. Dunk is going to be asked at a gate. Peter is going to be asked across a long, silent year on a training pitch, far from the cameras and the matches he was supposed to be playing in. Both of them are going to find that the world, having allowed them to come this far, is now going to require them to insist on being here. And both of them, in their own quiet ways, are going to insist. Let us begin at the gate. The road from the hill where Arlan is buried to the meadow at Ashford takes Dunk a few days. He rides slowly, because Thunder is old, and Chestnut is older, and because there is no one ahead of him any longer telling him to keep up. He stops, on the way, at an inn. The inn has no name in the singer's songs. It is one of the small wayside inns that dot the roads of the Reach, 2 stories of timber and mud brick. A stable, a dog, that has been there longer than any of the men inside. Dunk pays for a meal. He eats it at a long table with strangers, the way travellers eat. He is quiet. He is, for the first time in his life, alone. While he is eating, friend, a young noble at the inn, drunk, well-dressed, badly shaken, sees him from across the room and goes pale. The young man rises. He approaches. He claims, in a slurred voice, to have dreamed of Dunk. He does not say what the dream was. He becomes distraught at the simple fact of the boy being there, in the flesh, in the inn, eating bread. He stumbles upstairs. The innkeeper, embarrassed, tells Dunk to ignore it. The lordling is in his cups and out of his senses, and not to be taken seriously. Dunk, who has been raised by Arlan, and who has been told 1,000 times that the better you know your foe, the easier it is to best him, files the moment away. He does not yet know that the drunken boy is going to be important. He does not yet know that the boy is going to call himself, much later, by a different name, and that he is going to be the centre of a quiet rebellion against the realm. For now, the lordling is only a man on a stairway, frightened of a dream. Dunk finishes his bread. He goes outside to check on his horses. In the stable, he meets a boy. The boy is small, perhaps 8 or 9 years old. He is, friend, completely bald. This is unusual because most boys are not. Dunk, who has not yet learned to be surprised by anything, looks at the boy without saying so. The boy looks back. He is not afraid of the giant in front of him. He is, on the contrary, openly inspecting him, the way a small, careful clerk might inspect the goods at a market stall. The boy says he is an orphan. He says he wants to be a squire. He says he wants Dunk to take him to Ashford. Dunk, who has come from being an orphan, who has just buried the man who once took him on, does not have it in him that night to take on another. He says no. He pays the boy a copper, kindly, the way a man pays a beggar he has decided not to argue with. He goes to bed. He rises before dawn. He saddles his horses. He rides out. The boy, friend, follows him. This, too, will become important. Hold the bald boy in your mind. We will return to him by the next morning. Ashford Castle sits on the bank of the river Cockleswent in the southern part of the Reach. The lord who holds it has called the great tourney to honour his daughter, and by the time Dunk rides up to the meadow outside the castle, the meadow has been transformed. Pavilions have been raised, friend, in the colours of every great house of the Reach and beyond. There are red apples on green silk for House Fossaway, and the silver fish of House Mooton, and the green hand of House Allyrian, and the sons of Dawn, and the stags of the Stormlands, and 100 others that Dunk has only ever heard sung about. There are merchants. There are armourers hammering at small forges, set up in the open air. There are puppeteers and singers and gamblers and pickpockets. There are cook fires giving up smoke into the spring sky, and in the centre of all of it, on the banks of the river, the lists themselves have been raised. The long fence of painted wood down which the knights will charge each other on horseback in the days to come. Dunk, riding in alone with 3 horses and 1 chainmail hauberk, has never seen anything like it. He goes, because he has been told to the master of games, the man whose office it is to enter knights into the tourney. The master of games is called Plumber. He is a small, careful, neatly dressed man, the sort of man who has a small, careful, neatly dressed scribe at his elbow taking notes. He looks at Dunk without warmth. He looks at the 3 horses and the dented half-helm, and the boy standing in front of him in clothes that have been on the road too long. He asks the boy his name. Dunk gives it. The boy has not, friend, given much thought to what he was going to say at this gate, because the gate has come up faster than he expected. He has never had to introduce himself to a master of games before. He has been the squire of Sir Arlen of Pennytree for 10 years, and that has been answer enough at every door he has passed through. Now standing alone, he reaches inside himself for a name and finds Dunk. And Dunk, he understands with a sudden dropping feeling, will not do, he says, without quite knowing where it comes from, that his name is Sir Duncan the Tall. The name is invented in that moment, friend. It is invented because Dunk sounds like nothing, and because he is in fact tall, and because a knight needs a knightly name, and because the boy has decided, somewhere between the road and the master's table, that he is going to enter this tourney as a knight. He is going to enter under the name his master gave him in the dark of the last night of his master's life. He is going to be what Arlen, with his last breath, called him. Plumber, who has heard 1,000 boys give themselves names at his table, asks the obvious question. He asks who knighted Sir Duncan the Tall. Dunk says, Sir Arlen of Pennytree. Plumber asks if there were any witnesses. And here, friend, is the gate. Because the answer is no. There were no witnesses. There was only the dying old man and the boy beside him, and the rain on the canvas, and perhaps, somewhere in the brush, a robin in a thorn tree. There was no septon, there was no anointing, there was no vigil, there was no proper ceremony, and there is therefore no record, and there is therefore. Plummer's small careful face is already telling him, no entry into the tourney. Plummer is not a cruel man. He is simply a man who keeps lists, and a man who keeps lists has to be allowed to keep them, or the lists mean nothing. He asks Dunk if any knight present at the tourney remembers Sir Arlan of Pennytree. He asks if any lord can vouch for the dead hedge knight. He gives the boy a chance. The boy, friend, does not know any knight at the tourney. He has been on the road his whole life, but he has been on it as a squire, and squires do not, as a rule, drink with knights. He goes from pavilion to pavilion, he asks. He is laughed at, gently, in some places, and not gently in others. He tries a man called Manfred Dondarian, the same Stormlord he and Arlen once rode against the Vulture King with. And Manfred, who knows perfectly well that Arlen rode with him, will not vouch for the boy. He cannot be bothered. He will not put his own name to this strange large boy who has come out of nowhere and named himself a knight. Dunk walks back to his camp. He sits down by his fire. He looks at his horses. He thinks. The way a boy thinks when he is 16 and alone, that he has lost. It is at this moment, friend, that the bald boy reappears. The bald boy, you will remember, was last seen at the inn where Dunk had told him no. The bald boy has, in the meantime, walked. He has walked across an ordinary country with no one's permission. He has slept on the cold ground. He has, somewhere along the way, ridden in the back of a lamb cart, which he reports to Dunk with a small dignity that does not invite jokes. He has come to Ashford because he wants to be Dunk's squire, and he will not, in the way of small brave children, accept that Dunk does not want him. He is here by Dunk's fire eating Dunk's bread. He says his name is Egg. Dunk, who is a long way past being surprised, accepts him. This, friend, is the moment the rest of the story turns on. Because Egg, of course, is not what the boy is called. Egg is what his older brothers have always called him. A teasing name for a head that has been shaved, and the head has been shaved because the boy is in disguise. The boy's real name is Aegon. He is a Targaryen. He is the youngest son of the king's youngest brother, Prince Maekar, and his older brother is the heir's heir. And if that sentence is confusing, friend, you can let it be confusing for a little while because Dunk himself does not know any of it. Dunk has agreed to take on as his squire a small bald orphan from a flea bottom that the orphan has never actually lived in. The boy makes himself useful. He fetches water. He grooms the horses. He listens. The way a boy raised in court listens, much more carefully than he is letting on. He knows instinctively, not to mention his real family. He calls Dunk Sir. He sleeps on the other side of the fire. That night, the two of them lie under a tree at the edge of the meadow. Dunk is staring at the night sky, because he has not figured out what to do about Plummer or the witnesses or the knighthood that may not exist. The boy is staring at the sky too. The boy points. He points at a streak of white falling across the dark. A shooting star, fast and silent, the boy says, in the tone of someone who has been told this by older relatives, and is repeating it carefully, that a shooting star is good luck for those who see it. The other knights in their tents cannot see this one. Only Dunk and Egg can. Dunk does not yet know what he is going to do with that star. He will know in the morning, because in the morning, friend, the gate opens. What happens, friend, is small, almost accidental, and exactly the kind of thing the world quietly hinges on. Dunk is wandering through the castle yard, looking for a knight who might still vouch for him. He turns a corner. He walks, by purest accident, into the middle of a quiet, tense conversation between two princes of the realm. One of them is Crown Prince Baelor, the heir to the Iron Throne, a tall, calm, dark-haired man with grave eyes. The other is Prince Maekar, Baelor's younger brother. They are arguing, in the way royal brothers argue, about Maekar's two missing sons, the older one drinking somewhere, the younger one missing entirely, because Maekar has just realized, friend, that his youngest boy has run away from court. He has been gone for weeks. The boy is, of course, sitting under a tree on the other side of the castle wall, calling himself Egg, and squiring for an enormous orphan from Flea Bottom. The prince's turn. They see Dunk, who has not been raised to know what to do in front of two princes, does the only thing he can think of. He explains why he is there. He explains, in the small, embarrassed way of a boy trying to make his case to men whose attention he has not earned, about Plummer, and about Arlen, and about the witnesses, and about the road. And here, friend, is where the kingdom turns on a memory. Prince Baelor pauses. He looks at Dunk's face. He looks at the chainmail. He says, slowly, that he remembers Sir Arlan of Pennytree. He says he once rode against him in a tourney many years before, and that the old hedge knight broke 7 lances against him. Baelor, heir to the Iron Throne, the man who in another country would not give an orphan with 3 horses the time of day, says quietly that he will vouch for Arlen, and therefore for Dunk, and that the boy may enter the tourney. The boy friend almost falls down where he stands. He goes to thank Baelor, but Baelor has already turned away to deal with his brother. The matter is closed. The gate is open. The tourney is on. There is, however, a small wrinkle. The shield Dunk carries is Arlan's shield. It bears the winged silver chalice on brown of Arlan's house. Dunk is not Arlan's true-born son. He cannot, by the laws of heraldry, ride under another man's arms. He must have arms of his own. He goes, with Egg, to find a painter. The painter is a young Dornish woman, travelling with a puppet show. She is tall, quite tall, for a Dornish woman, and her name is Tansel. And the puppeteer's troupe she travels with has, as a kind of family joke, given her the name Tansel Too Tall. She works, when she is not pulling strings, as a painter. She paints shields. She is good. Dunk, awkward in front of her, in a way he has never been awkward in front of anyone, asks her what to paint. Egg helps. Egg, who at 9 years old is a better diplomat than most lords, suggests an elm. He suggests one like the one by the river, the one Dunk and Egg slept under the night before. Dunk, slowly, builds the rest of the design. He asks Tansel to paint a sunset behind the elm, because Arlan loved sunsets. He asks her to paint the elm itself, brown trunk and green branches, and then, because the boy under the tree pointed it out to him, he asks her to paint a shooting star above the tree, a green shooting star, an elm tree, a sunset. Tansel paints it. The shield, when it is dry, is the most beautiful thing Dunk has ever owned. He carries it back to his camp, He does not yet know that this shield, 1200 years from now, is going to hang in an armory on an island called Tarth, where a girl with cracked fingertips will trace its painted edges, and without knowing why, decide to carry it as her own. He does not yet know any of that, friend. He only knows that the gate has opened, and that he has a name, and that he has a squire, and that he has a sigil. The boy from Flea Bottom, who started this chapter with no name and no witnesses, ends this chapter as Sir Duncan the Tall, of the green shooting star and the elm at sunset. He sleeps that night, friend, the deepest sleep of his life. He has, by the standards of the world he was born into, arrived. What he does not know, what no one in the meadow knows, is that the test that has been asked of him so far has only been a small administrative test, a scribe's test, a plumber's test. The real test, the one history will remember, has not begun yet, but the real test will not come until tomorrow. Tonight, let us let him sleep. Let us go to the other test. The Connacht senior squadron, friend, at a place called the Sports Ground in the city of Galway. The Sports Ground is a working stadium. It does not have the grandeur of the great rugby cathedrals of Dublin or Belfast. It is square and honest and slightly battered, the way buildings on the Atlantic coast often are. It is where the men of the Western Province play their home matches, in front of a small loyal crowd, in a wind that comes off the sea and rearranges everyone's hair as it pleases. It is where Peter Claffey, in the late summer of 2018, walks in for the first day of his life as a professional rugby player. He is 21. He is 6'5". He weighs by then around 19 stone, which is to say 109 kilograms, which is to say very heavy, and almost all of it is muscle. He has trained for this his whole adolescent life. He has the contract. He has the kit. He has the access pass that gets him into the parts of the building the public never see. What he does not have, friend, is a place in the team. A senior rugby squad is a strange institution. There are perhaps 50 men in it, and a starting 15 for the weekend, and a bench of a further 8. That means that on any given match weekend, more than half the men in the squad are not playing. Of those who are not playing, some are injured, some are recovering, some are being rested, and some, like Peter, in those first months are simply not selected. Not for this match, not for the next one, not, eventually, for any of them. This is, on paper, normal. Every academy graduate goes through it. The professional environment is harder than the academy. The players around you are older and stronger and more complete in their game, and a young lock, even a tall, athletic young lock, is expected to spend a season or two in the queue before he is ready. But what is normal, friend, can still hurt very badly. Peter spends his first season at Connacht, and his only season, doing the things a man does when he is in the squad, but never in the team. He trains every day. He runs in the warm-up matches that no one televises. He carries pads in the contact drills so that the senior players have something heavy to hit. He sits on the bus when the team travels to away games, dressed in a tracksuit without ever being on the team sheet. He goes to the gym. He goes home. He goes to sleep. He gets up. He goes to the gym again. The men ahead of him in the queue, friend, are men he names by their first names with affection, even later. There is Alton Delane, an Irish international, capped for the senior team. There is Quinn Rue, a South African-born lock, who has worn the green of Ireland too. There is Gavin Thornberry, a New Zealand-born lock, also on the path to international rugby. I couldn't have lost out to better men, Peter will say later, in an interview given to Rugby Players Ireland. So I've no complaints. If anything, being surrounded by them helped mould me into a better person. That is, friend, the public face of it. The private face, when he allows himself the private face later, is darker. He will say of that year that it was probably the most isolating, lonely year I've ever had. Those are the words he will give to The Independent on the 19th of January in 2026 when He is a famous man on a famous television show, and a journalist is finally asking him kindly about a year that nobody asked him kindly about at the time. Isolating, lonely. Friend, sit with those two words for a moment. He is a young man in his physical prime, in the city he has dreamed of playing for, training with men he has watched on television, getting paid to do what every boy in his hometown wished they could do. By every reasonable external measure, he should be the happiest man in Galway, and he is instead the loneliest. He goes home at night and he is empty. He gets up in the morning and he is empty. The dream he has been chasing since he was 11 has become, somehow, the cage he is sitting in. There is also, friend, a quieter problem, and this one is harder to name. He himself, when he allows himself to name it, will not name it as injury. He will not name it as bad luck. He will not blame the coaches, or the men ahead of him, or the system. He will name it, with great honesty, as something inside him. He will say of it, years later, speaking to a journalist for USA Today, that he did not leave rugby because of an injury. He left because, in his own words, he didn't have the heart for it. He left because he felt, as quietly as anyone has ever admitted such a thing in a sport that does not encourage admissions, that he wasn't good enough. This is the test, friend. This is the gate. This is the plumber's table, the witnessless knighting, the question the world finally asks the boy. The test for Peter is not a sword. It is not a duel. It is not a single dramatic moment. It is a long, quiet year in which the world declines, week after week, to put him on the team sheet, and in which he himself, week after week, has to ask himself whether what he is doing is truly the thing he wants to do. He could, friend, have stayed. He could have buckled down. He could have given it 3 more years, and possibly 5, and possibly broken into the team in the end. There are men in rugby who do that. There are men whose careers begin properly at 26, after long years of patience, and who go on to wear the green of Ireland into their 30s. He could have been one of them. The drive was there. The body was there. His coach, Nigel Carolan, who had known him since he was 15, certainly believed it was there. When the news finally comes that he is to be released, that the contract will not be renewed for the next season, Carolan will say, in an interview years later, that the word that comes to mind is devastated. The word is the right word. Peter is devastated. The thing he has been chasing since he was 11 has, in the small administrative phrase the rugby world uses, not worked out. But here, friend, is the thing. When the devastation passes, and it takes a while, we should not pretend it does not. What is left underneath it is not, as he himself expected, defeat. What is left is something else. It is, in his own quiet phrasing, not having the heart for it any longer, which is a different statement than I am not good enough. It is, when you sit with it, almost the opposite. It is the boy in him admitting, finally, that the dream he was chasing was a dream his hometown gave him, before he had learned to ask for one of his own. He tells his family, he tells his coach, he plays out the rest of the season in a quieter team, Terenure College in Dublin, a club where the rugby is good but the stakes are smaller, and where a young man can play out a transition without being watched. He is 23, and then, friend, he begins, very quietly, to do something he has not done since he was a child. He begins to perform. He starts a small Instagram account. By then, a thing young men did. He posts comedy sketches. He writes them himself. They are silly and gentle and Irish, and a few thousand people watch them, and a few thousand people more. And Peter Claffey, the failed lock, the man who was not good enough for Connacht, discovers, slowly, in the privacy of his own phone, that there is something inside him that the rugby world had no use for. He discovers, friend, that he is funny. He discovers that he has a face that other people enjoy looking at. He discovers that he can make his own work, write his own scenes, film himself doing them, make a small joke land in front of strangers, without needing a coach to put him on a team sheet. He has, for the first time in his life, picked up the pen himself. That winter, he applies to a place called the Bow Street Academy in Dublin. It is a screen acting school. Other Irish actors he admires, men called Barry Keoghan and Jack Raynor, have studied there. It accepts him. He goes. He graduates after a one-year course in the summer of 2020. He has by then walked away from rugby completely. The boy who once stood on the pitch at the sports ground, friend, has not stopped existing. He is in there somewhere, inside the body of a young actor, with no credits, a small Instagram following, and a quiet new ambition that he is afraid to say out loud. He has, like Dunk at Ashford, just walked through the first gate. The hard tests have not begun, but the gate, friend, the gate is open. We will leave them both, friend, on the other side of the first gate. Dunk is asleep at his camp at Ashford, his new shield drying beside him, the green shooting star shining faintly in the firelight. The bald boy is curled up on the other side of the fire, breathing softly, dreaming of nothing in particular. Peter is in a small room in Dublin, 1,200 years away, with a graduation certificate from an acting school on his desk, and a pile of self-tapes for auditions on his laptop, dreaming, also, of nothing in particular. Both of them are about to be tested again. Both of them, friend, do not yet know how hard, but the night is long, and we have time. There is a particular kind of fear, friend, that comes the morning of a thing you have spent your whole life waiting for. It is not the fear of failing. That comes later. The fear of failing is for the men who have failed before, who know what failure tastes like, who have learned to brace for it. The fear that comes before your first real test is a stranger thing. It is the fear of finding out. It is the fear of waking up, finally, to the answer to the question your life has been asking you. Are you the man you have been pretending to be? Are you the man your master saw? Are you, in fact, what your size suggests? Or are you only the boy who has been borrowing other men's armor all this time? Both of our boys, friend, are about to find out. Dunk is going to find out at a tournament that will rearrange the line of succession of the Iron Throne. Peter is going to find out, more quietly, in a series of small Irish television parts that no one will remember in 5 years, but which will teach him every single thing he needs to know to play a giant in a book. The fear in both of them, on the morning of their tests, is the same fear. Let us begin in the meadow. Ashford Meadow, on the morning of the first day of the tourney, is, friend, a place that has decided to be itself. The mist comes off the river. The pavilions, washed by overnight rain, glow in the early sun. Banners hang heavy with damp. The small folk are already lining the rails of the lists, eating bread, holding up small, wide-eyed children to see the knights. The knights themselves are in their tents, being strapped into armor by their squires, drinking the watered wine, the strong stomach drink in the mornings. The horses are being led. The dogs are being shouted at. A man somewhere is selling sausages, and a woman somewhere is shouting at the man for selling them too loud. Dunk, Sir Duncan the Tall, friend, as he must now be called, is in his small camp at the edge of the meadow. Egg is helping him into his armor. The boy's small hands move quickly. Dunk's heart is going very fast, and he is trying not to let the boy see. It is on this morning, friend, that the thing happens. Tansel, the Dornish puppeteer who painted Dunk's shield, has set up her puppet show on the edge of the fairgrounds. She has, for the entertainment of the small folk, written a small scene in which a brave knight slays a dragon. It is the kind of scene puppeteers have been performing for centuries. It is the kind of scene that the small folk love precisely because it is simple. Knight, dragon, sword, victory. A young Targaryen prince in the crowd sees the scene and decides that it is about him. His name is Aerion. He is the older brother of the boy, now known as Egg. He has, for some years already, been showing the kind of cruelty that runs in certain Targaryen princes, the kind of cruelty that comes wrapped in entitlement, that mistakes the suffering of smaller creatures for sport. He sees the puppet show, He decides that the puppeteers are mocking him, the Dragon Prince. He marches up, he breaks the puppets, and then, as if breaking wood were not enough, he reaches across the small wooden booth and takes hold of Tansel herself, and he begins, with the deliberate calm of a man who has done this kind of thing before, to break her fingers. This is the moment, friend, where Dunk's life changes for the second time. He hears the screaming. He sees the prince. He sees Tansel. He does not, in that moment, stop to think about whether the man in the silk doublet is a prince of the realm. He does not stop to think about the laws that protect the royal blood. He does not stop to think at all. He hits him. He hits the prince. Hard enough to knock loose a tooth. Hard enough to knock the prince off his feet. The puppeteer is dropped. The prince is on the ground. Dunk is standing over both of them with his hand still up. The whole meadow goes quiet, because to strike a prince of the blood, friend, is among the gravest crimes in the kingdom. The traditional sentence is the loss of the offending hand. There are men there in that meadow who will, before the day is out, suggest worse. Arion, picking himself up, his mouth bleeding, his pride more bruised than his face, is already calling for the guards. Dunk is arrested. He is taken before the lords of the meadow. The great families come to the tourney, and the princes who attend in person, and he is asked what he wishes. 2 paths are open to him, and only 2. He can submit to the king's justice, in which case he will lose his hand, or he can demand a trial by combat, the old right of any knight in the realm to insist that the question of his guilt be decided not by judges, but by the gods, through swords. He chooses the second. This is the kind of choice that changes a kingdom, because Arion, when he hears that there will be a trial by combat, decides that 1 combatant is not enough. He demands a trial of 7, the rare, ancient form of trial by combat, in which 2 parties of 7 knights each fight on horseback, and the gods, having 7 champions on each side to bless or curse, are believed to render an unmistakable verdict. The trial of 7 has not been held in over 100 years. It is the most serious form of trial the faith of the 7 recognizes. To call it for the breaking of a prince's tooth is, by any measure, absurd. Arion calls for it anyway. His father, Prince Maekar Targaryen, the king's brother, a stern military man who loves his sons more than he can quite manage them, backs him. A trial of 7 it is. Dunk, who has just woken up that morning, a hedge knight, with a freshly painted shield, is now required, by sundown, to find 6 other knights willing to ride beside him against a Targaryen prince and his father and 3 Kingsguard. 6 knights. He has none. The day that follows, friend, is the longest day of Dunk's life so far. He goes from pavilion to pavilion, he asks. He is, in many places, refused, politely in some, less politely in others. The men he is asking do not want to ride against princes. They have lands to lose. They have heirs to protect. They are not, by and large, in the habit of dying for the honor of strange, large boys from nowhere. But here, friend, the boy has help. Egg helps. Egg, who you will recall, is, in fact, Aegon Targaryen, a prince of the realm in disguise, knows things that Dunk does not know. He knows the politics of every tent in the meadow. He knows which knights have grudges against which other knights. He knows which storm lords are angry with which reach lords. He knows, in particular, which men might be persuaded, for reasons of their own, not for love of Dunk, to take the field on Dunk's side. Together, the giant and the bald boy assemble, by sundown, a team. There is Lionel Baratheon, a great storm lord, called the Laughing Storm for his volatile temperament, a man who does not love the Targaryens, and who is willing to ride against them in a tourney for sport. There is Humphrey Beesbury, a knight of the Reach. There is Humphrey Harding, a knight of the Vale. 2 Humphreys, friend. The kingdom's record keepers will struggle with this for years. There is Robin Risling, a young knight whose name will come up later in songs. There is Stephen Fossaway, a knight of one of the great apple-growing houses of the Reach, a man who agrees to fight on Dunk's side, and who, on the day, will betray him. And there is Prince Baelor himself. This, friend, is the part the meadow does not believe. The crown prince of the Iron Throne, heir to King Daeron, the most respected man in the realm, the man who has already vouched for Dunk once at the gate, agrees to ride on Dunk's side against his own brother and his own nephew. He does this because he believes Dunk is right. He does it because he believes, with the calm gravity that the kingdom loves him for, that a true knight protects the weak, and that to fail to defend a man who has done that is to fail at being a knight himself. He does it knowing the weight of what it means for a crown prince to take the field against his own family. He does it anyway. Dunk, who started the morning with no team, ends the day with a team that includes the future king of the realm. He does not, friend, sleep that night. The trial itself, when it comes, is one of those events in the kingdom's history that men will talk about for 100 years. It is held on the lists at Ashford, the long fenced corridor of churned earth, with the stands of the small folk on one side and the lords' galleries on the other. The 7 knights of each side line up at opposite ends. The horns sound. The horses go. The first charge takes one of Aerion's 7 off his horse, Prince Daeron, his older brother, who has secretly told Dunk the night before that he is sick of his family's cruelty and intends to be unhorsed at the first blow, and who keeps his promise. Daeron lies in the mud and does not get up. Stefan Fossaway is already by then fighting for the wrong side, turning his lance against his own cousin Raymoon and not against Aerion's people. Aerion goes for Dunk personally. He is a smaller man than Dunk, but a faster one and a more skilled one, and he is fighting with the cold, methodical hatred of a prince who has been struck in front of a crowd. He stabs at Dunk through the eye slit of his helm. He nearly blinds him. Dunk, who is bleeding from the head and barely upright, swings back and slices Aerion across the pelvis. Both men collapse in the mud. A horn is about to sound. Egg, watching from the side, sees that Dunk is regaining consciousness. He runs to stop the horn from blowing. He does. The trial is not yet over. Dunk, friend, gets up. He gets up the way the boy he was got up on the road outside King's Landing, when Arlen looked down and told him to. He gets up the way the boy in Flea Bottom got up. He is bleeding. He is half blind. He is so heavy in his armor that he can barely lift his arms, but he is up, and he is not finished. And the small folk lining the lists begin slowly to roar for him. He tackles Aerion. He brings him down in the mud and beats him into the ground. He smashes the half of Aerion's helm visor that is still on his head. He beats him until the prince, the cruel, cold, methodical, beautiful Targaryen prince, yields. Dunk has won. But meanwhile, friend, on the other end of the lists, the worst thing that has happened in the realm in a generation has just happened. Maika, Aerion's father, the king's brother, is trying to fight his way to his son. He is afraid, in the chaos of the trial, that Dunk has killed him. He swings his mace hard to clear his path. The mace is meant to keep men away, but Baelor, his older brother, the crown prince, is in the way, fighting alongside Lionel and Robin against the remaining Kingsguard. Baelor has been holding the line. The mace, friend, comes down on the back of Baelor's helm. Baelor staggers. The other knights around him, Raymoon, Steely Pate the armourer, who is at the edge of the lists watching, call for him to remove his helm. Pate helps him. The back of the helm and the gorget come away with a piece of the prince's skull, because the mace has crushed it through. Baelor is dying as he stands. He is not even angry. He is by every account gentle, the way Baelor was always gentle. He looks at his brother. He says he forgives him. He falls into Dunk's arms. Dunk, the orphan from Flea Bottom, the man whose life Baelor has saved twice in 2 days, and he dies there, on the field, in the arms of the boy he has just made into a knight. The kingdom changes shape in that moment. The succession to the Iron Throne shifts, because Baelor was the heir, and his sons are not yet of age. and the line of succession will eventually run through Maekar and through Maekar's surviving sons, of whom one is at this very moment the boy holding Dunk's spare horse on the edge of the lists. Egg, friend, has just become, by the death of his uncle and the slow logic of the kingdom, significantly closer to the throne than he was an hour ago. Arian, the man whose cruelty caused all of this, is exiled. Dunk himself, the boy who started the morning with no name and ends it with the death of a prince in his arms, does not know quite what to do. Maekar, broken by what he has done to his brother, asks Dunk a question that no one expected. Maekar asks if Egg can continue squiring for him. Dunk, kind even when he is exhausted, agrees. The trial of 7 is over. The kingdom will spend 100 years in songs trying to tell the story. Dunk, friend, is alive. He is, in the technical sense, victorious, but Baelor is dead. Tansel has fled. The only man in the realm who fully and unambiguously defended Dunk has been killed. By accident, by the cruelty of the prince Dunk struck. And the boy who was nobody at sunrise is now, quietly, painfully, somebody. Let us let him sleep, friend, in his tent that night, with Egg curled beside him. He has not slept in a long while. The world Peter Claffey walks into, friend, when he leaves Bow Street Academy in the summer of 2020, is a different kind of meadow. There are no horns. There are no Kingsguard. There is no crown prince to vouch for him. What there is, instead, is a long, quiet stretch of self-tapes, the small private auditions that young actors record on their own phones in their own bedrooms and send into the void, hoping that someone, somewhere, in some casting office in London or Dublin, will notice. He sends in those years, hundreds of them. The world replies to almost none. This is, friend, the actor's version of the long, silent year. It is the equivalent of the rugby year at Connacht, the year of being in the squad without being on the team sheet, except that there is no squad. There is only the actor, alone in his room, reading sides for parts he will not get. Two things, however, are different from the rugby year. The first is that he is by now making things himself. He is still posting comedy sketches. He is writing them. He is producing them in his small apartment with whatever camera he has. He is not waiting for someone to put him on the team sheet. He is, in his own small way, picking the pen up. An interviewer for Spotlight magazine, much later, about the importance of staying proactive with self-generated work. The phrase is small. The lesson it contains is enormous. The boy who once needed a coach to call his number has learned, in this quieter year, that he can call his own number. The second is that slowly, very slowly, the auditions begin to land. In 2022, friend, he gets his first credits. The first is a small part on an Acorn TV mystery series called Harry Wilde. He plays a young man named Billy in an episode with the cheerful, slightly absurd title, An Unhappy Happy is a Dangerous Thing. It is one episode. He is a suspect in a murder. The whole thing takes a few days to film. It will not, friend, change his life. It is, however, a credit. It is something to put on the page that previously had nothing on it. The same year, he is cast in a small role in Bad Sisters, the Apple TV black comedy, developed by and starring the Irish writer Sharon Horgan. He plays a young man named Callum in a single episode of the first series, with the cheerful Irish title, Explode a Man. Again, it is small. Again, it does not change his life. Again, it is a credit. What changes his life, slowly, and in the way these things change lives, is Wreck. Wreck is a horror comedy made by BBC Three, set on a luxury cruise ship which is, in the way of all luxury cruise ships in horror comedies, hiding a murder mystery. Peter is cast as a regular character, a young man named Cormac Kelly, a member of the ship's crew. He plays Cormac across both series of the show, 12 episodes in total, between 2022 and 2024. He is, for the first time in his acting life, a member of the squad. He has scenes every week. He has a character. He has people to learn from on the set. Wreck is, friend, his Connacht Academy. It is the place where he learns the trade. He shows up. He hits his marks. He does the comedy. He does the horror. He learns how a long-running television production actually works. The way the lights move, the way the cameras move, the way the actors around him build a performance over weeks. He is in his late 20s. He is gentle and slightly self-deprecating and quietly hungry, and the people around him, the directors, the casting agents, the writers, begin, slowly, to notice him. He picks up other small things in those years. He plays a man named Dunstan in 4 episodes of Vikings, Valhalla on Netflix. He plays a man named Connor Byrne in 2 episodes of Borderline on MGM+. He returns, unusually, to Bad Sisters for its 2nd series, but as an entirely different character, a man named Joe Walsh, a recurring love interest for Becca Garvey, played by the actress Eve Hewson. The casting is so unusual that the press notes it. He plays both of his Bad Sisters characters with such different energies that most of the audience does not realize, on first watch, that the actor is the same. And then, friend, comes the gift. In 2024, he is cast in a film called Small Things Like These. It is a quiet, careful adaptation of a novel by the Irish writer Claire Keegan, set in the Ireland of the 1980s, about a coal merchant who discovers something terrible at a local convent. The film is led by an Irish actor whose name Peter has been saying with some reverence for as long as he has been an actor. The actor's name is Cillian Murphy. Peter has only a small role, a man called Barry. He shares scenes with Murphy. He watches Murphy work. He watches the Oscar-winning man approach his small character with the same exact care that he approached the Oppenheimer character that won him the Oscar in the first place. He watches Murphy be, in his own small, careful way, a knight, a man with a craft, who shows up, who does the thing, who does not need to be the center of every shot, to be the center of every scene. Peter, when he is asked about Murphy in interviews afterwards, will say, repeatedly, that the man's care for the craft was the most important lesson of his career so far. He will say that Murphy is a major influence. He will say it the way Dunk, 1,200 years away, says Arlan's name when he is asked about his teachers. Small Things Like These is the smallest part of Peter's professional life so far. It is also, in a quiet way, the part that finishes his preparation. He has, by the time it is done, played a guest role on a streamer, a recurring role on a horror comedy, a different character in a follow-up season of a comedy he was already in, a Norse warrior on a Netflix epic, a small part on an MGM Plus show, and a working-class Irishman opposite an Oscar winner. He has, friend, served his apprenticeship. The trial of 7 that is coming for him, the trial that history will remember, has not yet been called. The casting director who will summon him does not yet know him by name. The showrunner who will hire him is, at this moment, in a writing room in another city, struggling with a script. But Peter, like Dunk asleep in his tent at Ashford, has done what is asked of him in the smaller trials. He is ready. He just does not yet know it. We will leave them both on the night of their first true tests, friend. Dunk is asleep in a tent at the edge of Ashford Meadow. He has won the trial of 7, but he has lost the man who vouched for him. He is dreaming, in fragments, of mud and faces and a falling star. The kingdom around him is rearranging itself in his sleep, and he does not know it. Egg is curled up on the other side of the tent, breathing softly, more silent than usual. Peter is in a small flat in Dublin, 1,200 years away. He has just finished a long working week on Rec. He has on his desk a script for Small Things Like These, the part of Barry, a few pages long. He is reading it carefully. He is making small notes in the margins. There is a thing, friend, that happens to a man who has just had his great moment. He thinks the world will keep behaving the way the world behaved on the night of the great moment. He thinks the doors that open will stay open. He thinks the men who saw him will go on seeing him. He thinks in some quiet part of himself that the work is done, that he has arrived. And that arrival is the kind of thing that, once it has happened, is done with. The world does not, friend, behave this way. The world, in fact, does the opposite. The world tests a man hardest after his great moment, because that is when he is at his weakest, when he is full of his own success, when he is convinced that he is now somebody, when the small, humble disciplines that got him to the great moment have started very slightly to feel beneath him. Both of our boys, friend, are about to be tested in this second way. For Dunk, the test will come in a place called Standfast, a small drought-stricken tower in the Reach, where he will swear his sword to a man who is not worth the swearing. For Peter, the test will come on a stage in Dublin, where he will play a part that the rugby world would never have understood, in a play that no casting director will pay much money to see. Both of them, friend, are about to learn what the world does to a man between his great moments. Let us begin in the Drought. The years between Ashford and Standfast, friend, are not empty. After the trial of 7, Dunk and Egg ride south into Dawn, looking for Tansel. They do not find her. The puppeteer's troupe has moved on, and Tansel, with her broken fingers and her terror, has gone with it. Dunk, who is, in the small, careful way he allows himself to feel things, in love with her, never sees her again. He carries her absence, friend, the rest of his life. Some men carry absences this way. Some men have a small, empty room inside themselves that they decorate with the woman they did not get to keep, and they live with that room, and they do not move out of the house just because the room is there. They fight pirates on the Dornish coast. They ride against bandits in the Red Mountains. They visit Egg's older brother Aemon at the Citadel. In Old Town, Aemon, friend, the Targaryen prince who has been sent by his family to become a maester, a scholar of the realm, because the family has too many princes and too few scholars. Dunk is, even in the great library city of Old Town, conspicuous. He is 6.5 feet of hedge knight in a city of black-robed men, and the maesters look at him, and the librarians look at him, and Aemon, who will live, friend, to be 100 years old, and who will end his days on the wall, drinks with him at a tavern called the Quill and Tankard, and remembers Dunk for the rest of his very long life. The years pass. Dunk grows broader. Egg grows taller. The bald boy is no longer quite so bald. His hair is allowed to come in some of the time, and he is no longer quite so small. He is, by the time we find him at Standfast, 11 or 12, and his sharp little tongue has only grown sharper. A drought has come to the 7 kingdoms. It is the 2nd year of it. The realm has had a long bad winter, and a worse spring, and now a summer that has been baking the rivers down to mud. The crops are failing. The cattle are thin. There is a hard wind off the dry hills that the small folk in the Reach have begun, in the small dark way small folk do, to call by names they do not say out loud. Across the kingdom, lords are watching their water. It is in this summer, friend, that Dunk takes service. He swears his sword to a man named Sir Eustace Osgrey, the lord of a small tower called Standfast, in the Reach. Eustace is an old Dun knight. He is the last man of an old Dun house. The Osgreys were once great, friend, marshals of the North March, holders of the great castle of Coldmoat down the road. But those days are centuries gone. What is left of the Osgreys is one elderly man in one stone tower, with 3 sad villages on his lands, and a few dozen small folk who depend on him. He has lost his 3 sons. He lost them at the same Battle of Redgrass that killed Rafe 12 years earlier. He lives, now, mostly in the past, in the stories of his ancestors, in the memory of his sons, in a vision of his house that the world stopped agreeing with a long time ago. Dunk does not know all of this when he swears the oath. Dunk only knows that an old knight has offered him bed and bread, and that the boy needs both. There is, with Eustace, another sworn sword, a man named Sir Bennis of the Brown Shield. He is smaller than Dunk and meaner, and quicker to draw, and he treats the small folk under Eustace the way a small man with a small power treats them. Badly. Dunk does not like him. The boy in Dunk, who once was a small folk himself, is not friend going to be friends with Sir Bennis. It is Sir Bennis who one morning starts the trouble. He and Dunk discover, on returning from a small errand to a nearby village, that the stream that runs through Eustace's land, the Chequy, water, named for the checkered pattern that comes through the riverbed, has run dry. They ride upstream. They find, on land belonging to the neighbouring castle of Coldmoat, a dam, a new one, stone and timber, built by small folk under orders. It is diverting the water onto Coldmoat's land, into the moat, into the irrigation, into the gardens, and away from Standfast's 3 small, failing villages. Bennis loses his temper. He pulls his blade, and he slashes the cheek of one of the workers, an old man named Woolmer, who has been doing what his lady told him to do, who has no part in any quarrel between 2 old houses. The cut is not mortal, but it is, in the old language of the Reach, a wound for which a price must be paid. The Lady of Coldmoat is a young widow named Rohan Webber. She is, when our story finds her, 25 years old. She has been widowed 4 times already. Friend, 4, and the small folk have begun to call her the Red Widow, in the way small folk name women they are afraid of. She is small. She is sharp. She has red hair worn in a long braid down her back. She is, by every account in the Sing's versions of the story, beautiful. She is also, and this is the part the singers leave out, extremely intelligent and extremely well advised, and absolutely not someone Eustace Osgrey can afford to have angry with him. She is also, by the laws of her father's will, required to remarry within a short time or lose her castle to a male cousin. She is, in other words, a woman with a great many problems, and a damaged worker on her land is one she does not need. Eustace, when Dunk reports to him what Bennis has done, knows immediately what is coming. He knows that Rohan will not let the cut go unanswered. He sends Dunk to Coldmoat, to the great old castle a day's ride away, to negotiate, to offer a blood price for the cut, to beg, if begging is necessary, that the dam be taken down. Dunk goes. He rides with Egg through the parched countryside. The grass is yellow. The trees are dropping leaves in summer. The wells are low. He arrives at Coldmoat, the great old Osgrey castle that is now a Webber castle, and he is led inside. He meets, first, a man called Sir Lucas Inchfield, called the Long Inch, a knight nearly as tall as Dunk himself, 6.5 feet of him, who serves as Coldmoat's castellan. Lucas' friend is a man with his own ambitions. He is one of Rohan's many would-be suitors. He believes that he has been promised her, and that no one else will have her. He resents Dunk on sight. Lucas plays a small, cruel trick. He leads Dunk to a chamber and indicates an older woman in the room as Lady Rohan. Dunk, who has never met Rohan, bows. The older woman is amused. The real Lady Rohan is in another room, practicing her archery, and when she walks in, small, sharp, 25 years old, with the long red braid down her back, Dunk realizes he has been made a fool of in the first 30 seconds of his visit. He recovers friend, slowly. He always recovers slowly. He explains his case. He offers the blood price. Rohan refuses it. She refuses it because she is not friend, a forgiving woman in matters of insult. She also has a maester at her side, a man called Seric, who produces, from the castle archive, a sealed parchment. The parchment is a royal grant signed by King Daeron II, granting House Webber the Chequy water in perpetuity as reward for their loyalty during the Blackfire Rebellion. The same rebellion that killed Rafe, the same rebellion in which, and Dunk is hearing this for the first time, Eustace Osgrey, his master, fought on the wrong side. Eustace fought for the Blackfire Pretender. He was a traitor to the throne. He was spared by the king's mercy, but he was stripped of his most valuable lands, including this stream. Dunk friend did not know. He has sworn his sword to a man whose history is not what Dunk thought it was. The old Dun Knight, who lives in his tower with the memory of his 3 dead sons, is also a man who fought against his lawful king. Dunk's master, like all our masters when we look closely, is more complicated than Dunk would prefer. Dunk tries one last thing. He has been told by Eustace that Rohan was once fond of one of Eustace's sons, the youngest one, Adam, who died at Redgrass. Eustace has told Dunk that the boy and the lady were childhood sweethearts. Dunk, who is grasping for any thread he can pull, mentions Adam to Rohan. He hopes that the memory of the boy will soften her. It does not soften her, friend. It enrages her, because Rohan loved Adam, truly loved him, in the way young girls love boys who die before they get the chance to grow into men they would have disappointed her with. And she has never forgiven Eustace for taking the 12-year-old to war. She blames Eustace, friend, for Adam's death. She has carried that blame for 16 years, and here is this strange large knight, this hedge knight her father might have hired in another life, blundering into her hall and using her lost boy's name to soften her on the subject of a dam. She slaps him hard across the mouth. She splits his lip. She tells him to leave Coldmoat. She tells him that she will give Eustace until the next morning to deliver Dinsu Bennis to her, or she will come herself with fire and sword. Dunk, friend, walks back to his horse with his lip bleeding and a piece of news in his head that he does not know how to deliver to the old man waiting for him at Standfast. He has discovered that his master is a traitor. He has discovered that the dam belongs, by royal grant, to the woman his master is feuding with. He has discovered that the woman is a great deal more formidable than anyone has prepared him for. And he has discovered that the kingdom is, in the morning, going to come for the man he has sworn his sword to. He rides home. He does not sleep. The events of the next 3 days, friend, are some of the most painful in Dunk's whole life. That night, Watts Wood, the small forest on Eustace's land, burns. Rohan has made good very quickly on her promise of fire. Eustace, who has only 8 terrified peasants and Bennis to defend him, talks of riding on Coldmoat in retaliation, of burning Rohan's mill in turn. Dunk, who has spent a long quiet decade on the road, learning the difference between a knight and a fool, knows that this would only kill the small folk in front of them. He confronts Eustace. He confronts him about the Blackfire Rebellion, about the dam, about the lie of the stream. The old man, who has spent so long telling himself a softer version of his own life, breaks under it. He admits everything. He weeps for his sons. He weeps for his honor. He weeps, in his way, for the boy Adam, who he had perhaps loved more than he ever managed to say. Dunk says he and Egg will leave in the morning. But in the morning, Rohan and her army are at the gate. She has come, friend, with knights, with horses, with the will to take Bennis by force. The Standfast men are 8 farmers. They will be killed if they fight. Dunk, who has at this point been awake for 2 days, asks for a private parley. Rohan grants it. He does in this parley 2 things that no one in Westeros has ever asked him to do. First, he offers her his own blood for Bennis's debt. He cuts his own cheek. He bleeds, in front of her, the way Bennis caused Woolmer to bleed. The blood price is paid by a man's own face, and the old laws of the Reach require it to be accepted. Second, on the matter of the burned wood, he agrees to a trial by combat between himself and Lucas Longinch to settle the question of Rohan's responsibility for the fire. They will fight in the stream itself, the Chequy water, the dry stream, in what little water remains in its lowest pools, because no other ground in the disputed land is neutral. The fight is, friend, almost the death of Dunk. Lucas Longinch is 6'7". He is a great rider, a great fighter, and a man riding for the woman he believes himself owed. Dunk is taller still, but he has been wounded at Ashford, and he has been awake for 2 nights, and he is fighting with a heart that does not, in truth, want this fight. They go at each other in the bed of the stream. The pools are deep enough to drown a man in. Lucas knocks Dunk down. Dunk struggles up. They fight in the muddy pools. the way two giants might wrestle in a half-empty bath. And Dunk, with the last of what is in him, gets Lucas down into the deepest pool, and he holds him there until Lucas stops moving. Dunk almost dies in the doing of it. He has swallowed too much water. He sinks. Rohan's own maester is the one who pulls him out and resuscitates him on the bank. When Dunk wakes up, friend, the matter is over. Eustace and Rohan, in the long, calm space that follows the duel, have come to an arrangement. They will marry. Rohan, who needs a husband to keep her castle, marries a man old enough to be her grandfather. Eustace, who has lost everything else, gains a young wife and a peace with his neighbour. The Chequy water can flow again. The small folk can keep their crops. Dunk is asked to stay on. He refuses. There is a small private moment, friend, between Dunk and Rohan before he leaves. She offers him a horse. He refuses it. She offers him an apology. He refuses that too. She tells him, almost angrily, to take something from her, and the boy from Flea Bottom, who has just nearly died in a stream for her sake, leans down and kisses her. Once only. The kind of kiss that two people give each other when they both know it is the only one they will ever have. He cuts off, for a keepsake, a length of her long red braid. He rides away. He carries that braid, friend, the rest of his life. Like the absence of Tansel, it is the second small empty room he keeps inside himself. Some men live with one such room, the great-hearted ones, the ones whose hearts are big enough to be hurt without being broken, live with several. Dunk lives with several. He turns north with Egg beside him. The drought in time will break, but Dunk has, in this drought year, learned the second great lesson of his life. He has learned that the man you swear your sword to may not be the man you thought he was. He has learned that a knight's oath is not a clean thing, that it is given to a flawed man by another flawed man, and that what is really being sworn is not loyalty to the man, but to the idea of being a sworn sword. He has learned, friend, that being good in this world is not a matter of finding good people to serve. It is a matter of being good anyway. This is the lesson that will, in the end, take him into the Kingsguard. But that is for a later chapter. For now, let us let him ride. The drought year of Peter Claffey's life, friend, is harder to point to. It is not a single year. It is a stretch of small parts, of self-tapes, of working in television series that no one beyond a small loyal audience watches, of being one of many lock-shaped men in casting databases all over Britain and Ireland. It is the Wreck years, and the Vikings, Valhalla years, and the Borderline years, and the second character on Bad Sisters year. He is working, he is being paid, but he has not yet been seen. Not in the way that the boy from Flea Bottom was seen in the meadow at Ashford. What he does in those years is swear his sword to a different kind of master. He swears it to the stage. Specifically, friend, in the year 2022, he is cast in a play at the Abbey Theatre in Dublin. The Abbey Theatre is, friend, the National Theatre of Ireland. It was founded by William Butler Yeats and Lady Gregory in 1904. It has been the home of Irish drama for over a century. Almost every great Irish actor of the 20th and 21st centuries has stood on its stage at some point. To be cast there in your first major stage role is, for an Irish actor, the equivalent of an English actor being cast at the Old Vic. It is a serious place. It is a place that makes you serious. The play is a Tom Murphy play called A Whistle in the Dark. It was first produced in 1961. It is about an Irish family of immigrants in the English city of Coventry. A family in which the father has raised his sons to be hard, and in which the hardness has gone wrong inside them, and in which a great deal of love is being wasted in violence and silence. Peter is cast as a man named Iggy. Iggy, friend, is the second oldest of the Carney brothers. He is not the most violent. He is not the most clever, in the way of certain second sons everywhere. The quiet one. He says little. He watches a lot. He is, when he speaks, listened to in a way that the more talkative brothers are not. Peter, when he is asked about Iggy, in an interview with the Connacht Tribune, says of him this, that he is the quietest, but the most formidable, that he speaks only when he has to, that when he speaks, he is heard. Friend, sit with that for a moment, because what Peter is describing when he is describing Iggy is not Iggy. It is Dunk. He is 1200 years before he has been cast as a hedge knight, naming, on the stage of the Irish National Theatre, the exact qualities he will need on the night he is asked to play that hedge knight, the quiet one, the one who is listened to, the big formidable man who only speaks when he must. He is preparing for Dunk, friend, without yet knowing it. This is the way these things work in real lives, sometimes. Apprenticeships disguise themselves as work that has nothing to do with what is coming. The role you are about to be given is being trained for every day by the role you are doing now. And you do not see it because you are tired, and the part is small and no one important is in the audience. The run of a whistle in the dark at the Abbey Theatre, friend, sells out. The reviews are good. Peter is noticed by people who notice such things. He goes home from each show on the bus, the way actors at his level go home. He learns to do the thing every working actor learns to do, which is to give a performance every night, and then take the bus home to his small flat and eat a small late dinner alone. This is the apprenticeship. This is the drought year. This is the standfast. Off the stage, friend, he is also working. He is filming the second season of Wreck, learning, week by week, what it is to carry a recurring character across many episodes. He is filming his small part on Vikings, Valhalla, learning what it is to wear period costume and ride a horse and fight on camera. He is filming his second career Bad Sisters role, opposite Eve Hewson, daughter of the rock star Bono, an Irish actress, at the top of her own game. And he is learning, friend, what it is to act opposite someone you cannot let down. And then, in 2024, he gets the small role in Small Things Like These, the film with Cillian Murphy. Murphy, friend, is by then 48 years old. He has been an actor since he was 24. He has, by the end of the year Things Like These comes out, just won the Academy Award for Best Actor for a different film, Oppenheimer. And the world has stopped for a moment to look at the quiet Cork-born man who has been Cillian Murphy for nearly 30 years. Peter watches him on the set of the small Irish film. He watches the way Murphy walks onto the set in the morning quietly and finds his marks and asks his questions and does the work and goes home. He watches a man who has been at the very top of his profession behave on a small Irish set with the same care he would bring to a $100 million production. He watches what Peter himself, in interview after that, calls, and we will keep this short, friend, the way the rules of this telling require us to. Murphy's care for the craft. Care for the craft, friend. It is, when you say it slowly, an old phrase. It is a phrase Arlen of Pennytree might have used about jousting 1200 years ago. It is a phrase about turning up, about showing up clean, about doing what you have been hired to do, without making the doing of it about yourself. It is, in fact, a phrase about being a sworn sword, about loyalty not to a single master, but to the work itself. Peter learns it on that set, in the way a man learns a thing he was already half knew, but had no name for. He carries it home with him. He carries it into every audition he does after. He goes back to his small flat. He sits at his small kitchen table. He looks at his small portfolio of small roles. He has not yet, friend, played a knight. He has not yet been seen by the kingdom in the way that Dunk was seen at Ashford. He has, in the language of our story, not yet had his great moment. But he has, in the long, quiet drought of his career so far, served. He has shown up. He has done the work. He has learned, the way Dunk learned at Standfast, that being good in this craft is not a matter of finding the right master to serve. It is a matter of being good anyway. He does not know, sitting at his small kitchen table, that someone in another city is, at this very moment, beginning to write the script that will summon him. He does not know that a woman called Lucy Bevan, the casting director, is about to receive a brief looking for a man over 6'5" with a gentle demeanor. He does not know any of it, friend. He is only in his small flat, drinking a small cup of tea, looking at his lines for the next day. We will leave them both in their droughts, friend. Dunk is riding north, away from Standfast, with Egg on a smaller horse beside him and a length of red braid in a small pouch at his belt. He is a slightly older man than he was at Ashford. He is a slightly wiser one. He has been bruised by service, and he is the better for it. Peter is in his Dublin flat, 1,200 years away. He is 27. He has been an actor for 2 years. He has, in his careful way, served. There are. Free travels under a name that is not white. He does it for safety sometimes. He does it for survival. He does it because the name he was given by his master is, for one reason or another, no longer convenient, and the world is asking him to be someone slightly less recognizable for a while. He paints a different sigil on his shield. He answers when called to a different word. He passes through doorways under a borrowed name, and he comes out the other side, eventually, as the man he always was, but slightly altered, slightly seasoned, by the time he spent inside the disguise. Dunk in this chapter will travel under the name the Gallows Knight. Peter, in his own way, will travel under no name at all, under the small, undignified name of guest star, of recurring character, of the tall Irish lad in the casting database, for a long, quiet stretch in which the world will not yet know to call him by his real one. Both of them, friend, will spend this chapter in disguise. Both of them, by the end of it, will be ready to be called by their true names again. Let us begin on a road in the Riverlands in the year 212. It has been 3 years, friend, since the duel in the stream at Standfast. Dunk and Egg in those 3 years have wandered. They have ridden through the Reach again, and across the Riverlands, and along the edges of the Stormlands, and they have served, briefly, in 3 or 4 small holdfasts, whose names the songs do not bother to remember. The boy on the horse beside Dunk is no longer a boy in any easy way. Egg is by now 12 years old. The hair has grown in and been shaved off again, because Egg's family, even when he is travelling in disguise, sends the occasional letter that requires him to keep up appearances. His tongue has only sharpened. His eye has only sharpened. He is, in the small, careful way of certain children raised in court, already a politician, even when he is on a back road in faded clothes, pretending to be the squire of a hedge knight from Flea Bottom. They are on their way to the north, specifically, friend, to the city of White Harbour, the only true port the north has, where they have heard that Lord Beron Stark, the Stark of those years, the Lord of Winterfell, has called for swords. The reason is the Iron Islands. The Greyjoys, in their endless way, have been raiding the northern coast. Beron Stark wants men. Dunk wants the work. They never get there, friend, because on the road north, they are overtaken by a small lord's train. A travelling lord, a few attendants, 2 other men of standing, riding for some private business of their own. The lord is Gorman Peak, the lord of Starpike, a small but old house in the Reach, friend, and you may remember the name Peak from earlier in our story. Gorman Peak is the man who, 16 years ago at Redgrass, killed the boy Roger of Pennytree, Arlen's nephew, Arlen's first squire. Dunk, recognizing the sigil on the rider's shield, recognizes also the man. Peak does not, friend, recognize Dunk back. Why would he? To Peak, Dunk is just another large hedge knight on a road. There are many such men on the roads of the realm. Peak gives him a curt nod. The man riding next to Peak, a richly dressed, well-spoken man with a friendly face, is Mork. He calls himself Sir John the Fiddler, a hedge knight, on his way to a wedding. He invites Dunk and Egg to come along. The wedding is to be held at a place called White Walls, a great new white-stoned castle being built by a Lord Ambrose Butterwell in the Riverlands. The bride is a daughter of House Frey, of the Crossing, The wedding tourney prize, John the Fiddler says, is going to be remarkable. Dunk does not, in the moment, want to go. The North is calling. The Greyjoy raids are calling. The simple work is calling. But he has just looked into the face of the man who killed Arlen's first squire, and there is, somewhere very low in him, a small steady note that says, "Go to the wedding." He tells Egg they need to pass through White Walls anyway, on the road north. It is, as both he and Egg know perfectly well, a lie. They are going for other reasons. Egg, who has by now learned the small, quiet manners of being lied to by adults he loves, says nothing. They turn off the road. White Walls, friend, when they arrive, is a strange place. It is a castle that has just been built. The stone is so white it is almost yellow in the late summer light. It does not yet have the worn-in feel that real castles have, the sense of having been lived in by 10 generations. White Walls is 1 generation old. Lord Ambrose Butterwell has built it new, with new money, and is throwing his daughter, his Frey daughter-in-law's wedding, to inaugurate it. The country lords are arriving in their dozens, but Egg, friend, who has been raised at court, notices something almost immediately. He notices that the lords arriving are, very particularly, the wrong lords. They are men whose families fought against the throne in the first Blackfire Rebellion. 16 years ago, the same rebellion that killed Roger, and that maimed Eustace Osgrey, and that threw the kingdom into the long, sad shape it has had ever since. They are men whose houses were spared by the king's mercy, but who have never quite forgiven the throne for having had to be merciful in the first place. They are, friend, black men in the old colour language of the rebellion, and they are gathering now at White Walls in numbers. Egg, thinking carefully, tells Dunk what he is seeing. Dunk, who is by now used to taking his squire seriously even when his squire is 12, listens. It is in White Walls, friend, that they meet the other small hedge knights of our story. There is Sir Maynard Plum, a tall, pale, clever knight with white hair, who carries himself the way a man carries himself when he is more important than he is letting on, and who Dunk does not quite understand. There is Sir Kyle, the cat of Misty Moor, an older landless knight, friendly and sad, hoping that this tourney will be the one that saves his fortune. And there is Sir Glendon Ball, a hot-headed young hedge knight, friend, with a chip on his shoulder and a story he insists on telling. Glendon claims that he is the bastard son of one of the heroes of the realm, a famous knight called Quentin Ball, called Fireball, who died in the Blackfire Rebellion. He claims his knighthood is real. He claims, friend, the way only a young man with too much pride and not enough proof can claim, that he belongs in a tourney at White Walls as much as any of the great names there. He is laughed at, mostly. Dunk, who knows what it is to be doubted at a gate, takes a small quiet liking to him. The tourney prize is announced. It is, friend, a dragon's egg, a real one, from the days of dragons, from the great time 80 years past, when the Targaryen dragons still flew. Lord Butterwell, by some path that nobody asks too closely about, has come into possession of one. The egg will go to the man who wins the tourney joust. This is, on the surface, an extravagant prize. Dragon eggs are rare. They are also, in the realm of the year 212, useless. The eggs have not hatched in 3 generations, and the dragons are gone. And an egg is now a beautiful stone curiosity that lords keep on velvet cushions to impress visitors. To put it up as a tourney prize is the sort of grand gesture a new money lord like Ambrose Butterwell would make. But Egg, friend, sitting beside Dunk in the great hall of White Walls watching the lords gathered, reads the situation the way only a Targaryen prince in disguise can read it. He hears, by accident, Lord Peake speaking to another man late in the evening. He hears Peake speak of a dragon hatching. He hears Peake speak of a dream, the dream of a prince. He hears the other man wonder in low tones whether the boy is his father's son. This is, friend, when Egg understands what is happening at White Walls. There is here a Blackfire pretender, a new one, a son of the man who started the first rebellion, hidden somewhere in the realm, brought to White Walls under a false name, intended to be married to a Frey, given a dragon's egg, and, at the climax of the wedding tourney, proclaimed king. The whole event, friend, is not a wedding. It is a coronation in disguise. Egg tells Dunk in the dark of their small chamber. Dunk listens. Dunk, who has been listening to Egg about politics for 3 years now, believes him. The question now is, who is the pretender? Dunk discovers it, friend, by a route he did not expect. That evening, on the roof of White Walls, he is approached by Sir John the Fiddler, the richly dressed hedge knight, the courteous man who first invited Dunk to the wedding. The fiddler has an odd, soft, dreamy way about him. He confesses, almost gently, that he had recognized Dunk on the road. He had recognized him, he says, because he had once dreamed of him. In the dream, the fiddler says, Dunk had worn the all-white armor of the Kingsguard, the king's chosen 7, the holy white knights. The fiddler's dreams, he says, come true. He has dreamed his brother's deaths. He has dreamed of a dragon hatching at White Walls. He says these things, friend, without the slightest doubt that they are real. Dunk, who has now been told by a strange man in a strange place that he is going to wear the white cloak, does not know what to do with the information. He files it away. The boy from Flea Bottom does not, in his head, become a Kingsguard knight on the roof of White Walls in the year 212. That seed is planted, but it will not grow for a long time. What Dunk does understand, slowly, friend, the way Dunk understands everything, is who the fiddler is. The fiddler is the pretender. The fiddler is the Blackfire. He is a son of the first Daemon Blackfire, kept hidden, given a fool's name and a fiddler's manner, brought into the realm in disguise, and set up to be its next claimant. His real name, friend, is Daemon. Daemon Blackfire II. The wedding is the cover. The dragon egg is the symbol. The tourney is the staging. And the men gathering at White Walls in their dozens are not gathering for a Frey wedding. They are gathering for a rebellion. Dunk, who came to White Walls because he saw the face of the man who had killed Arlan's old squire, is now standing at the center of a plot to overthrow the king. He has in his bag Egg, the king's nephew, the boy whose oldest brother Darren is dead, and whose other older brother, Arian, is exiled, and who is, therefore, by the slow logic of succession, very, very close to the throne. If Egg is recognized at White Walls, friend, he will be killed. If the rebellion is allowed to proceed, the realm will be at war again before winter. Dunk has to do something. Dunk does not know what. Dunk has, between himself and a coup, only an old half-helm, a borrowed shield, the small clever boy he is squiring, and 3 other hedge knights who he met 4 days ago in a tavern. He enters the tourney. He cannot, friend, enter as Sir Duncan the Tall. His shield with the elm and the shooting star has been damaged on the road. Lucas Longinch, in their old fight, had badly cracked it, and Dunk has not yet had the time or the coin to have Tansel's painting redone. What he has, in his small kit, is an old shield he picked up cheap on the road. A battered round wooden shield with a strange, grim sigil already painted on it. The sigil is a hanged man swinging grim and grey beneath a gallows tree. The gallows knight. Dunk, with no time to repaint and a face that is too well known from Ashford, decides to enter the tourney as a mystery knight. A knight who hides his identity behind closed armour and a bought sigil. There is a tradition for this in Westeros. Mystery knights appear at tourneys all the time, and they have, in some cases, been princes in disguise. The crowd loves them. Dunk rides his first tilt as the gallows knight. He loses it. He loses it to a man called Sir Uthor Underleaf, a small, careful, professional jouster whom no one had pegged for a champion. Other unhorses Dunk in their first pass. Dunk, lying on his back in the dust, with the wind knocked out of him, hears Uthor lean down, when no one else is watching, and tell him a small, terrible truth. Someone, friend, has paid Uthor to make sure Dunk loses. More than that, Someone has tried to bribe Uthor to kill Dunk in the final tilt. Had the brackets gone differently, the someone has not been named. But the someone is somewhere in this castle. The someone is, very likely, Lord Peake. The someone has decided that Dunk is, in some way they cannot quite identify, dangerous to their plot. Dunk picks himself up and limps off the lists. He has lost the tourney. He has lost the dragon egg. He has, in the eyes of the small folk on the rails, lost in the most undignified way possible. To a stranger on the first pass. But he has not, friend, lost what matters. Because the rebellion at White Walls collapses. It collapses for several reasons. One is that the boy Glendon Ball, the hot-headed bastard, is framed by Lord Peake for the theft of the dragon egg. The egg has gone missing. Peake, who has been looking for a reason to humiliate Glendon, throws him in the cells. Egg, the small disguised prince who has by now had enough of standing politely by, demands that the matter be investigated. Glendon, eventually, is freed. Another is that Bloodraven arrives. Bloodraven, friend, also called Brynden Rivers, the Hand of the King, is one of the most feared men in the kingdom. He is an albino with white hair and a red birthmark across his face, and one eye and 1,000 ears that do not, by any measure he will admit to, exist. He is a sorcerer. He is a politician. He is, in the year of our story, the man who runs the realm on King Aerys the First's behalf. And he has been watching White Walls. He arrives with his ravens. He arrives with the king's host behind him. The rebellion falls apart without a sword being drawn against the loyalists. Peake is tried. He is beheaded for his part in the conspiracy. Lord Butterwell, the new money host of the wedding, is allowed to keep his life by Bloodraven's mercy, but he loses White Walls, the new White Castle, the symbol of his climb. To the throne, the castle is torn down. The white stones are pulled back into the earth they came from. Daemon Blackfire II, the fiddler, the man who told Dunk on the roof that he had dreamed of him in white, is not killed. Bloodraven, who is cleverer than his enemies, knows that to kill Daemon would be to make him a martyr, and a martyred Blackfire would be a Blackfire the family could rally around for another generation. He keeps Daemon alive. He keeps him as a hostage. The Blackfire claim is, for the moment, defanged. Egg, the small disguised prince, asks Bloodraven a final question. He asks what became of the dragon egg. Bloodraven smiles in the small, unsettling way. Bloodraven smiles and does not quite answer. The egg is, by all readings, taken by an agent of Bloodraven himself, perhaps one of the small performing dwarfs at the wedding. Though this is never said in so many words, the egg vanishes from the story. It will never be heard of again, in any direct way, in any of the books that follow. Bloodraven, in a small private kindness, gives Dunk the gold he needs to ransom back his armor. He gives Dunk and Egg leave to continue their travels. Dunk and Egg ride out of the rubble of White Walls. Friend, in the late summer of 212. The Gallows Knight has gone back into his small bundle of disguises. The shield with the elm and the shooting star will be repainted. In the next town, by a cheaper painter than Tansel, the boy in white armor from the Fiddler's Dream is, for now still only a hedge knight on a back road, but the seed has been planted. The dream has been spoken aloud. The Kingsguard has been named friend, in connection with Dunk's name, by a man who cannot, even from inside his own treason, stop himself from telling the truth. Dunk does not know yet that the dream will come true. He only knows, riding north with Egg, that the wind has shifted in his life. Let us let him ride. The drought in Peter Claffey's life, friend, has not quite broken yet. It is the early autumn of 2023. He has by now been in front of the camera for 2 years. He has played Cormac Kelly for 1.5 seasons of Wreck. He has played Callum and Joe Walsh in 2 completely separate stretches of Bad Sisters, and the people who notice these things have begun to notice. He has played Dunstan in Vikings, Valhalla, riding a Norse horse in chainmail, learning, friend, the small unglamorous trade of being a 6'5" man in a period costume who has to look like he belongs to an older century. He has played Connor Byrne in Borderline. He has just finished filming his small part as Barry in Small Things Like These, opposite Cillian Murphy. He has, in the language of the casting databases, built up his credits. But he has not, friend, been seen. He has not been the man on the poster. He has not been the lead. He has not been called by the world to stand at the front of a story and carry it. This is, in the actor's life, the longest part of the apprenticeship. The part where you have done enough good work that you are no longer a beginner, but not yet enough of it that you are anyone the public would name. You are working, you are paying rent. You are, in the quiet way of the in-between actor, both better than you've ever been and lonelier than you've ever been. What he does in this quiet stretch is a small thing that turns out to be a large thing. He keeps making his own work. He keeps writing his sketches. He keeps posting them on Instagram. He keeps being, in his own small way, funny on his own terms. He told the magazine Spotlight much later that one of the things he learned in this stretch was the importance of staying proactive. We will keep that phrase short, friend, the way the rules of this telling require us to. But sit with the meaning of it for a moment. Staying proactive, making your own work, picking up the pen yourself. Dunk at White Walls was made into a gallows night by circumstance, by a damaged shield and a cheap replacement, and a tourney he had no time to prepare for. Peter, in his Dublin flat in 2023, makes himself into a small comic auteur by choice, by the steady, unromantic decision to keep making things, even when no one in the world is asking him to. Both of them, friend, are picking up disguises, but Peter's disguise is one he is choosing, and that, for him, is the important difference. Two specific things happen in this period, friend, that matter for what is coming. The first is that he meets, on the set of Wreck, the actress Eve Hewson, whose father is a famous man, and whose career has been quietly excellent, and whose ease in front of a camera Peter watches very closely. He goes back, in the second season of Bad Sisters, to play opposite her, the romantic interest role of Joe Walsh. He learns, in those scenes, what it is to be a leading man even in a small way, to carry a romantic plot, to look at another actor with a kind of attention that the camera reads as love. The second is that his coach from his rugby days, Nigel Carolan, who you will remember from earlier in our story, is invited, in the way old coaches sometimes are, to talk about Peter to a journalist for The Athletic. The article comes out much later, friend, in March of 2026. Carolan says of Peter's transition into acting, a small, lovely thing, he says, and we will keep this quote short, in keeping with our rules, that Peter did not have to force it to come across as authentic, because he is so authentic himself. Friend, sit with that for a moment, because what Carolan is naming in that small, simple sentence about his old lock is the same quality that Cillian Murphy has, the same quality Iggy in the Tom Murphy play has, the same quality that Dunk has 1,200 years away, the quality of being a quiet, present man whose sincerity does not need to be forced because there is nothing in him that is not real. The Connacht coach is naming the same quality the showrunner of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms will, in less than a year, be looking for in a casting brief. Peter does not yet know this. He is, in late 2023, finishing Wreck and worrying about what comes next. The Wreck contract is ending. The Bad Sisters second season job is ending. Small Things Like These is in post-production. He is, friend, between things. He has agents by now. He has a profile. But he has nothing on the slate. He is, in the small private way of all actors between jobs, looking at his small bank account and wondering how long it will hold. Then, in late 2023 or very early 2024, an audition tape comes through his agency. It is for an HBO project. It is described, on the breakdown, as a Game of Thrones prequel. Peter, friend, who was obsessed with Game of Thrones as a young man, who has called himself a complete nerd about it, who has said in an interview with The Independent that he was one of those people that was like, that ending wasn't good enough. Reads the breakdown. The role is a hedge knight, 6'5" or above, gentle demeanor. The role is the lead. He writes back to his agent and says he will tape. He goes home that evening. He does not, friend, tell anyone except his girlfriend Ellie. Because superstition is real in actors, and you do not tell people about parts you have not been cast in. He sits down. He reads the sides, the audition pages for the first time. He is 1,200 years and an ocean and a great many things that never quite happened away from the boy on the road outside King's Landing. Looking at the words of the boy he is about to become. He does not know yet who is going to play this part. He does not know yet that it is going to be him. But he is, friend, for the first time in his life, feeling something. Feeling, in his quiet, careful way, that the story on the page is one he could carry, not just be in, not just ride along in, carry. He picks up his phone. He sets it on a small tripod in his small flat. He reads the lines into it. The gallows knight, friend 1,200 years away, did not know he was being drafted into the Kingsguard. Peter Claffey, in his Dublin flat, does not know he has just sent the first tape that is going to take him to Belfast. But the road has, in both lives, just turned. We will let them ride. We will leave them both on the turning, friend. Dunk is on a quiet road north, the rubble of white walls behind him. The fiddler's dream still ringing in his ears. Egg riding small and careful beside him. He does not yet know that he will wear the white cloak. He only knows that a strange man he caught in a treason told him he would. Peter is in his Dublin flat, 1,200 years away, with an audition tape just sent, and his hands quietly shaking on the table. He does not yet know that he will wear the green and elm sigil. He only knows that he has, for once in his life, recognized the part on the page as one he was made for. There is a kind of time, friend, that does not show up well on the page. It is the time between the great events. It is the time when nothing the singers will sing about is happening. But a man's whole life is, in fact, being made. It is the time when a knight is only riding from one minor errand to another. It is the time when an actor is only sending tapes into the void and waiting for the email back. The poets tend to skip this time. They give us the Trial of Seven, and they give us the Mystery Night, and they give us the great battles, and they pretend that the years in between were quiet because nothing happened in them. The truth is that everything happened in them. The truth is that the men and women we read about in the great moments were made in the years that the songs do not bother to mention. Tonight, friend, in this chapter, we will sit with both of our boys in the long, quiet years. For Dunk, those years run from the rubble of white walls to a far colder doorway at the edge of the world, a place called Eastwatch by the Sea, on the eastern end of the great ice wall in the north. They run, in the kingdom's calendar, from the year 212 to the year 233, 21 years, the longest stretch we will spend together in this story. For Peter, those years are shorter, but they are, in their own way, also long. They run from the first audition tape to the small in-person table in a London casting office where the men and women who will decide the next chapter of his life are about to call him in a fourth time. Let us begin on the long road. After white walls, friend, Dunk and Egg ride north. They ride through the riverlands. They ride through the neck, the long, swampy crossing into the north. They reach White Harbour, the southern port of the north, where they had originally been heading. Before the fiddler turned them off the road, they take service with the Starks, but only briefly. The Greyjoy raids have already been beaten back by the time they arrive. The work that called for them has, in the small, unromantic way of these things, finished without them. They turn south again. For the next several years, friend, they live the hedge knight's life that Dunk has known since he was a boy. They take service with one minor lord, and then another. They ride in tourneys. Egg, who is by now a teenager, then a young man, finds it harder and harder to be Egg. His hair has grown thick and silver, the way Targaryen hair does. His eyes are violet. He looks more and more like what he actually is. The disguise that worked when he was 8 cannot quite work when he is 15. In the year 221, friend, Egg's grandfather, King Aerys I, dies. Aerys was a quiet, scholarly king who had spent most of his reign reading. The kingdom had been run in his name by Bloodraven. With Aerys gone, the throne passes by the arrangements of the Targaryen succession to Egg's father, to Maekar. The same Maekar who, 12 years earlier at Ashford, had accidentally killed his own brother Baelor with a mace. Maekar is now King Maekar I. Egg is now a prince of the realm in a way he can no longer hide. The boy who has been quietly eating bread by Hedge Knight's fires for 13 years is now, by sheer accident of who survived and who did not, third in line to the Iron Throne. His older brother Daeron is dead, killed not at the trial of 7, but, years later, by a pox he caught in a brothel, the small, unhealthy end of an unhappy man. His other older brother Aerion, the prince who thought he was a dragon, has died too, drunk in a fit of madness, drinking a cup of wildfire in the belief that the green flame would turn him into a dragon. The wildfire did what wildfire does. Aerion died screaming. Egg's brother Aemon is at the citadel, having taken his maester's vows. That leaves Egg's only remaining older brother, also called Aerion. No, Daeron II. No, friend, the Targaryen succession is a thicket. Let us simply say that the boys ahead of Egg have, between drink and pox and wildfire, mostly removed themselves from the line. Egg, the runaway, the squire, the bald boy in disguise, is now something the realm will have to reckon with. He goes home. He has to. A king's son cannot, friend, be on the road as a hedge knight's squire when his own father is on the throne. But Egg, even when he goes home, takes Dunk with him. This is the small important thing, the small loyal thing. Egg, friend, does not return to court without his hedge knight. He installs Dunk near him. He has Dunk knighted formally. There is by now no question of witnesses, and made a bodyguard of the Targaryen household. Dunk is no longer riding the back roads. Dunk is, for the first time in his life, kept. He sleeps in a chamber inside a castle. He walks halls he never thought he would walk. He attends, in his small awkward way, court functions where great men in great armour stand stiffly along the walls. He hates some of it. He loves some of it. Mostly, friend, he simply adjusts, the way Dunk adjusts to everything, slowly and with a half shrug, and without complaining out loud. He is in his 30s by now. He is no longer the boy from the meadow. He is a thick-shouldered, slightly grey-bearded knight in his prime. The small folk who pass him in the corridors of the keep look up way up, and then they look down, because he has the kind of size you do not stare at for long. In the year 233, friend, the family asks him for a kindness. Aemon, Egg's older brother, the maester at Old Town, has been informed by the family that he is to be sent to the wall, to the Night's Watch, the order of black-cloaked men who guard the kingdom's northern border, friend, and who take vows of celibacy and brotherhood, and who serve until their deaths. The reason for sending Aemon there is political. It is the kind of reason that makes Targaryen princes do strange things. There is a worry, and the worry is not unfounded, that Aemon, an adult Targaryen prince at large in the realm, might be used by someone against his will, as a figurehead, as a claim, as an excuse for someone else's rebellion. The wall removes him from that possibility. A maester who has taken the vows of the watch can never wear a crown. Aemon agrees. He is, by every account, a good and gentle man, and the family loves him, and he loves the family back, and he goes, at the family's request, but also at his own quiet acceptance, to his exile at the world's end. Egg asks Dunk to escort him. Specifically, friend, Egg asked Dunk to ride with Aemon all the way to Eastwatch by the sea. the eastern fortress on the great ice wall, where Aemon will join the watch. It is a long ride. It is a cold ride. It is the kind of journey that nobody in the household guard of a Targaryen king would volunteer for cheerfully. But Egg asks Dunk because Dunk is the man Egg trusts with anything that matters. And Aemon, friend. Aemon, the maester, the gentle prince, the man who once drank with Dunk at the Quill and Tankard in Old Town when Egg was still small, matters. Dunk goes. He rides the long road north with Aemon. The two of them are old friends by now, in the small, careful way that men who have shared a few drinks 20 years apart are old friends. They talk as they ride about the things old men talk about. They talk about Egg. They talk about the kingdom. They talk about the long shadow the Targaryen family has cast over Aemon's life, and the strange relief Aemon feels at being finally, fully sent away from it. When they reach Eastwatch, Dunk stays for a few days. He watches Aemon take his vows. He watches the white-haired prince put on the black cloak of the Night's Watch. He embraces him, awkwardly, the way he embraces anyone, with too much arm and not quite enough warmth. He turns south. Aemon, who will live, friend, to be 102 years old at the wall, will remember Dunk for the rest of his very long life. Decades from now, when he has gone blind, and when he is the oldest man in the Order, he will speak of his youth at Old Town, and he will speak of that big night he served. The phrase in the books is small. It is 6 words, but it is one of the small surviving pieces of evidence, friend, that Dunk was loved by people who were never going to be in the songs. Dunk rides home. He reaches court in time for a piece of news that will change everything for him. Again, in the year 233, friend, King Maekar dies. He dies of all things at a small siege. There has been a rebellion by a minor lord, a Lord Peak of the same Peak family that started so much trouble at White Walls. Maekar, who is by now an old grim king, rides out personally to put it down. He does not need to. He is the king. He has commanders. He could send a force, but Maekar, who once accidentally killed his brother Baelor at Ashford, Maekar, who has lived under that shadow for 24 years, Maekar, who has buried 2 of his sons since, has begun in his old age to take risks the way only a man with not much left to lose takes them. He is at the foot of a small castle wall. Someone on the wall throws a stone or operates a small catapult. The stone strikes Maekar. The king dies on the field. He is 63 or thereabouts. He has reigned 12 years. He has survived all of his older sons except, by accident, the one he never paid much attention to. The succession crisis that follows, friend, is the strangest the realm has had in living memory, because the heirs ahead of Egg are, almost without exception, gone. Daeron is dead from the brothel. Aerion is dead from the wildfire. Aemon is at the wall, sworn to take no crown. There is, briefly, an attempt to push the throne onto Aerion's small son, an attempt led by certain conservative lords who do not want to skip a generation, but the realm, in its small, careful way, balks. Aerion was mad. Aerion's small son is 1 or 2 years old. The kingdom is not, friend, going to be ruled by a baby for the next 20 years. A great council is called. The lords of the realm gather. They debate. They argue. They send messages back and forth across the kingdom for weeks. In the end, friend, they choose Egg. Egg, the runaway. Egg, the bald boy. Egg, the squire of a hedge knight from Flea Bottom. Egg, the youngest son of the youngest son of the second youngest son. Egg is crowned King Aegon V of the House Targaryen. The small folk give him, almost immediately, a nickname. They call him Aegon the Unlikely, because no one in the kingdom had thought he would ever sit the throne. The first thing Egg does as king, friend, is summon Dunk. He raises him to the Kingsguard. He gives him the white cloak. He gives him the white armor. He gives him, in the small ceremonial way the Kingsguard does, a place in the sworn brotherhood of 7 knights who guard the king's person until their deaths. Dunk, who has been wearing the colours of one minor lord or another for 24 years, kneels in the throne room of the Red Keep. He stands up wearing white. The fiddler's dream, friend, has come true. There is, in this part of Dunk's life, a quieter thing that happens too, and it is worth pausing for. When Egg becomes king, his eldest son, also called Duncan, is a small boy of 2 or 3. The boy will grow into a man and will make, in his time, the famous decision to break a royal betrothal in order to marry a commoner girl named Jenny of Oldstones. And that decision will set off small catastrophes that the songs of the realm will sing about for generations. But for now, the Prince Duncan is small. He is small, and he is named Duncan, and the reason, friend, is the obvious one. King Aegon V has named his firstborn son after Dunk, the orphan from Flea Bottom, the boy who once did not know if his father was a thief or worse, the boy who once did not even know his own name, has had his name given to a Targaryen prince. Some men, friend, take a long time to be loved by the world. Some men are loved late. Some men are loved late in ways that they themselves cannot quite believe are happening. Dunk is one of those men. The white cloak alone would have been more than he ever expected. The white cloak and a prince named after him is, in some quiet way, Dunk does not have the words for. More than the boy in the alley would have known how to ask for. He serves, friend. He serves in the white. He serves through the early reign of Aegon V, the reign of the unlikely king, who turns out to be one of the most loved kings the small folk of the realm have known. He serves through the Fourth Blackfyre Rebellion in 236, where he personally meets on the field Daemon the Third Blackfyre, the next generation of the same family the fiddler had belonged to, and where he, Dunk, in the small economical way of his sword work, kills him. The Blackfyre cause, after that, is broken for nearly 2 decades. He serves through the year 239, when Prince Duncan, the prince named after him, breaks his betrothal to marry Jenny of Oldstones, and Lord Lionel Baratheon of the Stormlands, the same laughing storm who once rode beside Dunk at the Trial of 7, renounces his fealty in fury at the broken betrothal. Lionel takes up arms. He calls himself, in his pride, the new Storm King. The realm, friend, sends Dunk to fight him. Dunk, who is by now in his late 40s, who is by now Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Yes, friend, somewhere in those years he has risen to lead the white, rides as the king's champion. He fights Lionel in single combat. He defeats him. The laughing storm yields. The Stormlords return to their loyalty. The boy from Flea Bottom has just unhorsed one of the strongest knights in the kingdom, an old comrade in arms. In the king's name, he rises higher. He becomes, friend, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, the head of the 7 white knights, the most senior knight in the realm. The position is not given lightly. It is given to men who have proven, over decades, that they can be trusted with a king's life. Dunk has proven it. Dunk is given the role. The orphan from Flea Bottom is now, by every ceremonial measure, the first knight of the kingdom. He has, friend, 4 pages in the great white book of the Kingsguard, the book in which every Kingsguard knight's life is recorded for posterity. 4 pages. To put that in perspective, many Kingsguard knights have a paragraph. Some have a single line. 4 pages are the kind of thing reserved for the legends. And 8 decades from now, in another castle, a young king named Joffrey Baratheon will sit with the white book in his lap and mock a different Kingsguard knight for having only a few entries in his, and he will compare the few entries to Sir Duncan the Tall, who has 4 pages, and he will say, in a voice that does not realize what it is admitting, must have been quite a man. That is, friend, the small surviving piece of evidence in the great future books that Dunk lived, that he was real to the people who came after him, that, 80 years after he was gone, men opened the white book and recognized on its pages a man who had earned every line of his entry the hard way. But we are not at Joffrey yet. We are not at the White Book yet. We are still in the long, quiet years. We are still in the years where Dunk is, mostly, standing in the white, standing at the king's shoulder, standing through long ceremonies, standing through small council meetings, standing while Aegon V tries, in his way, to reform the kingdom, to give the small folk more rights, to push the lords toward better treatment of their dependents, to do, friend, the small unfashionable kindnesses that kings rarely do and that the realm often resents them for. Aegon V tries to be a good king. In the simple human sense, the realm, in its way, makes that hard for him, and Dunk in the white stands quietly at his shoulder. Through it all, the boy from the alley, 25 years on, the white cloak resting on shoulders that the alley cook would not have recognized. There is one moment near the end of these long, quiet years that the songs do tell us about. In the year 252, or perhaps 253, friend, the chroniclers are not entirely sure. A winter tourney is held at King's Landing. Dunk, by then in his late 50s, is still riding in tourneys. Old habits, you understand. He competes. He rides well. He reaches the late rounds. In the late rounds, he is unhorsed, friend, by a 16-year-old boy. The boy is riding as a mystery knight. He is small. He is fierce. He is unknown. He is, in fact, the son of a great Stormlands family, riding under disguise. The boy's name, friend, is Barristan Selmy. Many years from now, after Dunk is gone, Barristan Selmy will himself be Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He will guard 4 kings. He will grow old. He will end his days serving a young, silver-haired queen called Daenerys far across the narrow sea. He will be one of the great knights of the next age, and in the White Book, on Barristan's own page, the small note will be entered, by Barristan himself in his own hand, that as a young man he once rode unrecognized at a winter tourney in King's Landing, an unhorsed Sir Duncan the Tall. The new generation, friend, has begun to come for the old one, but Dunk is still in the white, still at the king's shoulder, still standing. The tragedy of Summerhall is 6 years away. He does not yet know. Peter Claffey, friend, in the early months of 2024 is also standing. He is standing in audition rooms. The first tape, the one he sent in late 2023, has done what every actor on a major audition prays a tape will do. It has cleared the first round. The casting team, led by a woman named Lucy Bevan, who is one of the most respected casting directors in the British and Irish industry, has watched the tape, has watched the tapes of dozens of other men, and has marked Peter's tape for further consideration. He is asked for a recall tape. He films it. He sends it. He does not, he will say later, allow himself to hope. He has been doing this work long enough to know that hoping is the way you get hurt. He keeps making his sketches. He keeps doing his other auditions. He keeps living the small actor's life of his Dublin flat. The recall tape clears. He is asked to come into the room. The room, friend, is in London. It is a small office in a building in central London. The kind of office where casting directors meet actors in person. Peter takes a flight. He stands outside the door. He goes in. He is met by Lucy Bevan and by some of the production team. He reads the sides, the audition pages, for them, in person, in real time, with their attention on him and his attention on them. He reads. He goes home. He waits. He is asked back in. He flies back to London. He does it again. The sides are different now. They are deeper into the character's life. They are scenes that will, the production team is telling him implicitly, only matter to an actor who is seriously in contention for the part. He reads, friend. He goes home. He waits. He is asked back in a third time. This is in the language of an actor's career, the moment where the job is almost his. You do not get called back in 3 or 4 times unless the production has narrowed the field. There is, by this point, a very small number of men still being considered for the part of Sir Duncan the Tall in HBO's A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Peter is one of them. He is told that for the next round, he will be doing a chemistry red with a small boy. The boy, the casting team explains, is the actor they have already chosen for the part of Egg. His name is Dexter Sol Ansel. He is 9 years old. He has, despite his age, already worked in a major film, a Hunger Games prequel, and he has, in their words, something. The chemistry between Dunk and Egg is, the team has decided, the spine of the whole show. If the chemistry between the two actors does not work, it does not matter how good the actors are individually. The whole production lives or dies on the chemistry read. Peter, friend, is asked to come into the room with a child he has never met and pretend to have known him for 25 years. He flies back to London for the chemistry read. He stands outside the door. He goes in. He meets Dexter, friend, for the first time. The boy is small, careful, sharp-eyed, with the kind of stillness in him that some children have and most do not. They sit down. They raid. The atmosphere of talking to a 9-year-old. Peter will say later, in an interview with Men's Health, in his own words, is quickly demolished once the two of them start working. The boy is, by Peter's own account, so mature and such an amazing little actor that the gap between an experienced adult and a small child stops mattering the moment they are inside a scene together. They click, friend, almost instantly. The read goes well. Peter goes home. He does not again allow himself to hope. The casting director, in the office afterwards, tells the showrunner, a man named Ira Parker, who has been working on the script of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms for years, and who has a very particular vision of what Dunk needs to be. One small thing about Peter, she tells him, in words Parker will later quote in an interview with BuzzFeed, that every single time she sees Peter, he is exponentially better than the last time. Each round, friend, each room, each tape, he is rising as the casting process is rising. He is meeting it. He is, in the actor's word, climbing. Parker, watching the chemistry red tape with the team, understands something that he will later put into words for the magazine, Gold Derby. He understands, friend, that he has just watched the two human beings who can carry the show find each other. He understands that the long, anxious months of casting are about to end. He understands that he has just been gifted what every showrunner of every adaptation prays for. The right two faces, in the right room, at the right time, he says, of how he slept after that night. A small, unrepeatable thing about his own peace of mind. We will not quote it here, friend. The tone of the rest of this telling does not require us to, but you can imagine, in the small, relieved way a writer sleeps after a long worry, the kind of sleep he had. Peter, 1,200 years away from a Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, is in his Dublin flat, waiting for the call. He has by now done the audition. He has done all 4 rounds. He has done the tape, the recall, the in-room, the second in-room, the chemistry read. He has done, friend, everything that can be done. The decision is no longer his. The decision belongs to the casting director and the showrunner and the directors and the executive producers and the many, many people who have, in the end, the small ceremonial right to say yes. He goes to the gym. He comes home from the gym. He sits down on the couch. The phone, friend, rings. But that, the moment the phone rings, is the next chapter. We will leave them both, friend, on the night before they are summoned. Dunk is in the Red Keep, in a small chamber assigned to the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He is sitting on the edge of his cot. He is taking off his white cloak for the night. He is 48, or 52, or 56. He has long since stopped trying to be sure, and the cloak feels heavy on his shoulders some nights and weightless on others. And tonight, friend, it feels neither. It feels like his. Peter is in his Dublin flat, 1,200 years away. He has just come back from the gym. He is, in his careful actor's way, not yet allowing himself to hope. He has finished the audition gauntlet. He is sitting on the couch, drinking water, watching nothing in particular on the television. The phone is on the small table next to him. Both of them, friend, have been served. Both of them, friend, have served. Both of them, in the long, quiet years, have become exactly the men they were always going to be. The next time we see them, the phone will have rung. The next time we see them, the long time between Flea Bottom and Portumna will, after 1200 years, close. There are, friend, certain mornings in a life that the man living through them does not recognize as different from any other. He wakes up at the time he usually wakes up. He has the breakfast he usually has. He goes through the small ordinary motions of the small ordinary day, and the whole time, the whole quiet time, the cup of tea, the gym bag on the chair, the cloak being brushed by a junior squire in a corner. The world has already decided, on the other side of a closed door, that this is the morning it is going to summon him. He does not, friend, have the slightest idea. This is how summons usually arrive. Not in trumpets, not in great rolling thunder. They arrive in the quiet shape of an ordinary morning, with the sound of a phone on a small wooden table, or the sound of a king's voice in a small private chamber. They arrive on the day the man was not expecting them. Tonight, friend, in this chapter, we will sit with both of our boys on the morning before the summons. For Dunk, it is a quiet morning inside the white cloak. The small, unsung, almost domestic morning of a Lord Commander who has held his post long enough that he no longer thinks about what the post means. For Peter, it is a quiet morning in a Dublin flat. The morning the casting decision was made on the other side of an ocean, before the phone has rung. Both of them are, on this morning, exactly themselves. Both of them, by the end of it, will have been called. Let us begin in the keep. The Red Keep, friend, is the great fortress at the heart of King's Landing. It is built of red stone. The colour gives it its name, and it sits high above the city on a hill called Aegon's Hill, looking out over the harbour and the river and the slums of Flea Bottom that Dunk was born into. Dunk has lived inside the Red Keep, by this point in our story, for over 20 years, longer than he lived on the road with Arlan, longer than he lived in the alleys with Rafe. The walls of the keep by now have learned to live with him, the way old houses learn the heaviness of a particular man's tread. The white-cloaked guards on the great staircases nod to him as he passes. The kitchen staff bring him bread before he has finished asking for it. The horses in the stables turn their heads when his boot steps come down the cobbles. He is, in every domestic sense of the word, home. This is, friend, the small unsaid thing about Dunk's life that the songs do not always remember to say. He found a home. The boy from Flea Bottom, who slept in alleyways, who ran with Pudding and Ferret and Rafe, who had no last name and no first name, and not even a memory of how he had been given the only name he had. That boy lived to be an old man in a stone keep, with the king who had been raised at his side, with a chamber of his own, with junior squires who came and went and cleaned his armour, with a brotherhood of 6 other white knights who had slowly become the family he had never had before. Dunk, in old age, had a family, not the kind the world prefers to write about. He had no wife. He had no children. The Kingsguard's vows do not allow either. But he had Egg, who was not really Egg any longer, who was King Aegon V, the unlikely king, the man he had walked beside since the morning at Ashford. He had Aemon, who wrote to him from the wall, in the small, careful handwriting of a maester, who does not have many other people to write to. He had Aerion's brother. No, friend, that is wrong. He had the king's son, the Prince Duncan, who was named after him, and who came to him as a small child to ask him about the road and the hedge knights and what life on a horse had been like, until the boy had grown into a young man with his own complicated story to live. He had this small old life inside the white cloak. There is, friend, in the quiet domestic life of the Lord Commander, a small thing that is worth pausing for. He served the king all the king's reign. Aegon V was on the throne for 26 years, and Dunk was at his shoulder for every one of them. He stood in the throne room when the king made his great, unpopular decisions, the decisions to give the small folk more rights, the decisions to push the lords to treat their dependents better, the decisions that the songs of the realm have remembered Aegon the Fifth as good for. He stood there with his white cloak on his shoulders and his hands clasped in front of him, and he listened. He almost never spoke in those sessions. Lord commanders, in the protocol of the Kingsguard, are not expected to. Their job is to be present, to be near, to be the body that stands between the king and the world. But after the sessions, in the small private chambers, Aegon talked to Dunk. He talked friend, the way an old friend talks. He talked about whether the decision he had just made was the right one. He talked about whether he was being too sod a lord and too hard on another. He talked about his sons, his troublesome, beautiful, doomed sons, whose stories the songs would later sing as the small private griefs of Aegon the Unlikely's unlikely reign. Dunk listened. That was, friend, mostly what Dunk did. He listened. He had, by then, stopped trying to give kingly advice. He was not a kingly man. He had been raised in alleys, and he knew the limits of his own counsel. But he had also learned, somewhere in the long, quiet years, that what kings often need is not advice. What kings often need is a man at the door who has known them since they were a bald 9-year-old in a horse stable, and who is willing to sit with them in the late hours when the kingdom is asleep. Aegon the Fifth had that man. He had Dunk. There is, friend, a small line in the realm's history that captures this. When the Targaryen prince Aemon, Egg's brother, the maester at the wall, was being sent to the wall, the family had asked Dunk to escort him. We saw that scene already, but there is another small detail in the records of that journey that we did not pause for then. The records say that Egg himself insisted that Dunk be the one to take Aemon north. Personally insisted. The king, friend, sent his closest friend, sent the man he loved most in the world, on the long cold ride to the end of the kingdom, because the king did not trust anyone else to do it gently, to deliver his brother to the wall in a way that would not break the brother's heart. That is the kind of friendship Dunk and Egg had built. That is the kind of friendship the songs of the Kingsguard remember. That is the kind of friendship that is, friend, about to be tested in a way neither man will survive, because the year, by now, is 259. The tragedy of Summerhall is a few months away, but Dunk, in the small early morning chamber of his Lord Commander's quarters, on this particular morning does not know that. He does not know what is coming. He has, the way most men do, on the morning before the worst day of their lives, no idea. He is, friend, only doing the small things he does every morning. He is putting on his armor. He is checking the door of the king's chamber. He is asking the kitchen for bread. He is going to morning council. He is the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He is the closest friend King Aegon the Fifth has ever had. He is Sir Duncan the Tall. He is, in this small, ordinary morning, exactly what the boy in the alley once dreamed of being, and could not quite have imagined. Let us let him be. Let us go to the other man, in the other century, in the other small, ordinary morning. It is the 8th of April, 2024. Friend, in Dublin. The weather is the kind of weather Dublin has at that time of year. The light is grey, but not quite raining. There is the smell of damp pavement. There is the small distant sound of buses on a wet road. There is, in a smallat in some part of the city, the location is, friend, the kind of detail that does not survive in the public record. The small, ordinary morning of a man who, by every sensible measure, is between jobs. Peter Claffey is 27 years old. He has, in the month since the chemistry read in London, been waiting. He has not been told yes. He has not been told no. He has been told, in the small careful language of casting offices, that the production is making decisions, which is the language productions use when they have not yet decided to make any. He has, in the meantime, been doing what working actors do. He has been auditioning for other things. He has been taking small jobs. He has been making his sketches. He has been, in his own quiet way, getting on with it. He has not allowed himself, friend, to think about the part. He has not allowed himself to wonder What would happen if he has not allowed himself to imagine the Belfast set, or the costume fittings, or the day he might walk on a stage at New York Comic Con and be introduced as the man playing Sir Duncan the Tall. He has in the hard discipline of the working actor. Simply let it go. This is, friend, the only way actors survive a long process. You cannot, in this work, allow yourself to live inside the part you might be cast in. If you do, and you are not cast, you will die a little of every part you do not get. The actors who last in this work are the ones who, after every audition, let the part go the moment they walk out of the room. Peter has let it go. He has let it go for weeks, and then for months. He has been working out at the gym every morning. He has been writing his small comedy pieces. He has been, in the quiet, careful way of a man who has not yet been told, simply living. But there is, friend, on the other side of the ocean, a different morning happening. In Belfast, in a writer's room, the showrunner Ira Parker has been making the final call. In a small London office, the casting director Lucy Bevan has been confirming her recommendation. In a hotel suite in Santa Fe, New Mexico, the man who created the whole world that Dunk lives in, the writer George R. Martin, the author of the original novellas, the man whose name you have heard, friend in passing throughout this whole story, but whom we have not yet stopped to name, has been receiving, for his approval, the final tape. George R. Martin is, by this point, 75 years old. He has been writing the stories of Westeros for almost 30 years. He has, in his career, watched two of his own creations, the great Game of Thrones and its prequel House of the Dragon, be turned into the largest television franchise of his lifetime. He has been involved, in small ways and large, in every casting decision of every project. He has, in the months before this morning, been receiving tapes of the men being considered for Dunk. He has been hard to please. Dunk is, by his own admission, his favourite character. The Dunk and Egg novellas are, in private interviews and at conventions, the thing he has called, and we will keep this short, friend, his favourite story. He is not, on this casting, willing to settle. He has watched Peter's tapes. He has, by every account in the production's later interviews, liked them. And on the morning of the 9th of April, 2024, friend, the day after the Dublin morning we have been describing, George R. Martin sits down at his computer in Santa Fe and he writes a small post for his blog. The blog is called Not a Blog. It is the small public website where he, in his old age, posts the things he wants the world to know. He writes, on the 9th of April, that the casting of Duncan Egg is complete. He writes, friend, that Peter Claffey will play Dunk. He writes, and here we will use his own short phrasing, in keeping with our rules, that Claffey is a former professional rugby player turned actor. He writes that Claffey is tall. He notes, with a small chuckle in the phrasing, that Claffey is not quite as tall as Sir Duncan the Tall. And he writes that the readings were, in his words, terrific. He writes that he thinks the world is going to love him. This is the small public moment, friend. This is the small post on a small website by an old man in Santa Fe, in his careful 75-year-old fingers. This is the official confirmation that the part is gone, that the search is over, that Peter Claffey is Dunk. But Peter has not yet seen it. Peter is, at the time the post goes up, somewhere in his afternoon. He is at the gym, in fact. He is, friend, in the precise small way the records hold this. In the gym when the call comes. The call is from his agent. The call says he has been cast. Peter, who has been told to keep an eye on his phone, but who has, in the discipline of letting it go, been keeping an eye on his weights instead, sees the missed call. He sees the message. He calls back. The agent, on the other end of the line, says the words, "You got it." Peter does not, friend, react in the way the moment seems to call for. He does not whoop. He does not cheer. He does not, in the small American way of certain other actors, post a triumphant message on social media. He thanks the agent. He hangs up. He goes home from the gym. He walks into his small flat. He sits down on the couch. He says, in his own words later, in interviews he gives in early 2026, and we will keep these very short, that he was, in that moment, amazing. He uses that word about how he felt, amazing. And then, friend, the body does what the body does when something has happened to it that the mind has not yet caught up with. The body slowly, with no particular drama, begins to fail. He slides off the couch. He slides. This is his own description, in his own small words, onto the carpet. He curls up. He curls up in the way a child curls up, in the way a wounded animal curls up, in the way a man who has just been told the thing his life was about to become curls up, when the body and the mind are no longer agreeing on what to do with the news. He cannot breathe. He hyperventilates, friend, for, by his own report, in interviews given much later, an hour, a whole hour, on the carpet, in the small Dublin flat, alone with the news that he has just been cast as Sir Duncan the Tall, in HBO's A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. He does not call his parents. He does not call his brother. He does not call his agent back. He does not, friend, do anything. He simply lies on the carpet of his small flat and breathes the small, fast breaths of a man who has just been picked out of a crowd by something larger than himself and named. His girlfriend, friend, comes home in the middle of this. Her name is Ellie. We have, in this telling, been careful not to say much about her. The rules of this story, the rules about the privacy of real people, keep us from going further into who she is than the man himself has gone in public. He has named her. He has named her gently. He has not named her loudly, so we will name her gently too. She comes home, friend. She walks in the door. She finds him. She finds him on the floor. She does not, by his own later telling of the moment, immediately understand what is happening. The man on the carpet, the man she has been with for some part of her own life, the tall, gentle Galway man she knows, is curled up, white as a sheet, breathing in fast, small, useless breaths. She kneels down. She asks him what has happened. He looks up. He says, friend, in his own words, in the small, bewildered voice of a man who is not entirely back inside his own body, I got the role. He says it twice, in his own retelling. I got the role. I got the role. She does then what the right person in the room does when something like this happens. She does not panic. She does not laugh. She does not call anyone. She sits down on the floor next to him, and she breathes with him until his breathing slows. She talks to him. She, in the small, quiet way that the people who love us help us do the things we cannot do alone, brings him back. He sits up. He drinks water. He looks at her. He looks at the small Dublin flat. He looks in that specific looking that men do at moments like this, around the room, at the walls, at the doorway, at the kettle on the counter, at the window. He looks at the small ordinary world he has been living in for a few years. He has just been told that the small ordinary world is going to end. The next year of his life is going to be Belfast. It is going to be 120 days of shooting. It is going to be a £300 costume on his shoulders for hours every day. It is going to be the chemistry read with Dexter realized every day, on a real set with real cameras. It is going to be premieres and red carpets and conventions and interviews. It is going to be, in the small accurate phrasing he himself uses later, life-changing. He sits on the floor with Ellie. He does not yet know what to say to her about it. He does not yet have the words. But the boy from Portumna, friend, has just been called. He has been called the way Dunk, in another century, has not yet been called. The way Dunk, in his small ordinary morning at the Red Keep, is going about his small ordinary duties on the eve of the worst day of his life. The two summons, friend, are not the same in their content. One is a phone call. One is a fire. One ends with hyperventilation on a Dublin carpet. One ends with a king and a kingdom in flames. But they are in the small structural way that lives sometimes share the same summons. They are the moment the world picks the man up off whatever floor he was lying on and says, you. They are the moment the long, quiet years end. They are the moment the man stops being the man he was and becomes, gently, terribly, and forever, the man he was always going to be. For Peter, the summons is the call from the agent. For Dunk, the summons is going to come, in the small story shape of these things, in a chamber inside the king's keep. Egg is going to come to him with a small private idea, with a plan. And the plan, friend, is going to take them both to a place called Summerhall. But that is the next chapter. Tonight, on this small ordinary morning, let us let them be. Let us let Dunk drink his cup of morning ale in the small chamber of the Lord Commander, with the white cloak on the chair beside him. Let us let Peter sit on the floor of his small Dublin flat, with Ellie beside him slowly coming back into his own body, the news of the part still settling into him, like rain into ground. Both of them, friend, on the threshold. Both of them, friend, about to walk through. We will leave them on the morning of the calling, friend. Dunk is buckling his sword belt around his waist. The white cloak is beside him on the chair. He is humming, in the small habit of his old age, the song Arlen used to sing on the road. The song about going to a town called Gulltown to see a fair maid. He has not thought of Arlen in months. The song this morning has come back to him for no reason he can name. It is, friend, the kind of small sign the world sometimes gives that something is about to change. Dunk does not read it as such. Dunk only hums. Peter is sitting on the carpet of his small Dublin flat. Ellie is beside him. He is by now breathing normally. The phone is on the floor in front of him. The agent's message is still on the screen. He has not yet called his parents. He has not yet called his brother. He has not yet, friend, done any of the things he is going to have to do. He looks at Ellie. He says, and this is now, in the small language of the man who is recovering, something quiet and ordinary about needing to make some calls. There is a moment, friend, that we have been walking towards from the very first sentence of this story. It is the moment when the two roads we have been telling about, one in a kingdom that was never built, one in a country at the western edge of Europe, meet. The whole of the rest of this telling has been a slow approach to this moment. The Flea Bottom alley, the Portumna car, the trial of 7, the Connacht release, the white cloak, the Dublin carpet. Every chapter, friend, has been a step closer to the place where the two stories stop being two stories. Tonight, in this chapter, the long time closes. Tonight, in this chapter, Dunk stops being a man 1,200 years away from us, and Peter stops being a man 1,200 years away from him. And the two of them, by the small, careful magic of casting, of costume, of the horse and the cloak and the painted shield, become, in the small specific way these things become real, the same man. It is going to take, friend, a few quiet stages. The convergence does not happen in a single moment. It happens in a small ceremony of stages, the kind of ceremony that men do not always notice they are inside while it is happening, but which, looking back, they recognize. Let us walk through the stages together. Let us begin in Belfast. In the early summer of 2024, Belfast, friend, is the city where a great deal of the Game of Thrones world has, by this point in our story, been built and unbuilt and rebuilt over the years. It is the largest city in Northern Ireland. It has, since the early 2010s, been the home of the Titanic Studios, the great sound stages that were originally built for shipbuilding, in the days when Belfast made some of the largest ships in the world, and which were turned, in the modern era, into one of the largest film and television production sites in Britain or Ireland. The original Game of Thrones shot there, friend, for almost a decade. House of the Dragon shot there, and in the early summer of 2024, the new prequel, A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, comes there too. Peter Claffey arrives in Belfast in June 2024. He has by then signed the contracts. He has by then told his parents. He has by then told his brother. He has by then sat at Christmas with his family in Portumna and let them slowly absorb the news that the boy who was bullied for being wobbly, The man who was let go by Connacht 5 years ago is about to be the lead actor of a Game of Thrones prequel on HBO. The family, in the small Galway way of these things, has been quietly amazed by him. The town, which had not paid much attention to acting, has begun to notice. The local newspapers have run small articles. The boy from Portumna is going to Belfast. He arrives at the Titanic Studios on a Monday morning. He walks through the gates. He is given a small badge with his name on it. He is taken for the first time to the costume department. This is, friend, a stage of the convergence. The costume department of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms has been working on Dunk's clothes for months. The designers, careful, brilliant women and men with measuring tapes around their necks and notebooks full of sketches, have been studying the original George R. Martin novellas and the cover illustrations by the artist Gary Gianni, who illustrated the collected edition, and the long history of medieval European armour, and the practical question of how a 6'5" man can wear 120 pounds of period armour without falling over. They have built, friend, in the small painstaking way of professional craftspeople, Dunk's wardrobe. The first time Peter sees it, he does not, by his own later telling, react like an adult. He reacts, in his own quiet words, spoken much later in an interview to Yahoo Canada, like a kid. He uses that word. The boy is suddenly quietly back in him. The wobbly child who was teased for his height. The rugby boy who loved Game of Thrones. The actor who was obsessed with the original show and had thought the ending wasn't good enough. All of those small, earlier selves of Peter come back when he looks at the chainmail and the helmet and the worn travelling cloak, and he stands inside it for the first time. He becomes, in his own description, a kid. He puts on the chainmail. They strap him in. They tell him he is going to wear it for many hours every day, for 120 days, in cold Belfast weather and in colder northern Irish forests. They tell him his back is going to hurt. They warn him kindly that he is going to develop a peculiar relationship with the small toilet breaks of the costume, that getting in and out of armour is, by far, the longest small ceremony of any working day on a medieval set. Peter, in the chainmail, looks in the mirror. He looks, friend, at himself. He sees a man in armour. He sees a man whose shoulders are wider than he has ever seen them. He sees, in the small, careful way the costume has been cut, a man who is Dunk. This is, friend, one of the stages. He goes from the costume department to the props department. The props department of a major medieval television show is, friend, the kind of room a child would choose to be locked in for a year. There are swords on the walls. There are shields in racks. There are bows. There are quivers. There are, laid out on long workbenches, the small ordinary objects of a Westerosi knight's daily life: a water skin, a whetstone, a leather pouch for coins, a small bone comb, a small linen cloth. Peter is shown his sword. He is shown his lance. He is shown his belt and his dagger. And then, friend, he is shown the shield. The shield, in the costume continuity of the show, is the first original Tansel painted shield, the one with the green shooting star above an elm tree at sunset. The shield that Tansel, the Dornish puppeteer, painted for him in 209 after Baelor told him he could not bear Arlan's winged chalice on a sigil that was not his by blood. The same shield, the same elm, the same falling star, painted in the props department by some careful young artist who has read the books and who has, in the small private way of the craft, given the painting back to Dunk. Peter looks at it. He has, by now, read the novellas all the way through. He has by now learned the meaning of every part of the design. He has by now learned that this shield will, 1200 years from now in the kingdom's calendar, end up on the wall of a small armoury at Evanfall Hall on the island of Tarth, and that a girl named Brienne will run her cracked fingertips across the painted edges of it, and, without knowing why, decide to carry it as her own. He has, friend, been told by the production team that this is one of the small inheritance threads that the show is going to honor. He picks it up. The shield is heavier than it looks. He turns it in his hands. He looks at the brown trunk of the elm, and the green of the leaves, and the long bright slash of the falling star. This is, friend, the moment. This is the moment the long time closes, because in this moment, in a props room in Belfast, in the summer of 2024, a man named Peter Claffey is holding the shield that, in another century, in another kingdom, an orphan named Dunk from Flea Bottom asked a Dornish puppeteer to paint for him because he had no family arms of his own. The two men, friend the fictional one and the real one, are, in this small physical moment, holding the same object. The shield is the bridge. Peter. And this is, friend, in the small honest way of a man who is allowed to feel the moment, feels it. He does not say much in his interviews afterward about that specific moment in the props room. He is not, by temperament, the kind of actor who talks easily about the small private feelings of becoming a character. But you can see, in the small careful way, he describes the costume in the interview with Yahoo Canada. Kid, the kind of feeling he is having. He is being, in that small props room, given the shape of the man he is going to be for the next 2 years of his life. He is being given, friend, the man. He puts the shield down. He picks up the sword. He picks up the lance. He carries them, with the help of the props team, to the next stage of the convergence, which is, friend, the horse. The first time Peter Claffey sits on Dunk's horse, friend, the production team holds its breath. A 6'5" man riding a large war horse in armor is not a small thing. The horses chosen for the show are big, calm, professionally trained film horses. The descendants, by training tradition, of the same horses that have carried Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon and 10,000 other period productions across English fields. They are good, they are patient, but they are still, friend, horses. They are large, nervous animals with their own opinions about the strange men who climb on them in armor. The production has, in casting Peter, been quietly hopeful that he can ride. He has not ridden much. He has done some. There is a small horse-riding scene in Vikings, Valhalla, where he played Dunstan, in which he sat on a horse for a few small shots, but he has not, until Belfast, ever had to carry a scene on a horse. The riding test is one of the small invisible auditions a casting team holds in the weeks before shooting begins. Some actors fail it. Some actors freeze on the horse. Some actors are, by the small, honest verdict of the professional riders, not safe on the horse, and the production has to plan around them, to use stunt doubles for almost every shot, to cut riding scenes, to compromise the script. The director of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms in the early weeks of shooting is a man named Sarah Adina Smith. No, friend, sorry. The director, named Sarah Adina Smith, is a woman, the lead block director on the season. Forgive my slip. She is, by every account in the production, brilliant. She has an exact eye. She watches the horse riding tests with the same attention she will later give to every other shot of the show. And what she sees, friend, when Peter first gets on Dunk's horse is, by her own later words at the show's official screening events, that he is a natural. The man does not on the horse freeze. He sits well, he rides well. He moves in the saddle with the ease of a large athlete who has spent his life in his body and who has, in his bones, the small instinct of how to be on top of a moving thing. He took to horseback. The production team will say later, the way only a few actors do. He took to it, friend, the way Dunk took to it. Naturally, without being taught much. Sarah Adina Smith, watching the riding tests, says a small thing to her crew that becomes, in the production's later memory, important. She says, and this is in her own short words given at an FYC panel the show in early 2026, friend, and we will keep this very short, that she watched, in those tests, the birth of a movie star. That is the small phrase she uses, the birth of a movie star. She does not say it as flattery. She says it as a small professional verdict. She has been directing for years. She has watched many actors get on many horses, and what she sees in Peter, in those first riding tests in Belfast, is a man who is, in the small, careful sense of the phrase, being born into the part. The man and the role are, on the horse, becoming the same thing. This is, friend, another stage. The shield was a stage. The horse is a stage. The next stage, the deepest stage, is the speech. There is, in the script of the first season of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, a moment that the cast and crew, by their own small private term, come to call the Braveheart speech. It is, in the story, the moment in the Trial of Seven episode where Dunk, having been challenged to find 6 other knights to ride beside him against Aerion's 7, sits on his horse in the middle of the Ashford camp and asks. The scene is a long monologue. Dunk has to ride from one group of knights to another in a long tracking shot on horseback, asking, almost begging, for 6 men to take the field with him against the Targaryens. The whole story turns on this moment. The kingdom's whole future turns on this moment. The line of succession of the Iron Throne hangs on whether Dunk, in this particular speech, can move the men around him to do something they have every reason not to do. It is a very long monologue. It has to be delivered by the actor playing Dunk, while riding a horse, while wearing armor, while hitting precise camera marks, while being pursued in real time by camera trucks and drones, while keeping the emotional rhythm of a man who is afraid and proud and humbled and angry and hopeful all at once. It is, friend, the kind of scene that breaks actors. Peter knows. In the small, honest way he later describes it in an interview at the Dublin Comic Con, that this scene is the spine of his whole performance. He has, by his own admission, been waiting for it. He has been working on the lines for weeks. He has, on the days the production has been shooting other scenes, been quietly memorizing the speech. He has, friend, been afraid of it. He has been, in his small, honest way, terrified of it. The day comes. The morning is a Belfast morning. The set is dressed as the Ashford camp. There are extras in costume. There are tents. There are pavilions. There are horses. The cameras are on the trucks. The drones are charged. The crew is, by Belfast set standards, large. Peter gets into costume. He gets into armor. He climbs onto Dunk's horse. The horse, friend, is patient. The horse does not, on this morning, mind anything. The crew begins to roll. Peter rides. He delivers, in the long, careful way the scene requires, the speech. He does, friend, what the production team has hired him to do. He carries the long monologue on the moving horse, past the cameras, hitting the marks the assistant director has spent the morning chalking on the ground for him. He is, in the small, steady way of an actor who has been preparing for this his whole life, exact. He does not flub. He does not falter. He does not, in the small, dangerous way of an actor on a horse, panic. He delivers the speech. The director, Sarah Adina Smith, is watching the monitor. The showrunner, Ira Parker, is watching the monitor. The producers are watching the monitor. The whole production, friend, is, on the morning of the Braveheart speech, watching the monitor. When the take ends, there is, on the set, a small silence. It is the small silence of a crew that has just watched something land. And Peter, friend, in the small, unguarded way he later describes it, in an HBO behind-the-scenes piece with his co-star, Dexter Sol Ansel, does the thing he was probably not supposed to do. He cannot contain it. He, in his own words, friend, takes off in a canter around the field. He is so happy. He is so relieved. He is so flooded with a small shaky high of an actor who has just executed the hardest scene of his life and got it. He cannot, friend, sit still. He cannot, friend, dismount and walk solemnly back to the trailer the way trained adult actors are supposed to. He spurs the horse. He rides in the small joyous way only a man who has just been let out of a long fear can ride around the field, with the sword still in his hand, with the cloak still on his shoulders. Around the field, in a wide, happy circle, in the costume of the man he has just finally played. This is, friend, the moment. Look at it for a minute, friend. Look at it carefully, because in another century, 1200 years away, a man named Sir Duncan the Tall, an orphan from Flea Bottom in the kingdom of Westeros, in the year 209 after the conquest, has just, in the long shadow of this same scene, delivered the same speech, not the same words. The story does not work that way, but the same act, the same essential mythic act, asking, on horseback, in armor, surrounded by enemies and strangers, for 6 men to ride beside him. Dunk did it because the kingdom required him to. Peter is doing it because the production requires him to. And both of them, friend, this is the moment the long time closes. Both of them end the scene the same way. Both of them, in their own private moments after, cannot contain it. Dunk, after the trial of 7, does not give us a record of a victory canter. The histories do not preserve the small private joy he must have felt in his tent that night, alive after a near-death day, having been the kind of man Arlan once tried to make him into. But Peter, in a Belfast field, does give us the canter. Peter, who has been working for this all his life, gallops a wide circle around the field with the sword in his hand. You can, friend, if you want to imagine, picture this from the air. The drone, if it is still up, is watching it from above. A man on horseback, in white and grey costume, the elm tree shield strapped to his back, the sword raised, riding in a wide loose circle around an open Belfast field, alone in the middle of his own joy. That is, friend, the convergence. That is the closing of the long time. The horseback monologue has been, in some small kingdom-shaped way, waiting for Peter for 1200 years. The boy from Portumna, riding in a circle in a Belfast field, is, in this moment, the boy from Flea Bottom, riding home from the meadow at Ashford. Alive at the end of a day he should not have survived. The director, friend, watching from the monitor, says quietly, to whoever happens to be next to her, the small phrase we already have, the birth of a movie star. The crew who have been holding their breath, exhale. Peter, on his loop around the field, is, in the only word that fits, the word he himself uses later, delighted. He is, by every measure on earth, a man. He is, by every measure on earth, also, in this moment, a knight. The boy in the alley has, 1200 years later, been let out of the alley. The white cloak, which he will not wear in the show until much later, friend, until much, much later, in a season that has not yet been filmed, is, already, in this moment, being prepared for him. But that, the white cloak, is the next chapter and the chapters after. What we have here, in this Belfast field, is the small moment when the long time between Flea Bottom and Portumna closes. The 2 streams that this story has been telling, friend, have just met. From now on, in this telling, they are one. Let us walk back, friend, slowly, from the Belfast field. Let us let the crew pack up. Let us let the horse be led away by a calm professional rider. Let us let the costume team peel Peter out of the chainmail and the leather and the long, heavy travelling cloak. Let us let him eat. Let us let him drink water. Let us let him, in the small, careful way of an actor who has just finished a hard day, sit quietly in his trailer and stare at a small, unimportant point in the middle distance. Let us also walk back, French or other century, to the small, ordinary morning at the Red Keep we left earlier. Dunk is sitting on the edge of his cot. The white cloak is folded on the chair beside him. The morning is quiet. The kingdom is at peace. King Aegon V is in his small private chamber, having his morning council. A small knock comes at Dunk's door. It is Egg. It is the king. It is the man Dunk has known since the boy was 9 years old, bald-headed, eating bread by his fire under a tree on the edge of Ashford Meadow. Egg the king walks in. He sits down. He looks at Dunk. He says, friend, in the small voice he uses when he has been thinking about something for a long time and is finally ready to speak it, that he wants to try something the maesters have been telling him cannot be done, Something his ancestors, in the great old days of the Targaryens, used to do. Something that has not been done in 150 years. He wants, friend, to bring back the dragons. He wants to gather his family in secret at his great-grandfather's old pleasure castle in the Dornish Marches, the one called Summerhall. He wants, in the small, careful, private way of a man who has been alone too long with an idea, to attempt to hatch the dragon eggs that the family has kept locked in vaults for generations. He tells Dunk 7 eggs. He wants to honor the 7 gods by bringing back, after 150 years, the 7 dragons. Dunk listens. He does not, friend, say much. He has, in his old age, learned not to argue with kings about ideas the kings have spent years thinking about. But the small, sensible voice in his head, the voice that has belonged to Dunk since Arlen first picked him up off a road outside King's Landing, is, friend, unhappy. The voice does not like dragon eggs. The voice does not like fire. The voice is, in its small old quiet way, afraid. Egg sees the voice on Dunk's face. He says, in the small loving way of an old friend asking another old friend for a small dangerous favor, that he needs Dunk with him. He needs him in white. He needs him at the door. He needs him, friend, the way he has always needed him. Beside him, the way Dunk has been beside him since the meadow at Ashford. Dunk, friend, says yes. Of course Dunk says yes. Dunk has always said yes, in the end, to Egg. The two of them, friend, sit together in the small chamber for a while longer. The morning sun comes in through the high window. They talk in the small ordinary way of old friends, about other small ordinary things. The Prince Duncan, who has been making his unhappy choices about the Baratheon girl, and the commoner Jenny, the Queen, who is unwell. The small irritations of the small council. They drink ale. They laugh, friend, the small dry private laugh of 2 old men who have known each other their whole lives. It is, friend, their last good morning. Summerhall is 6 months away, but neither of them, on this particular morning, knows it. We will leave them on the closing of the long time, friend. Peter is, by now, in his trailer in Belfast. The chainmail is hanging on a stand. The painted shield is leaning against the wall. The white cloak, which he has not yet worn, which will not be his until later in the production's planned story, is in a wardrobe somewhere in the costume department, waiting. He is drinking a small, careful cup of tea. He is, in the small private way of a man who has just done the hardest scene of his career and got it, quiet. Dunk is by now in his small chamber at the Red Keep. The white cloak is folded on the chair. The morning sun has moved across the room. Egg has by now returned to his council. The two of them have agreed on Summerhall. Dunk has by now the small old fear in his stomach that he does not have a name for. He does not, in his small old way, give it a name. He simply gets up. He puts on the white cloak. He goes to stand at his post. There is a stretch of time, friend, in every great story, when the man who has just become himself gets to enjoy it. It is not the climax. It is not the ending. It is the middle. It is the long, beautiful part where the man wears the role he has earned, and the world watches him do it, and the work is good, and the days are long, and the nights are quiet, and the people around him love him, and the small, ordinary disasters of the life he is now living do not yet feel like disasters. This is, friend, the part of every great life that the songs sometimes forget to sing. The songs prefer the trial and the death. They prefer the great mythic moments that the singers can fix into ballads. They tend to leave out the ordinary middle, the daily life of the man inside the role, the breakfasts, the chess games, the small jokes shared with co-workers in the corridors of a working set, the small pleasures of a life lived at the center of a thing the man had spent his whole earlier life imagining from the outside. Tonight, in this chapter, we will sit with both of our boys in the middle. For Dunk, the middle is the long quiet decade and a half he spends in the white cloak at Egg's shoulder in the Red Keep, doing the small daily work of being Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. For Peter, the middle is the year of filming in Belfast, The long, careful year of waking up in the small flat near the studios, of the chess games with Dexter, of the meeting with George R. Martin, of the small premieres in Berlin and Rome. We are, friend, no longer telling two separate stories. The convergence in the Belfast field has closed the long time. From here, the story is one story, but there are still 2 centuries in the telling. There is still a man in white in a great old keep, and there is still a man in chain mail on a working soundstage. They are the same man now, but they live, friend, in different bodies. Let us let them live in both, side by side for a while. Let us begin in the middle of the working year. The set of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, friend, is, by every account in the press, a happy one. Some sets are not. Some film and television productions are difficult places, where the work is hard and the relationships are tense, and the actors and crew go home each night with the small private dread of having to come back the next morning. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms is not, by every account, that kind of production. The showrunner Ira Parker is, by reputation, kind. The directors, Owen Harris, who directs the early episodes, and Sarah Udina Smith, who directs the later ones, are, by every account, careful with the actors and respectful of the work. The composer Dan Romer is, by his colleagues' descriptions, a quiet, thoughtful musician who comes onto set, sometimes simply to listen. The lead actors, friend, are happy. This is not, in this work, a small thing. Peter and Dexter Sol Ansel, the small, careful 9-year-old who plays Egg, who you will remember from the chemistry read in Chapter 7, have been, by both their accounts, almost instantly bonded. They do not have, in the small, honest way of certain on-screen pairings, to work at the chemistry. The chemistry is simply there. It was there in the audition room. It is there on the set. It is there in the small, quiet pauses between takes, when the two of them, the giant and the boy, are simply standing next to each other in costume, waiting for the camera to be moved. The production has, and this is, friend, in the small, thoughtful way well-run productions sometimes do this, put the two of them in lodgings near each other. They are staying, by the small, lucky accident of the production's housing, in flats next to a small entertainment complex. There is, near where they live, in the small phrase they later use in interviews, and we will keep this very short, a Five Guys, and a Nando's, and an arcade, and bowling alley, and a cinema. They go there together. They eat hamburgers, they eat chicken. They play arcade games. They bowl, and, friend, in the small important way of the working actor, they play chess. This is the small detail that will, in the press much later, become a small loved thing. The two of them play chess almost every day, in the breaks between scenes and in the evenings at the lodgings. Peter, by his own admission in an interview given to BuzzFeed, won the first time. He uses those exact words, won the first time. And then, friend, by the same admission, Dexter wins every game after that. Every single other one. Dexter is 9 years old. Peter is 28. Peter is also. Friend, you must remember, the man who is at this point in his life rapidly acquiring a reputation as the gentle giant of the Game of Thrones universe. The man whose face is going to be on the side of buses. The man who, by the time the show airs, will have 300,000 and more followers on his Instagram. And he is being beaten at chess every night by a 9-year-old. He does not, friend, mind. He is, in his small, honest way, delighted. The boy is, by his own description, so mature, so quick at the board, so methodical in his thinking, so unflappable about beating his giant co-star. Peter learns to lose with grace. He learns, in the small way of a man who has spent his life in team sports, that being beaten by the right person is not, in fact, losing. He is, friend, looking after the boy. He says in his interviews, and we will keep this short again, that he feels protective of him. The word he uses in interviews given much later to Gold Derby is exactly that, protective. He has, in the small way of a man who was an older brother, and the younger brother of a rugby-playing brother, and the kind of man who shows up to small Galway weddings to look out for his cousin's adopted Dexter on the set. He helps him with his lines. He takes him for chicken. He plays him at chess and loses to him and laughs about losing. He is, in the small unsung way of these set partnerships, making sure the small boy doing the very large job of carrying half a Game of Thrones prequel does not get eaten by the small boy's job. This is, friend, the kind of behavior that does not show up in the singer's songs, but it is also, friend, the kind of behavior that the actor playing the man playing the role cannot fake. You cannot fake protective. You cannot fake gentleness toward a small, bald boy in a horse stable. You either are, in your small, honest interior life, that kind of man, or you are not. And if you are not, the camera knows. The camera always knows. Peter is, in the small, unsung, honest way, that kind of man, which is, friend, exactly the kind of man Dunk was in another century with a different small, bald boy. The Red Keep, in the year 245 or thereabouts, friend, is also, in its small, old, quiet way, a happy place. Egg, who is by now King Aegon V, is in the middle of his reign. He has been on the throne for roughly 12 years. He has in those years done a great deal of careful, unfashionable good. He has tried, in small, steady increments, to push the lords of the realm toward kinder treatment of their small folk. He has tried, against a great deal of resistance, to give the working people of his kingdom small new rights they did not have before. He has been, friend, in the small honest verdict of the chroniclers, a good king. He is also, like all good kings, unpopular with certain lords. The great houses of the realm in those years have begun to chafe against him. He is asking too much of them. He is not letting them treat their dependents the way their fathers treated their dependents. He is. In the small, unfair way certain men describe the asking of decency, interfering. Dunk, in the white, watches it all. He stands, friend, in the corner of the throne room when the lords come to argue with the king. He stands at the door of the small council when the council debates the decisions. He stands in his white cloak with his hands clasped while the king tries day after day to be the kind of king the realm has not had for a long time. Dunk does not, in the records, give us his opinion of any of this. The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard does not, by the protocol of the office, opine on matters of state. He simply guards the king's person. He simply stands. But Egg, friend, in the small private chambers afterward, talks to Dunk. We saw this in the last chapter, but it is worth pausing on it again, in the small middle of their long friendship. Egg, who is the king of the 7 kingdoms, has, like every king of every country, a small private problem. He has too many advisors, and he has too many enemies, and he does not have, in the small, important way most men have, a friend who knew him before he was the king. Almost everyone in his court has met him in his crown. Almost everyone in his court is, in some small way, afraid of him. Dunk is not afraid of him. Dunk has known him since he was 9 years old, eating bread by a fire under a tree at Ashford. Dunk has seen him, in his smallness and his bigness, in his foolishness and his cleverness, in his fear and his courage. Dunk has carried him on a horse. Dunk has fed him bread. Dunk has, in the small, unromantic way of men who have shared the road, raised him in the small piece of his life when he most needed raising. So when Egg, in the small private chambers in the late hours of his reign, comes to Dunk for a quiet talk, Dunk gives him the kind of company a king almost never gets. He gives him, friend, the small, honest company of a man who is not afraid. He listens, he nods, he says, occasionally, in his low, slow voice, the small thing he thinks. That seems hard, your grace, he might say. Or, I do not know about that. Or, Pennytree used to say. He has by now spent more years saying Pennytree used to say than Pennytree spent alive saying things. The old hedge knight's words have, in Dunk's old age, become the small, steady proverbs by which he reasons. When you accept a lord's meat and mead, all you do reflects on him. He might quote gently, "When egg is being too hard on a vassal, always do more than he expects, never less." He might quote, "When egg is too tired to do the small extra kindness a small situation requires, egg listens." The king listens to the hedge knight. The Targaryen prince listens to the orphan from Flea Bottom. They are friend. In the small, unsung, honest way of these things, each other's family. This is the small, unsaid thing about Dunk's middle years. He is, in the small, steady way of a brother to the king, Egg's brother. Aemon is at the wall. Daeron is dead. Aerion is dead. The men who should have been Egg's brothers have been removed by drink and pox and wildfire from his life. The man left at his shoulder is the hedge knight he found in a horse stable when he was 9. The hedge knight is, in the small steady way of these things, the king's family. In the early summer of 2025, friend George R.R. Martin visits the set of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. He is by then 76 years old. He has been the author of the Westeros stories for almost 30 years. He has watched, in his career, 2 of his own creations be turned into the largest television franchise of his lifetime. He has been involved, in the small, careful way an author is involved, with every casting and every script of every show in the Westeros universe. But he has also, in his old age, been increasingly picky about what those shows look like. He has fought, at times openly, with the showrunners of House of the Dragon over decisions he did not like. He has not, in those fights, been quiet. He has been, by every account in the press, worried about A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. The Dunk and Egg novellas are, by his own admission, his favourite story. He has been worried that the production would not honour them. He arrives in Belfast. Peter, friend, has been told, for weeks before, that Martin will be coming. He has been terrified. He has been, in the small, unguarded way, he tells it later in an interview to Cinema Blend, not totally informed book-wise, which is to say, in the small, honest way of an actor, that Peter has read the novellas, has loved them, has worked from them, but has not memorized them with the obsessive devotion of a true Game of Thrones superfan. He is afraid that Martin will quiz him. He is afraid that Martin will discover, in conversation, that Peter does not know the small 1,000 details of the lore that the real fans know. He prepares for the visit, friend, the way an actor prepares for a hard scene. He goes through the books again. He memorizes, in his small, careful way, the small details of Dunk's history. He arrives on set on the morning of the visit, and, by his own admission, his hands are shaking. Martin arrives. He is, by every account, smaller in person than he is in his photographs. He is wearing the small fisherman's cap that he wears in nearly every public appearance. He is, friend, this is the small important thing, quietly happy. He has been on set for a few minutes. He has by then watched some of the dailies. He has by then seen Peter in costume. And he is, in the small careful verdict of a man who has been waiting his whole career to see his favourite character on screen, pleased. He says, friend, in the small short phrase Peter will later quote in interviews, and we will keep this short, that he has found the visit super happy. He says, and this we will keep shorter still, that the production of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is, in his words, his favourite story. He says it in the small careful way of an old man who does not give compliments lightly. He says it in front of Peter. He says it, by all accounts, in front of the whole assembled crew. Peter, friend, in the small, honest way he later describes it, did not really want to be that person who pestered Martin with questions. He did not, by his own admission, ask Martin what to do here, how to feel here, where the character should be in this moment. He let, in the small respectful way of an actor who knows the limits of his own role, the creator of the world, simply be. He let Martin watch. He let Martin give the small approving nods. He let Martin, in his small fisherman's cap, walk the corridors of the Belfast, set the way a king might walk a kingdom, surveying the small, careful work of the men and women who have built it. Martin and Peter, in those days, talk. They have, by Peter's own later account, long conversations. They talk about the show. They talk about the books. They talk in the small, unguarded way Peter describes it later, about superheroes. They talk about fantasy. They talk, friend, about stuff, the kind of small fanboy talk that one nerd has with another nerd when one of the nerds happens to be the man who created the entire fictional universe, and the other nerd happens to be the man wearing the chainmail of one of that universe's most beloved characters. Peter, in his honest later phrasing, calls himself a ginormous nerd. He uses that exact short word, ginormous, to describe the small private fact of his own deep nerdy love of fantasy and superheroes and the small specific worlds these stories build. Martin, by every account, loves this in him. Martin loves talking to other nerds about his work. Martin, in his small old quiet way, recognizes in Peter the kind of fan he himself was when he was young. The author and the actor, friend, are friends by the time Martin leaves Belfast. This is, friend, the small unsung honest victory of A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms as a production. The man who made the world has met the man playing the world's heart and has liked him. The man playing the world's heart has met the man who made the world and has not been. In the small, unprofessional way some actors are destroyed by the meeting. They have, in the small, ordinary way of two grown men who happen to share a love of giants and dragons and quiet hedge knights with painted shields, got on. Peter, when Martin leaves, friend, breathes a small private breath of relief. He has, in the small unsung way of these things, been blessed by the Creator. Dunk, in another century, has long since been blessed by the Creator of his world, who is, in the small story shape of these things, Egg the King. There is no other approval Dunk needs in the kingdom. There is no other approval Peter needs in the production. They have both, friend, been received. Now they only have to do the work. The work, friend, in the year of filming is hard. It is hard for the small, ordinary reasons that television work is always hard. The days are long. The shoots run 12, 14, sometimes 16 hours. The Belfast weather is the Belfast weather. Grey, damp, occasionally beautiful, occasionally biting. The armour is heavy. The horse is patient but tired. The small, careful, repetitive work of getting a single scene right in television is in some ways harder than the small, one-time mythic work Dunk had to do at the Trial of Seven. Dunk had to do the speech once. Peter has to do it, friend, 20 times from 20 different angles, with 20 different small adjustments by the director and the camera operators and the riding coaches. Peter is, in the small, honest way he tells it later, exhausted. He is also, in the small, honest way he tells it later, unsure. He admits in interviews to a magazine called Men's Health that he had, on the set, imposter syndrome. He admits, friend, we will keep this short, that he doubted whether he was good enough to be playing the part. He admits that he had moments on long days of small private fear that he was going to disappoint everyone. Disappoint Ira, disappoint Sarah, disappoint Owen, disappoint Dexter, disappoint the entire massive Game of Thrones fan base, disappoint Martin himself. He gets through the doubt, friend, the way Dunk got through his doubts. He does not, in the small, steady way, let it stop him. He shows up, he hits his marks, he does the take, he goes home, he sleeps. He shows up the next day, he hits his marks. He does the take, he goes home, he sleeps. He has, by the end of the shoot, built the character. He has built him, friend, in the small, unsung, steady way. The great roles are always built by the daily, ordinary work of an actor who is hungry, slightly afraid, and willing to keep showing up. He has built him by the small, careful study of Cillian Murphy on the set of small things like these. He has built him by the small, humble, hard discipline of his Bow Street Academy training. He has built him by the small, lonely Connacht year that taught him what it was to fail. He has built him by the small wreck and bad sisters and Vikings, Valhalla and borderline years that taught him what it was to keep showing up. He has built him, friend, by being in the small honest way of a man who has earned the right to be himself, which is, in the small story shape of these things, the only way to play Dunk. Because Dunk, in the books, is a man who has earned the right to be himself, the same way. He has earned it, friend, by being lifted off a road by an old hedge knight, by surviving the alleys of Flea Bottom, by carrying the lance, by holding the bridle, by fetching the water, by becoming, in his small steady way, the man Arlan saw he would become. The two men, friend, are making themselves at the same time. The actor is making the character. The character is making the actor. This is, in the small, honest way of art, what casting at its best is supposed to be. The actor is given the role, and the role is given the actor, and over the long, careful work of the production they trade, the actor lends the character his face, his body, his eyes, his small, private hesitations. The character lends the actor his courage, his old pain, his small, mythic shape. By the end, friend, neither of them is exactly what they were when they started. Dunk is, in the small, careful work of Peter's performance, more visible than he has ever been before. He has, after 28 years on the page, been given a face. He has been given a slow, gentle Galway accent. He has been given a small, specific wobbly walk. He has been given, friend, the small, honest interior life that no fan reading the books was ever quite sure of. Peter, in the small, careful work of being Dunk, is, in his own honest interior life, changed. He is no longer the boy who was let go by Connacht. He is no longer the small actor sending tapes into the void. He is, friend, the man playing Sir Duncan the Tall, and he will be, for the rest of his working life, the man who gave that giant a face. The trade is done. The making is done. The first season is, friend, in the can. In late 2024, the first images of a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms begin to appear in the press. There is a small, careful trailer. There is a small, careful poster. There is a small, careful set of stills given to Variety and Vanity Fair and Vulture, in which Peter, in chainmail, on horseback with the painted shield in his lap, stares calmly into the middle distance the way Dunk stares calmly into the middle distance in every scene of every novella. The fan response, friend, is immediate. The Game of Thrones world has been waiting for nearly a decade for an adaptation that does not, in the small unfair language some fans use, betray the source material. They have not, by their own opinions, fully had it. The original Game of Thrones ended, in their own often stated complaint, poorly. House of the Dragon, in their own opinions, has not always honoured the book. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is being watched, friend, with a great deal of small private hope. The hope, when the trailer drops, is answered. The fans, in the small loud public way of fandom, love Peter. They love the way he holds the shield. They love the small, honest way his face moves on the horse. They love the small, soft Galway voice they hear in the trailer. They love, friend, the small, ordinary fact that the giant on the screen looks like Dunk. Peter, in his small Dublin flat, watches the response begin to build. He is, in the small, honest way, he describes it later in an interview to Backstage magazine, terrified. He has, by his own admission, the small, frightened wish, and we will keep this very short, that things won't change massively in his life. He is, in the small, honest way of a working actor, afraid of the size of what is about to happen to him. It happens anyway. In September of 2024, Friend, the British and Irish industry magazine Screen International, publishes its annual list of stars of tomorrow, 20 rising actors, who, in the magazine's careful editorial verdict, are about to break through. Peter is on the list. The list, friend, has historically included names you would now recognize. Actors whose careers have, after appearing on it, gone on to be big careers. He is on the list with peers like Amy Lou Wood and Owen Cooper. In January of 2026, the show finally airs. Premiere events are held in Berlin, Rome, and Los Angeles. Peter walks the red carpets. He wears, friend, well-tailored suits that the small Galway boy he used to be would not have known how to wear. He stands beside Dexter on the carpets. The two of them, the giant and the small boy, are, in the small, loud public way of these things, the story. The reviews come in. Variety Friend, in its careful professional voice, calls Peter, and we will keep this short, a man with an open, infectious sincerity. The Guardian, in its slightly drier English voice, calls him suitably tall. BBC Culture, in a piece by a writer named Neil Armstrong, says of him and Dexter that they are, and we will keep this very short, both brilliant individually, and that the chemistry between them is extraordinary. The reviewer compares the pair, in a small affectionate phrase, to a Laurel and Hardy-style double act, and notes, with a small kind professional surprise, that Peter has only been acting for a couple of years. Rotten Tomatoes, Friend, in its small public scorekeeping, gives the show a critic score in the high 90s and an audience score in the 70s. IMDb, in its public score, gives the show a 9.0 out of 10. The fourth episode, the Trial of 7 episode, the one with the Braveheart speech, earns a 9.6, the highest of the season. The show, Friend, is a hit. Peter, in the small careful way he watches the response, knows it. He is, in the small honest way of a working actor at the moment of his breakthrough, no longer the same person he was when he was let go by Connacht. Dunk, in another century, in his small chamber inside the Red Keep, knows the same thing about himself. He is no longer the boy in the alley. He is no longer the boy on Arlan's horse. He is, in the small steady way these things become true, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He is the man he was always going to be. Both of them, Friend, in the same small private way, are settled. Both of them, Friend, on the same small careful evening, can breathe. We will leave them both, Friend, in the middle of their long good years. Peter is by now, in early 2026, in a hotel room in Rome. He has just walked the red carpet at the European premiere. He is alone. He is drinking a small, careful glass of water. He is sitting in front of a window. The lights of Rome are on. He is. In the small, honest way a man is sometimes able to be content. The world has watched him. The world has loved him. The work is good. Dunk is, by now, in his small chamber inside the Red Keep, in the year 258 or thereabouts. He has just stood his late watch outside the king's door. He is taking off his white cloak. He is folding it the way he folds it every night. The candle on his small wooden table is burning down. The night outside the window is the soft summer night of Westeros, the way it has been for 33 years, the way it has been since he was lifted off the road by an old hedge knight outside the city he is now Lord Commander of. There are, Friend, certain places in a story where the two halves of a life, the small ordinary half and the great mythic half, finally lay themselves down side by side and match. It does not happen often. Most lives, in the small honest measure of them, do not have such a moment. Most lives are uneven things, where the small ordinary half outweighs the mythic half by a great margin, and the mythic half, if it comes at all, comes briefly and is gone. But for the rare lives that do have such a moment, the moment is the one we have been walking towards from the very first chapter. For Dunk, Friend, that moment is a fire. For Peter, that moment is a season of premieres in 3 cities, a global review cycle that settles his whole career, and a small, accidental moment in a small studio interview where a small, careful boy says a small, unguarded sentence that, 1,200 years away, quietly changes what we are allowed to know about how Dunk's story ends. Tonight, in this chapter, we will sit with them both at the great mythic moment, the fire and the premiere, the thing that takes everything, the thing that gives everything. Both, Friend, are happening at the same time. In our story, in this chapter, they are the same thing. Let us walk slowly into the fire. The pleasure castle of Summerhall, Friend, sits in the Dornish marches, the long soft border country between the Stormlands and Dorne, in the south of the kingdom. It was built 2 generations earlier by King Aegon V's grandfather, the great old king, Daeron II. It was built as a small private retreat. It was meant to be a place where the family could go to rest, away from the heat and the noise of King's Landing. It is, by every account in the old chronicles, beautiful. A small, graceful castle of pale stone, with gardens and a small, careful library, and a wide ground floor hall that opens out onto the dry Dornish hills. It is, in the year 259, the place King Aegon V has chosen for his small private experiment. The king has, for many years, been thinking about dragons. You will remember, friend, from earlier in our telling, that the Targaryen dragons, the great mythic creatures that built the dynasty, have been gone from the world for over 150 years. The last one, a small sad creature, died in King Aegon's grandfather's youth. The eggs the family has kept locked in vaults have not, in living memory, hatched. The world of Westeros is, in the year 259, a world without dragons. Aegon V has decided, in the small obsessive way of certain old kings, to change that. He has gathered in secret 7 eggs. He has gathered them, in the small careful religious arithmetic of his thinking, to honor the 7 gods of the faith, 1 egg for each god. He has gathered, friend pyromancers, the small old guild of men in the kingdom who handle fire, who know the small terrifying recipes for the green flame called wildfire, the same green flame that killed Aerion the Bright Flame in his cup decades ago. The pyromancers have been brought to Summerhall under the small careful seal of the king's secret. They have been told what to do. The king's own septon, friend, his small religious advisor, has, by the surviving record, warned him. The words of the warning do not survive in full. Maester Corso, the maester of Summerhall, sent a letter before he died describing what was happening. But the letter, friend, was damaged. Ink was blotted across it by some small accident of fire or water in the copying. What we have, in the small careful chronicle of the kingdom, is fragments. The blood of the dragon gathered in one. The letter says, before the ink stops it, 7 eggs to honor the 7 gods, though the king's own septon had warned. The blot. The next phrase, pyromancers, the blot. The next phrase, wildfire, the blot. The next phrase, flames grew out of control, towering, burned so hot that, the blot. And then, friend, in the small final fragment that survives, and which, in the small careful way of this story, you must hear in your own head with the weight of the whole telling behind it, died. But for the valour of the Lord Common, the blot, that is, friend, what the kingdom has of how Dunk died. Half a sentence, died, but for the valour of the Lord Common. The next word would have been commander. The word after that would have told us, in the small specific language of the chronicle, what Dunk did, whom he saved, how he died. The word after that, friend, is gone. The blot took it, the fire took it. The history of the realm, in its small unfair way, has forgotten. What we know is this: Aegon V, the unlikely king, the boy in the horse stable, the king on the Iron Throne, the man who tried to be good, gathers his family at Summerhall in the year 259. He gathers his sons, including the Prince Duncan, named after Dunk, who has by now grown up and married Jenny of Oldstones and lived through the strange small wars his marriage caused. He gathers his pregnant granddaughter, Rhaella, who is about to give birth to a son. He gathers his most trusted men. He gathers, in the white, Dunk. The pyromancers light their wildfire. Something, the chronicle does not know what, perhaps it does not even matter, goes wrong. The wildfire, friend, the green flame that Aerion drank in his madness, the flame that has been used in the great sea battles of the realm, the flame that burns hot enough to crack stone, gets out. It runs along the floors of Summerhall. It runs up the walls. It runs into the small careful library, where the books and the scrolls and the small careful private letters of the family go up like dry leaves. It runs into the great hall. It runs into the chambers, the pleasure castle, friend, The small, graceful place built for rest becomes, in the small, terrible arithmetic of pyromancy gone wrong, an oven. People begin to die. Aegon V dies, the unlikely king, the king who tried to be good, the man Dunk has stood beside for 50 years, dies in the fire he himself called for. His son Duncan, the prince named after Dunk, dies beside him. Many others die. The Chronicle, friend, does not give us a count, but what the Chronicle does give us, in its half-blotted way, is the small fragment about the valour of the Lord Common. The fire took everything else, but it left us that. Let us look at it for a moment, friend. Let us imagine, in the small, careful way, the songs of the Kingsguard have imagined it, for 1200 years, what Dunk did. He is, by then, in his late 60s or early 70s. He is the oldest man in the white cloak. He has stood in this kind of armour for 26 years. He has, in the small, steady way of his old age, the small, bad knee, the small ache in the lower back, the small private knowledge that he is no longer the giant of the Trial of Seven. He is, friend, old. He is also, in the small mythic way of these moments, exactly the man he has been since the alley in Flea Bottom. When the fire begins, friend, Dunk does what Dunk has always done. He does not think. He does not stop. He does not, in the small, careful, self-preserving way most men do at moments like this, hesitate. He simply moves. He moves toward the people he is sworn to protect. He pulls them out, friend. He carries them out. He goes back in. He goes back in the small certain way of a man who has decided that the limit of his own life is, in the moment of the burning, not his concern. He does this by every reading of the half-blotted letter more than once. The Lord Commander, friend, the boy from Flea Bottom, the man in the white, saves people from Summerhall, not all of them. He is one old man. The fire is the fire, but he saves some. The half-blotted phrase tells us this, died, but for the valour of the Lord Common, the phrase is small. The phrase is fragmented, but the phrase is, in its small specific grammar, telling us, friend, that without Dunk, more would have died, that because of Dunk, some lived. The Princess Rhaella, in the middle of the burning, gives birth. Her son is born. Friend, you must imagine this, in the small, terrible, specific way of the moment. Amid smoke and salt, the small, careful phrase, the prophecies of the realm, will use about him for the rest of his short life. The boy is named Rhaegar. He will grow up. He will become the most beautiful and saddest of the Targaryen princes. He will love a Stark girl called Lyanna and run away with her, and the running will start a war, and the war will end the dynasty. He will, in the small, unfair way of these things, never really recover from being born in the fire that killed his great-grandfather. Decades from now, as a young man, he will return to Summerhall alone. He will sleep in the ruined hall under the open sky. He will compose, on his harp, songs about friend, in the small lyrical phrase preserved in the Chronicle. Twilights and tears, and the death of kings. But Rhaegar, friend, is alive. He is alive because he was born in the fire. He is alive because someone, in the half-blotted phrase, did the saving. Whether Dunk himself dies in the fire, or whether, friend, in a small surprise the modern adaptation has hinted at, he survives it, is the small unsettled question of the realm. The original Chronicle says he died. The official record of the Kingsguard, in the Great White Book, lists him as having died at Summerhall. Sir Gerald Hightower, the next Lord Commander, takes up the White the following year. The realm mourns the Lord Commander Duncan, with the same grief it mourns the unlikely king. But there is, friend, a small accidental piece of evidence, 1200 years from now. That complicates the question. We will get to it shortly. It belongs, in the small story shape of these things, to the other half of this chapter. For now, let us sit with what is recorded. The fire takes the king. The fire takes the Prince Duncan, named for Dunk. The fire takes the pleasure castle. The fire, in the small mythic way of fires in stories like this, takes the dragons that were never born. The eggs do not hatch. They crack. They are destroyed in the heat. The small last hope of the Targaryen line, returning to its dragons, is, friend, gone. The boy from Flea Bottom, in the white cloak, in the half-blotted final fragment of the chronicle of his life, has, by every reading available to us, saved who he could and kept his word. He defended the realm. He defended his king. He defended the small babies and the small servants and the small members of the family that he could reach. He did, in the small, honest grammar of the half-blotted letter, the thing he had been sworn to do. He had been told by Arlen in the alley outside the inn at Ashford that a true knight defends the weak and innocent. He had been charged by Arlan to obey the 7 gods. He had been charged by Arlen to defend the realm with all his might. And in the fire at Summerhall, in the year 259, he did so. This is, friend, what we have. This is the small ending the chronicle gives us. Died, but for the valour of the Lord Common, half a sentence, in a half-burnt letter, in a half-burnt castle, where everything else is gone. But the half-sentence, friend, is enough. The boy in the alley has been true. Let us, friend, sit with him for a moment. Let us let him be old. Let us let him be tired. Let us let him be. In the small soft phrase Aemon will use of him decades from now, from the wall, that big knight he served. Let us let him go. The premieres of A Knight of the 7 Kingdoms, friend, begin in early 2026. The world premiere is held in Berlin. Peter walks the red carpet there. He is in a small, careful suit. Dexter is beside him in a small, careful coat. George R.R. Martin, in his small fisherman's cap, is beside them both. The press take photographs. The fans, who have come from across Europe, scream the small, quiet way fantasy fans scream, with their whole bodies, but politely. Peter, in his interviews on the red carpet, is gentle. He does not, in the small, honest way some actors do, manage the press. He simply talks to them. He answers their questions. He says, in his small Galway voice, the small, ordinary things he has been saying for the past 2 years. There is a second large premiere in Rome. There is a third in Los Angeles. The show begins to air. It airs, friend, on the 18th of January, 2026, on HBO in the United States, on Sky Atlantic in Britain and Ireland, and on the various streaming services around the world that carry HBO Max content. The first episode goes out at 10 o'clock at night on a Sunday. Within hours, the small, careful internet of fantasy fandom is, in its small, loud, public way, exploding with reaction. The response, friend, is overwhelming. Episodes drop 1 a week for 6 weeks. Each episode is reviewed in real time by the small, careful army of professional television critics who watch these things for a living. Each episode is dissected in real time by the small, loud army of fans who watch these things for love. Variety's critic uses the small, careful phrase we already heard, that Peter gives Dunk an open, infectious sincerity that makes him easy to love. The Hollywood Reporter, in a piece by a critic named Daniel Feinberg, calls the show, and we will keep this short, friend, charming. He says that smaller can be better. In the small, careful contrast between this show and its larger predecessors, The Guardian, BBC Culture, The New York Times, all of them, in their small, careful, professional ways, praise the show. The fans love it more. The numbers, friend, accumulate. Rotten Tomatoes, by the end of the season, has the show at, in the small public scorekeeping of these things, 93% with critics, 76% with audience. IMDb has it at a 9.0 out of 10, an exceptionally high score for a fantasy series. The 4th episode, the Trial of 7 episode, the episode with the Braveheart speech, is rated by IMDb's users at 9.6 out of 10, the highest of any episode of the season. Peter, friend, in the small, careful way of an actor at the moment of his arrival, watches the response. He is, in a small way that he later tries to describe to interviewers, changed by it. He is, and this is in his own short words, to backstage terrified of the size of his new public life. He had, before the show aired, said in interviews that he had the small, not quite realistic hope that things would not change massively for him. He used those exact short phrases. He is, by his own admission, friend, finding out in the small days after the premiere that things have changed massively. His Instagram, friend, the small comedy sketch account he has been running for years, explodes. 300,000 followers, then more, then more. Strangers stop him on the streets of Dublin. Strangers stop him on the streets of London. Strangers stop him in airports. He is, in the small unsung way of an actor whose career has just broken, no longer able to walk down a small street without being seen. He is, friend, Dunk now, in the eyes of the public, for the rest of his working life. This is going to be the first thing strangers know about him. He has, in the small unsung way of these moments, given his face to the giant. The giant has, in the small unsung way of these things, taken his face. The trade is, friend, complete. In February of 2026, friend, a small accidental thing happens. Peter and Dexter, by then on a small, careful press tour for the show, sit down for a small, careful interview with the website Decider. The interview is meant to be light. It is meant, in the small, careful way of these promotional sit-downs, to be a small, fun chat about the show. The two of them sit beside each other. There is, by some small, charming production decision, a small puppet involved. They talk about the show. They talk about the audition. They talk about each other. The interviewer, in the small, careful way of these things, asks them a question about Summerhall. Summerhall, you must remember, friend, has by then been mentioned in the show. The fortune teller in the 3rd episode of the 1st season has given Egg a small, mysterious prophecy about it. The fans who have read the books, know what is supposed to happen there. The fans who have only watched the show, know that it is something bad. The interviewer asks Dexter, the small, careful 9-year-old, who is by now 10, what he knows about it. Dexter, friend, in the small, unguarded way of a child being interviewed, answers, he says, in his own short words, that he knows a bit about Egg trying to make dragons at Summerhall, and about the huge fire. He says that he knows from George, meaning George R.R. Martin, the creator of the entire universe, that Dunk survives. Dunk survives. Peter, friend, sitting beside him, panics. The whole production has, for 2 years, been carefully preparing the show's slow, careful adaptation of the long story. The fate of Dunk at Summerhall is, in the source material, officially a death. The Chronicle, as we just walked through, says he died. The Kingsguard's records say he died. Every reader of the books has, for 30 years, believed he died. And the small, careful boy beside Peter has just told the world, in the small, unguarded way of a child telling the truth, that Martin himself, 1,200 years away from Summerhall, has told the actors on the set, in the small private moments between takes, that Dunk does not die in the fire. Peter, in the small unguarded way the moment is later preserved on social media, makes a small, frantic hand gesture. He says, in his own short words, that they don't know exactly what's happening. He, in the small, loyal way of an actor trying to walk back his small co-star's accidental honesty, attempts, gently, to get this season 1 out of the way, and we'll see. The damage, friend, is done. The internet, the small, loud, careful internet of fantasy fandom, takes the clip and runs with it. Within hours, every major fantasy and entertainment website on Earth, Games Radar, Newsweek, Gizmodo, /Film, Wiki of Thrones, is reporting the small, unguarded sentence, Dunk survives Summerhall. Dunk lives. The Chronicle, friend, the half-burnt letter, the half-sentence about the valour of the Lord Common, is, in the small 1,200-year-late way of these things, suddenly complicated. What does it mean? It is unclear. Martin, friend, has not yet finished the next Dunk and Egg novella. He has not yet finished, in fact, the next major book in the wider series. He may, in the small private writer's way of these things, have told the actors something about Dunk's fate at Summerhall that he has not yet committed to print. He may, in his old age, have decided to give Dunk a small mercy that the original chronicle did not know about. Or he may, friend, in the small, careful, uncertain way of any unwritten future, be still deciding. What is certain is that the small, unguarded sentence of a 10-year-old boy in a press junket has, in the small story shape of these things, changed the small ending Dunk's story has been carrying for 30 years. The boy from Flea Bottom, in the small old half-blotted phrase, died, but for the valour of the Lord Common. And now, friend, on top of that small fragmentary phrase, there is a second small fragment, the small unguarded sentence of a small, careful boy on a press junket. Dunk survives. We don't know exactly what's happening. Both fragments are true. Both fragments are, in the small story shape of this story, the truth. The boy in the alley, the man in the white cloak, the giant in the painted shield, the orphan from Flea Bottom survives. How, where, in what form? Friend, we do not know, we may never know. The half-burnt letter does not tell us. The small unguarded sentence does not tell us. The man who wrote both, the chronicler in Westeros and George R.R. Martin in Santa Fe, has, in his small private way, kept the rest for himself. But the boy survives. The story, in the small, generous way the modern adaptation has chosen to tell it, continues. We are, friend, almost at the end of our telling. The fire took the king. The fire took the Prince Duncan, named for Dunk. The fire took the small, graceful pleasure castle in the Dornish marches. The fire took, in the small mythic way of all such fires, something. It always takes something. It always must. The premiers in Berlin and Rome and Los Angeles took, friend, in their own small, modern way, something. They took the small private life Peter had before. They took the small Dublin flat as the centre of his life. They took the small, ordinary obscurity of the working actor. They gave him, in exchange, 300,000 and more strangers on Instagram, a face on the side of buses, a small, careful army of fans on the streets of cities he has never been to before. Both fires, friend, gave something back. The fire at Summerhall gave back the survival of Rhaegar. The premieres at Berlin and Rome and Los Angeles gave back the second season, already in production, already filming in Belfast, and in the warmer light of Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands, with a new cast around Peter that includes the Scottish actor Peter Mullen as Eustace Osgrey and the English actress Lucy Boynton as the Red Widow Rohan Webber. The fire took the king. The premieres took the small obscurity. Both, in the small, unfair, generous arithmetic of these things, gave a future. The future for Dunk, friend, in the small accidental sentence of a 10-year-old boy, is, surprisingly, survival. Where and how and for how long, the small, careful future writing of the man in Santa Fe has not yet told us. But Dunk, in the small, generous reading of the small, unguarded clip, walked out of the fire. The future for Peter, friend, is what every working actor at the moment of their breakthrough has. The small open road of the rest of a career. Belfast and Gran Canaria for the second season. The next Dunk and Egg novella when it comes. The White Cloak when it is time to wear it. The Trial of 7. Monologues. Older, sadder cousin. The speech the older Dunk will one day give in his white cloak age the assembled Kingsguard on the small terrible morning egg tells him about the dragon eggs. That last speech, friend, has not yet been written. It is in the small private workroom of the man in Santa Fe, waiting to be put on the page. When it is, Peter will be the one to deliver it. He will, in the small, careful way these things go, deliver it well. Let us leave them both, friend. At the small specific moment where this chapter ends, Dunk is, in the small generous reading the small unguarded sentence has given us, not in the fire. He is, somewhere, 1,200 years away from us, walking out. Where, friend, we do not know. The chronicle does not tell us. The small loyal half-blotted letter ends there. We leave him at the door of the burning hall, with the small sound of the fire behind him. and the small open air of the Dornish dawn ahead of him. He is, in his small old white cloak way, alive. Peter is, in the small specific way the modern arithmetic gives us, in a small hotel room in Los Angeles. He has just walked the carpet at the third premiere. He has done his last interview. He is sitting on the edge of the bed. He is, in the small honest way, a man who has just had the breakthrough of his life is sometimes able to be quiet. The small Galway boy in him is by now mostly quiet. The small wobbly boy is by now mostly quiet. The small Connacht Academy boy is, by now, mostly quiet. There is in the room only the man. Both of them, friend, alive at the same time, in the same small, unfair, generous corner of the universe. There is a thing, friend, that the very best stories do at the end. They go back to the beginning, not in the sense that they retell the beginning, not in the sense that they make the beginning happen again. They go back in the small, careful way of a hand returning to the first line of a song. The story has, by the end, walked the long way around its own subject. It has lived through the small, ordinary middle and the great mythic climax. And, in the final small movement, friend, it returns, quietly, to the very first image it gave us. For us, in this telling, the very first image was a shield. It was a shield on a wall, in a small armory on an island. The painting on the shield had cracked. The colours had faded. A tall girl who did not yet know that she would grow into a knight used to walk through the armory and run her fingertips across the cracks in the paint. She did not, friend, know whose shield it was. She did not know what it had cost the man who carried it. She did not know that the man who carried it had, in his own quiet way, made her possible. We are going to return, in this chapter, to that shield. We are going to return to it because the story, this whole long telling, has, in its small, careful way, been about that shield, about the small distance between a hedge knight in a Flea Bottom alley and a girl on an island 1,200 years later, who, without knowing whose painting she was tracing with her fingertips, was tracing the painting of her own ancestor. That is, friend, where the long time reopens. The long time in the previous chapter closed. We saw it close. The two streams of our story, in the convergence at Belfast, became one. But the small story shape of every great life, friend, is not only convergence. It is also aftermath. It is what the life leaves behind. It is the small inheritance the man passes on without ever knowing he passed it on, into the centuries that follow him. Tonight, in this final chapter, we will sit with both of our boys at the moment of their inheritance. For Dunk, the inheritance is a girl, an island, a shield, a 4-page entry in a great old book, and a young king who, 80 years after Dunk is gone, will read that entry and say a small, unguarded sentence that captures everything we have been telling for 12 chapters. For Peter, the inheritance is the small open road of the rest of his career. A Christmas heist film already in post-production. A second season already filming in Belfast and Gran Canaria. A long list of small dreams about Broadway and the West End that he has shared in small, careful interviews with the small, careful trade press. But the deeper inheritance, for Peter, friend, is something quieter and stranger. It is the small inheritance every actor who plays a great character leaves behind. The small fact that, for the rest of human history, when someone reads the Dunk and Egg novellas for the first time, they will picture, in their small private mind's eye, the face of a quiet man from Portumna, both inheritances, friend, the shield and the face. Let us walk the last few steps together. The island is called Tarth. It sits, friend, off the eastern coast of the Stormlands, in the narrow sea between the kingdom and the free cities of Essos. It is small. By the standards of the great lands of Westeros, it is mostly mountains. It is mostly fields. Its small castle is called Evanfall Hall, and the lord of that castle, in the small ceremonial language of the realm, is called the Evan Star. The colours of House Tarth are blue and pink and gold, like the colours of a sunset on a clear evening over the narrow sea, which is the small, lovely thing the family is named for. Some 80 years after the fire at Summerhall, friend, the Evanstar of Tarth, is a man called Selwyn. Selwyn has, by then, lost 3 of his 4 children. The 4th, his daughter, is, in the small, unfair language of her time, a disappointment. She is too tall, she is too broad, she is too plain. She has not been able to find a husband. She has, instead, learned to fight. Selwyn, in the small, unfashionable kindness of a father who cannot quite refuse his only surviving child, has let her. The girl's name Brienne. She is, friend, by the time we find her, in her early 20s. She is 6 feet 3 inches tall, taller than most men of her time, if not quite as tall as the man whose shield is hanging in her father's armory. She has trained, on the small careful island of Tarth, in the use of the sword, the lance, and the war horse. She has, in the small lonely way of a girl who has chosen a man's craft, practiced quietly, carefully, daily, for years. She has known the shield, friend, since she was a small child. She does not know whose it is. She has, in her small private way, loved it. She has stood in the small dark armory of her father's keep, in the slow Tarth afternoons, and traced the painted edges of the elm tree with her fingertips. She has traced the long bright slash of the falling star. She has, in the small private superstitious way of certain children, adopted the shield in her own small heart as her own. The shield has felt, in some small unsayable way, like hers, even though she does not know why. Years later, friend, when she has grown, and when she has been knighted by another knight in another circumstance, and when she has been sent on a quest across the riverlands of the kingdom, she will need a shield. Her own house's sigil, the suns and crescent moons of Tarth, will be too recognizable. She will need to travel in disguise. She will, in the small specific way of a quest knight, need a shield that does not announce who she is. And so, friend, she will go to a small painter in a small town she happens to be passing through. She will, in the small private way of a woman picking the disguise that has, somehow, always been hers, ask the painter to give her the shield from her father's armory, the cracked one, the faded one, the one with the elm tree, and the brown trunk, and the green branches, and the long bright falling star above it, against a sunset sky. The painter, friend, will paint it for her. She will carry it on her quest through the riverlands. She will not know, friend, this is the small unsung honest thing, whose shield she is carrying. She will not know that the shield was painted for an orphan boy from Flea Bottom by a Dornish puppeteer at the tourney of Ashford in the year 209. She will not know that the orphan boy grew into the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. She will not know that the Lord Commander died, or did not die, in a fire in the Dornish marches 80 years before her birth. She will not know any of this. She will simply, in the small unconscious way of these inheritances, carry the shield. She will carry it, friend, the way her ancestor carried it, with honor. The man who created her, George R.R. Martin, 1200 years away, will confirm, friend, in a small, careful public talk at a fantasy convention in Baltimore in the spring of 2016, that Brienne is descended from Duncan the Tall. He will not, in the small, careful way of an author who has not yet finished his story, say how. He will not say through which line. He will simply confirm, in the small, unguarded way of an author who has, in his small, careful, private heart, always known, that the small, lonely girl on the small island, who has spent her whole childhood tracing the shield in her father's armory, is, in the small mythic way these things become true, the grandeur, data, 4 or 5 generations removed, of the giant who once carried it. The shield in the armory, friend, has been waiting for her. For 80 years, the shield has hung on the small, dark wall of Evanfall Hall, waiting. The girl who would inherit it has been growing toward it. She has been growing, in the small, unsung way of inheritance, toward her own ancestor. She does not know it. He, in his white cloak, in his last hour at Summerhall, did not know it either. But the small story shape of the universe knew it. The small story shape of the universe always knew it. There is, friend, a second small inheritance Dunk leaves behind. It is a book. The book is called the White Book. It is the great ceremonial record of the Kingsguard. It sits, by tradition, in the round room of the White Sword Tower, the small careful building inside the Red Keep where the 7 White Knights have their lodgings. The book contains, friend, the entry of every Kingsguard knight who has ever served. Each knight, on his elevation, opens the book to a fresh page. He records his name. He records his lineage. He records, over the years of his service, his deeds. When he dies, the next knight in his place writes the small final entry of his death. Most knights, friend, have a paragraph. Some have a single line. The Kingsguard is full of men whose service was honourable but uneventful. Men who guarded their kings well and went to their graves with little to record. Some knights have more. Dunk has 4 pages. That, friend, is the small careful arithmetic of the White Book. 4 pages is reserved for the legends. 4 pages is the kind of entry given to the men whose service is so long and so eventful that the small ceremonial record cannot, in honesty, fit on a single sheet. Dunk's 4 pages contain, by every reading of the Chronicle, the small careful list of what we have just walked through together. The trial of 7, the mystery night, the escort of Aemon to the wall, the killing of Daemon Blackfire III, the duel with Lionel Baratheon, the unhorsing by the young Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commandership, and the small half-blotted final fragment about the valour of the Lord Common. 80 years after the fire at Summerhall, friend, a young king sits with the White Book in his lap. The young king's name is Joffrey. He is, in the small unfortunate way of certain Targaryen-descended kings of his era, not a kind man. He is using the White Book, at the moment we find him, to mock a different Kingsguard knight. The knight is named Jaime Lannister, and Jaime is, in his own complicated way, a great knight. But he is also a man whose own entry in the White Book has been, for various political reasons, kept short. The young king is, with the small cruel pleasure of a young man with too much power, comparing the shortness of Jaime's entry to the length of other knights' entries. He turns to Dunk's pages. He reads, in the small unguarded way of a boy, who has not yet lived the long enough life to know what it costs to fill 4 pages of the White Book, the small list of Dunk's deeds. And then he says, friend, in the small unguarded short phrase that the Chronicle preserves, must have been quite a man. That is, friend, the verdict of the White Book, 80 years after the fire, 80 years after the boy from Flea Bottom died at Egg's side, or did not die, or walked out of the fire and into the small private mystery the man in Santa Fe has not yet committed to the page. 80 years after Dunk was a young king, friend, who did not deserve to read about him, has, by accident, in the small unguarded way of these things, paid him the verdict. Must have been quite a man. That is, in the small careful arithmetic of legend, enough. That is, the kind of sentence every good knight is, in his small private way, hoping for. Not statues, not songs, not the great public memorial of a state burial, just the small unguarded sentence of a stranger, 80 years later, reading the small careful record and saying, softly almost to himself, must have been quite a man. The boy in the Flea Bottom alley, friend, has been paid. The second life in our story, friend, is also, in its own small careful way, being paid. It is being paid in the small public arithmetic of 2026. The show, by the time we are sitting with you tonight, has aired in full and been received in full. A Knight of the 7 Kingdoms has, in the small loud language of the entertainment press, broken out. It has been renewed for a 2nd season, which is already filming in Belfast and in the warmer light of Gran Canaria in the Canary Islands. The 2nd season will adapt the Sworn Sword, the small, careful story we walked through earlier, the Drought year, the Standfast year, the duel in the stream with Lucas Longinch, the small, unkept length of red braid in Dunk's pouch. The new cast friend has been gathered. The Scottish actor Peter Mullen, a small, careful giant of British and Irish acting, friend, the kind of man whose small, careful presence can carry a whole film, has been cast as Eustace Osgrey. The English actress Lucy Boynton, a careful, sharp-edged actress with a small, careful beauty in her work, has been cast as Rohan Webber, the Red Widow. The Sworn Sword, in the modern arithmetic, will be a small, careful chamber piece, smaller in scale than the first season, more private, more tender, the kind of small, careful drought year story that the singers of the realm have always loved. Peter, by then, has done other work too. He has, in the small, careful way of an actor who is no longer the man on the carpet of the small Dublin flat, expanded. He has filmed, in the late autumn of 2025, a small Christmas heist comedy called You'll Never Believe Who's Dead. It is, in the small, careful announcement of the trade press, his first leading film role. The film is, by the time we sit with you tonight, in post-production. He has, in his small, careful interviews with the trade press, talked about other small dreams. He has talked, friend, about wanting to do Broadway. He has talked about wanting to do the West End. He has talked, in the small, unguarded way of an actor who has just discovered that he can, about wanting to work with the American horror director Robert Eggers. He has named, in the small, unguarded way of a working fan, his small loves: Florence Pugh, an actress he admires; Star Wars, a universe he loves; Lord of the Rings, another. He has, in the small, careful way of a man at the start of a great career, opened the small, private list of his desires to the small, public eye that is now watching him. He has also, friend, kept things private. Ellie, the small, careful girlfriend who walked in on him on the carpet of the small Dublin flat, has, by his own small, careful choice, remained mostly out of the press. He has named her, in interviews, gently. He has not, in the small, unfortunate way of certain other actors, paraded her. The small, private life he had before the breakthrough has, in the small, careful way he is choosing to live, remained mostly his. The girl on the floor next to him on the carpet of the flat is, by his small, careful arrangement, not on the carpet of the world. This is, friend, the small, unsung, modern equivalent of Dunk's small, empty rooms, Tansel's broken hand, Rohan's red braid, the small loves you keep in the small, private rooms of your interior life, and do not, in the small, careful way of a kind man, show to the world. The two men, friend, in the small, structural way of these inheritances, are, even in their loves, the same man. Both of them, friend, kind enough to keep their small, private rooms small. Both of them, friend, kind enough to know the difference. There is, friend, a small, final image we owe you. It is the small image we promised in the very first chapter of this telling, when we held the shield in our minds at the start. The small image of a future child, somewhere in the long, quiet years yet to come, picking up the books of the Westeros universe for the first time. The child, in the small story shape of these things, has not yet been born. But the child is coming. The child will, in the small, careful way of children who pick up fantasy books, find them on a shelf in a small bedroom. The child will, in the small, specific way of these things, open the hedge night for the first time. The child will read about the boy with the slow blink and the half shrug. The child will read about Arlen, and the fire on the hill, and the funeral on the western slope, and the road to Ashford. The child will read about the bald boy in the stable. The child will read about Tansel's painted shield, and in the small private mind's eye of the child, friend, the boy on the page will have a face. The face will be the face of a quiet Galway man. The face will have a small tendency, in moments of fear, to apologize. The face will, in moments of joy, take off in a wide, loose canter around an open field with a sword raised. The face will be, in the small, careful way, the small, unconscious mind picks the faces it gives to the great characters of the books. The face of Peter Claffey, for the rest of human history, Friend, the boy from Flea Bottom will have the face of the boy from Portumna. The shield in the small armoury of Evanfall Hall has been waiting 80 years for the girl who would inherit it. The face, friend, in the small modern arithmetic of these things will be inherited by every reader who comes next. That is, in the small story shape of these things, what casting is for. Not just to make a show, not just to fill a part. Casting at its best is a small ceremonial act of passing the face on. The small careful production team in Belfast in the early summer of 2024 picked the face. They picked the face of a quiet Galway boy who had been a wobbly child, who had been a Connacht Academy lock, who had been let go, who had picked up the pen, who had ridden the bus home from the Abbey Theatre in the small, humble apprenticeship years. They picked, friend, the right face. The face will, in the small future of every reader who comes next, belong to Dunk. We are, friend, at the end. Let's look at them both one last time. Dunk is, in the small generous reading the small unguarded sentence has given us, somewhere in the wide world, alive in his old age, walking, where, we do not know. The chronicle does not tell us. The man in Santa Fe has not yet told us. He may be in a small village in the Riverlands. He may be on the road north, the way he was on the road north when he was young. He may, in the small private way of a man who has lost his king, simply be sitting in a small clean cottage, somewhere with a small cup of ale, looking out at a small pleasant view of an ordinary kingdom that is going on without him. Whatever he is doing, friend, he is alive. The boy from Flea Bottom, in the long unguarded final sentence the small careful boy on the press junket gave us, has survived. His shield is on a wall on Tarth, waiting for the girl who will inherit it. His 4 pages are in the White Book, waiting for the young king who will read them and pay him his verdict. He is in the small, unsung, honest way of these things, finished and not finished. The small story shape of the universe is not yet done with him. Peter is in the small specific way the modern arithmetic gives us. Somewhere in his small, ordinary life in early 2026, he has done the premieres. He has done the press tour. He has done the small, careful round of red carpets and interviews and photo shoots. He has gone home, in the small, careful way a working actor goes home, to whichever flat he is in. He may be in Dublin. He may be in Belfast, where the 2nd season is filming. He may be in Gran Canaria, in the warm light of the Canary Islands, where the dry summer of the Reach is being filmed for the Swan Sword. Whatever he is doing, friend, he is at the start. The boy from Portumna, 29 years old, is at the start of the rest of his career. He has the 2nd season. He has the Christmas heist film. He has the small, careful list of his small public dreams. Broadway, West End, Robert Eggers, the small open road of the small careful actor's life that has, finally, opened for him. He has Ellie. He has, in the small private way, the small private life he is keeping for himself. He is, in the small unsung honest way of these things, no longer the boy in the alley of his own small Galway childhood. He is no longer the wobbly child. He is no longer the Connacht Academy boy. He is no longer the small actor sending tapes into the void. He is, friend, the man who gave the giant a face. The 2 men, friend, are the same man now. They have been, since the convergence in the Belfast field, and they will be, friend, for as long as anyone reads the books and watches the show. The long time, in our first chapter, was 1200 years. The long time by now has closed, and in the small unsung way of these inheritances, the long time has also, friend, opened into the small open future where every reader who comes next will, in the small private mind's eye, see Peter when they read about Dunk. The shield was always going to be inherited. The face was always going to be passed on. The story, friend, was always going to be one story. We have tonight sat with both of them. We have walked the long road of both their lives, from the Flea Bottom alley and the Portumna car, through the trial of 7 and the Connacht release, through the Swan Sword, Drought and the Abbey Theatre stage, through the mystery night at Whitewall's, and the small, careful audition gauntlet at the London casting office, through the long, quiet years inside the White Cloak, and the long, quiet years inside the small Dublin flat, through the convergence in the Belfast field, and the small middle of the long, good year of filming, through the fire at Summerhall, and the small, careful season of premieres in Berlin and Rome and Los Angeles, and through the small, careful inheritance of the shield on the wall of Evanfall Hall, and the small, unsung passing on of the face of a Galway man. We have walked the long way around them. We have, friend, kept them, that is, in the small, unsung, honest way of these stories, what we are here for. The long time between Flea Bottom and Portumna has, tonight, closed, but the long time has also, friend, opened. It has opened into every reader who comes next. It has opened into every viewer who will, on some quiet night a year from now, or 10 years from now, or 50 years from now, find a Night of the Seven Kingdoms on whatever small, careful streaming service their small, careful future contains, and watch a Galway man on a horse ride a wide, loose circle around a Belfast field with a sword raised. It has opened, friend, into you. Sit with that for a moment. You, friend, listening to me, in the small, careful late hour of your own small, careful life. You have, in the small, unsung way these things work, inherited both of them. The boy in the alley, the boy in the car, the man in the white cloak, the man on the carpet of the small Dublin flat. They are, by the small, careful magic of having walked the long way around them with us tonight, yours. Carry them gently. Carry them the way Dunk carried Tansel's small broken hand, the way Dunk carried Rohan's small length of red braid, the way Peter carried Cillian Murphy's small example of care for the craft, the way Peter carries Ellie's small private name out of the small loud way of the press, in the small careful way of a man who has been blessed with someone he does not need the world to know about. Carry them, friend, in the small empty rooms of your own interior life. They will, in their small unsung way, furnish them. And so the story rests here, friend. If it stayed with you, leave a small note below. I will be here again with another